hard to get away from Nunu.
Look, he's going to get all the auto attacks into. It is just useless to try and run.
Gold card, damn it! Oh! Tail picks up, only Boy's alive.
A three-person vault breaker! Wow, coming in huge, shocking off from Counter Logic Gaming, as it's been told. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Day 2, Week 7 of the North American League Championship Series Summer Split. We've got a packed house here in Los Angeles and an action-packed day of games coming your way. I'm Rivington Bislin III, and joining me at the caster desk for our first 3 matches today is none other than the Sam Kobe Hartman Kendler.
And we've got 6 more games today for the teams to battle it out on the most competitive North American LCS that we have ever had.
True story, Kobe. And for the time being, we have a team in sole possession of first place, but only by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, with that 2-0 start in Superweek, CLG was able to move ahead of Dignitas with a half-game buffer. Each team is going to play 4 games this week, so first place is still hotly contested, especially since LMQ, TSM, Curse, and Evil Geniuses all play twice today.
Yeah.
So expect a lot more shakeups.
A lot of them, indeed. One honor that won't be shared by anyone else, however, is going to CLG's Doublelift as of yesterday.
Yeah, Doublelift became the first player in the North American LCS to rack up 500 career kills in regular season play, and he did it in 100 games exactly. Of course, he accepted the title of Mr. 500 with typical Doublelift modesty.
Also, congratulate you on your 500th regular season kill in 100 games. You're the first player in the North American LCS to do so. How does it feel?
Oh boy! Cool. That's awesome. I'm the best. I already knew that.
So humble.
I already knew that. To give you something to compare that to, let's take a look at the North American LCS career kills leaderboard. Wild Turtle is in second, and he has 81 fewer kills in 15 fewer games.
And of course, it was the most buzzed about play on Twitter with hashtag LCS Big Plays.
Yeah, at Casher Z writes, Doublelift getting his 500th regular season kill, just 0.1 seconds left in the game. Absolutely phenomenal. Doublelift with your buzzer beater is number 1.
Doublelift looking for his 12th kill, his 500th kill of the LCS. Looks like he's not going to get it. He'll have to wait for the next game. Sneaky. Oh!
Oh!
He gets it!
He got it! At the buzzer!
500 kills for Doublelift.
Wow!
Gotta keep reaching for the stars.
Aframu was sitting there in the binding with the hand raised from Braum.
He was getting
One
ready.
hit on that necklace.
But he's a good bro. Remember, don't be stingy. Share your favorite plays of the day by tweeting us at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. So here's now how the standings look through day 1 of Super Week. In first place, it's Counterlogic Gaming after their 2-0 start to Super Week.
In second, it's Dignitas, followed by LMQ and TSM, who are tied for number 3. Then dropping to 5th place is Cloud9.
And Curse holds 6th place by themselves, while Complexity and Evil Geniuses are once again tied for 7th. And here's a look at today's schedule. It's a big one. We will be kicking things off with Dignitas against Team Solo Mid. Then it's Complexity versus the Geniuses that are evil.
After that, Xiao and LMQ will battle it out with Curse, followed by Evil Geniuses versus TSM, and Cloud9 taking on Curse.
And then we will conclude our day with Counterlogic Gaming versus LMQ. So make sure you head over to lolesports.com, lock in the teams you're predicting to win today. Just click on schedule, select week 7, and start casting your votes.
Also there, you can read up on all your favorite team, find stats, and rewatch every single game from this year. Or throw on your Teemo hat and join us here in the studio for an upcoming game day taping.
Indeed.
You can get your picture taken with the pros or cheer on your favorite team to victory. Just click on that tickets link for all the details.
And first things first, let's head over to Twitter and share your thoughts on our question over the day. We want to know, which NA LCS team has improved the most since the beginning of the split, and why? Show your work. It's a tough one, so give it a good think.
Yeah, then just write us to @LO Esports and use that hashtag LCS so that we can find your answers in the digital ether. And be sure to show your work, because the answers are due by the end of Game 3 for full credit.
That's right. But now to preview today's action, let's send it over to Dash and Zyrene, who are joined by 2 very special guests.
Thanks, Riv. Now we're gearing up for a huge first match. So to help us set the stage, we've got TSM's coach, Loco Doko, and Dig's coach, Skara. And guys, last time these 2 teams met, there was a lot of hype around it. So give me a little bit of a sense of what the behind the scenes was from the bowl bet of 2014.
You want to open this off, Loco?
No, you can start.
Okay, well, pretty much Loco was saying that he thought he'd win the game, and I challenged him over Twitter to bet a bowl cut on it. And so what happened was, of course, we won, because that's just what happened. And he had to go get a bowl cut. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do it because I had to wake up like too early to do it. But I assumed he would get a bowl cut that would be legit. And so just so happened that his bowl cut is not very well cut.
Whoa,
go
okay.
to say.
So
Bjergsen cut it, so what were you expecting?
I came to the studio, I lost a bet, and I let the hair lady at it and Bjergsen at it, and they gave me this cut. So
Right.
Let's
Let's just say they were very
Hairstylist
generous
approved.
with it. Yeah, they were very, very generous with it.
All right, all right.
All right. Well, right now we're seeing a parity in the North American LCS that we haven't seen before. And Scar, I saw a tweet of yours yesterday where you were talking about all the top teams, all the teams in the LCS have strengths. Can you talk to me a little bit more about that?
It's kind of just before, like at the start of the split, I was really worried for a lot of the bottom tier teams, and just in the mid tier teams as well. Like I wasn't really sure how they're going to improve and evolve with the split. But it seems like everyone has a good idea of how they want to play. And it wasn't like last season or seasons prior where everyone was like, wow, like chasing C9's coattails, so to speak. Like everyone was like, C9 has this kind of play style. Like they do the rotation game really well. And let's try to learn how to out-rotate them. And that's like, no one beat them at their own game when they were playing it. And now everyone is trying to evolve and play the game at their own style, at their own pace. It allows for different teams to have different strengths at different parts of the games. Their draft phases, a lot of the draft phases now, like sometimes you'll see wins and losses in draft, but most of the times you'll see a team get what they want and the other team gets what they want. And both the team comps are like pretty decent. So before you see everyone hotly contest maybe the same picks, and that's still true today, but I would say that at least everyone coming out of draft and coming into each game has a good idea of how they want to win. And maybe not how to do it, but definitely like a general idea of how to play out the game.
Yeah, they have their win conditions down for the most part. And Loco, what are your impressions of the parity that's going on?
Well, it's mostly a lot of the teams getting infrastructure, and then now that they all have good coaches and good infrastructure, that part was really lacking last season because only CLG had a coach, XDG had a coach, and a few other teams had a coach. But now that every team has a coach and infrastructure, they have a really good game plan going into the game. And mechanically, there isn't a huge disparity, and now that the infrastructure is caught up for all the teams, there's not that much, I guess, like skill difference overall. So the teams are really close in standings.
All right, well, building on that idea of parity and strength, I want to know specifically from the two of you which teams you view to be your greatest challengers or something that you need to overcome during the split. Scar, we'll start with you.
That's an interesting one. I think that notoriously CLG has given us a lot of issues this split. A lot of times I feel like it's just our fault and that we tend to feel very pressured into doing something and then we do something really dumb. And so it's not so much that they win the game, it's that we let them win and we give it to them. Like we like just hand it to them on a plate. And so that's going to be something that we're going to try really hard not to do. And I think they are probably one of the hardest opponents we'll have this split.
All right, Loco, thoughts on that as well?
For us, it's mostly CLG and C9. Versus other teams, I feel like we have better late game decision making, and I don't feel pressure to put a team on a timer comp, like a team comp where if you don't win mid game, then we lose late game. Versus CLG and C9, I get really afraid if the game goes past 40 minutes, so we often play timer comps where if you can't end the game mid game, then it goes bad for us.
All right. And since we talked a little bit about coaching, I want to touch on that even more. You're talking about the infrastructure earlier. There aren't a lot of forerunners in the coaching role, and you came over from Korea and you drew some inspiration from there. And Scar, you've been here in NA honing your coaching skills. Where are you guys drawing your inspiration from? What coaches do you look up to, and how have you crafted your own style? Loco, we'll start with you.
For me, I've been on a lot of teams, and I worked with a lot of different coaches. So whatever worked for me, I try to do for them, or I try to be a coach like that. So I just try to be a coach, the kind of coach I wanted as a player. I try to be that.
And Scar?
For me, it's like it's a learning process. Like I feel like especially in the Western scene, there wasn't really much for me to look up to because there really wasn't a coach that lived in with the team. So I did do a lot of like learning on my own, and it wasn't so much structured from other coaches, but rather just from like maybe what other sports have done with a lot of help from other people. And so I've just been gradually gaining information throughout both my experience and other people's experiences and trying to combine it to become like a good coach.
Yeah, you guys are both trailblazers in that regard. And I want to ask you a follow-up here. If you could describe your coaching style so far in one word, what would that word be? We'll start with you, Scar.
Why can't you start with him on this one?
Give you a little bit of time to think about it. That's fine.
I think my coaching style is very...
You can use a sentence. I won't use a word.
I don't even have a word or a sentence to describe it.
How about really good?
I'll say it's effective.
Effective.
Okay.
There it is.
I would say personalized. I coach differently for all 5 of the players because they need different things.
That's a much better.
Scar's like, oh, I got to take it out.
He got me. All right. Well, we talked to the players about this a lot. The idea of prepping for a Super Week. You've got more games, less time. Now, in the role of a coach, what can you do to help alleviate some of that pressure and keep them focused on the game at hand and what their strategies are going into each game? Loco?
For me, I do almost the majority of the pick and bans. So at the start of the week, we have like 7 different comps that we want to run. And then early in the week, we try all 7, and then I cut ones out that I don't feel like we're going to be able to master by the end of the week. And then we go into Superweek with 5 comps that we want to run. And then during the week, like depending on what we showed and what the other team shows, I choose what comp we want to run, and then we just run that.
We do a little bit of a more flexible plan. We go into the week again with a bunch of different ideas, and we cut the ideas down as the game goes. I don't think we have as many built around comps as, let's say, 5 or their TSM has, but we have very specific general ideas on how to win the game with specific champions and specific shells.
All right, well, thank you both so much for your answers and for spending time on the desk with us. Good luck to your teams in the games coming up this weekend. We're going to jump into that first game, Dignitas versus TSM, after a quick break. So grab a snack, settle in for the day, and the North American LCS will be back after this.
to the North American LCS in our first game of the day. Dignitas versus Team Solo Mid. Dig will be looking to restake their claim to first place with a win here.
Yeah, true to form, Dignitas started off the week with a win, bringing their record up to 8-1 for games that start or are in the middle of the week. But in their game yesterday against Evil Geniuses, Dignitas got off to a fairly sloppy start. They did show discipline in the late game, though, and were able to pull out the win with some strong late game moves, which has not actually been something that this team can always rely on.
And so far, this matchup has favored Dignitas, with both wins going their way. But Team Solo Mid has been playing much better and started their week off with a win as well.
Yesterday, TSM made a few mistakes of their own in the early game. Like Bjergsen, sort of overreaching with that Twisted Fate ultimate up to the top lane, which resulted in a 1-for-2 trade. But he learned quickly from his mistake, and the next time that he popped his TF ultimate, he took stock of the situation before rushing in, and he actually changed directions, getting a kill on the bottom side of the map instead. Really, I have to say the whole team showed an ability to fix mistakes on the fly that game, which is promising for them moving forward.
That's right. The start of a game can be a lonely place. You can find yourself in lane facing off, sometimes mano-a-mano. And not surprisingly, the pros have adversaries that they look forward to facing and others they dread.
The player I look forward to playing the most against is probably Zhao. I'm not really known for my CSing ability, but every single time I play against him, I feel like, I have to match him.
I really like playing versus CLG's bot lane. They're really good. They always know what to be doing. Every time I face them, it's like really fun, and I try my hardest.
They still keep going for the kills. The hook on the double lift, he goes right through the team and threads the needle.
For me, I think it's Cloud9's bot lane. Lemon's kind of this older, smarter player. He's like the brains, and Sneaky's kind of like the younger, more like trainee.
Vasily, he has this kind of like stupid aggression, like brainless, run into you and hit you. And I play that exact same style.
No stranger to being on the front line. Morgan shot one more time. PewDiePie actually is not inside the shockwave.
If there's a person I hated laying against, it'd definitely be Voyboy. He plays some really weird stuff. He plays, full tank casted, for example.
But I don't like playing against Zhao because he's really, really good. He'll only fight me when he knows he can kill me, and then he'll always beat me in farm. So it's almost like this kind of like little rabbit I can't catch, but he's like eating all my carrots.
Dignitas, we don't have much trouble with them, but when sometimes we do screw up, and it's like, all right, I just died to them. They're probably laughing their heads off.
Yeah, when we kill like Special and Cop, it's like, that's like the best feeling in the world. They pick like the most defensive lanes, and it's like, oh god.
They're funny, just not fun to lose to, I guess.
So much love and hate and emotion that goes into the laning phase, man.
As a spectator, I love that brainless aggression style they were talking about. That's always fun to watch.
That's good for our side, absolutely. Let's do a quick roster rundown to see what the teams are bringing to the table. On the blue side, it's Dignitas. That means it's Zion Spartan in the top lane, Crumbs will be in the jungle, Shifter in mid lane, and I'm a cutie pie. Kiwi Kid clocking in at AD and support.
And on the red side, it's Team Solo Mid. Up top is Dyrus. In the jungle, Amazing, Mid Bjergsen, AD carry Wild Turtle, and support Glebe.
And to start things off for our first match here on day 2, we'll be heading to the northern side of the map for Tango in the top lane. That's right, featured matchup is Zion Spartan versus Dyrus.
Yeah, and both of these teams won yesterday with the split push strategy executed by these two players. Zion Spartan is the man who's synonymous with split push, and he has more experience executing that strategy than anyone else in the league. And he was able to recover from a rough 0-2 start against Evil Geniuses to apply that late game pressure regardless of his scoreline.
Right, and meanwhile, we talked a lot about how Dyrus struggles with new champions. Well, yesterday he went back to Jax, a champ he's very comfortable on, and went even in a showdown with Renekton.
Yeah, I definitely want to highlight how impressive it is to go even as Jax versus Renekton. Zion had the exact same matchup yesterday, and he tried in true Zion fashion to make an aggressive play and outright kill the Renekton, only to fail and put himself into a hole.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dyrus' play really highlighted the difference in these two players' styles. He was able to play safe, avoiding the kill pressure from Nekton and Evelyn while staying even in CS, and that's an impressive feat in itself. In the end, the results were the same, though. Both of those players had Jax beating on turrets in the late game by themselves.
You gotta get to that point in the game, and then everything's all right. Yep. Some TSM we've seen back in the all chat, Bjergsen was kind of shouting it out. They've been focusing a lot of the compositions that allows Dyrus to just do that split push, to Thresh and the Elise out of the jungle. Long range grabs. Bjergsen saying, we just keep doing that over and over again, we're eventually going to get somebody. So they've been playing that quick pick comp most of the time.
Yeah, Loco was
TSM
talking about the few strategies that they go into Super Week with. He crosses them off if they fail with them in practice. Lets only the ones they feel confident through. We did see them fail with the top Gragas. Didn't quite work out with them, with Dyrus going full AP build.
Yeah. Still trying different things. And halfway through the split, I guess it's the time you got to pull out some of the stops. You need to start going only uphill from this point on to get to those worlds.
I'm very interested to see if TSM will go back to a more early game oriented strategy, because while they got the win yesterday, they weren't exactly happy with waiting around to scale up and having that rough early game. TSM's a team that always just like to have the upper hand from the beginning. They like to be stronger than you in lanes, control the dragons, win the team fights off of those, and get the wins before the 40-minute mark. Loco was talking about he doesn't really like to run those timer comps, specifically against Cloud9 and CLG. Let's see if they actually go with one of those early games versus Dig as well.
Just kind of canceling out the factor of danger in that one. They'll play whatever they want. Lee Sin, Kale, a lot of yellow, banned out from Team Solo Mid, a lot of blue from Dignitas. Let's see if we can keep it consistent. Few more to go out. A long time on these bans. That's second day of Super Week. Toying on the minds of the players. There's still quite a bit to go, and a Super Week is a great time to grab a good amount of wins for your record.
And while, Yasuo and Kale are fairly common bans here, we now have 3 jungle bans already. They could even ban out a 4th and go Jarvan or something like that, but they just leave it at the top 3. The top tier of junglers all banned out, and the rest of the bans are just really strong solo laners here that are very, very common. So really, Dignitas, I think there's some interesting choices now that pop up with junglers. You don't actually have to jump on your jungler pick early, though, because with the whole sort of top tier taken out, it opens up so many more options, and they can even leave that pick till later and pick up something that we haven't seen before. Like, Helios yesterday was using the Gragas.
Yeah. Could see a Lulu pickup here. It would be safe. Be an easy pickup. Gets through. A lot of mid actually got through coming in this one, but Braum will be first picked. He saw himself get banned out quite a bit yesterday. Kiwi Kid is happy about that.
Yeah, still widely regarded as the best, if one of the best, if not the best supports out there right now. His laning phase, not spectacular, but when it comes together with the team fights, he has so much crowd control, and his shield alone, just with his kit, he provides so much tankiness to your team. You can block so many key spells and ultimates of the opposing team with just a normal spell from Braum. Very strong first pick.
Kiwi loves that ability to initiate as well. He has it in his last 4 out of 5 games. Most of those being wins. Only 1 loss on that Braum there in that 4 out of 5. We'll see what else he can do against TSM. Looking at Ziggs for Bjergsen here as he just wants to get mid lane, possibly. Like we said, a lot of mids were left up, so it's kind of whatever they want.
Oh, first to jump on the Jax train here. I was wondering if that top lane would actually fight over the Jax this time around. It looks like TSM go right to it with Renekton up once again. Now these two guys know this matchup extremely well. So Renekton in the hands of Zion, he would probably be able to punish that Jax more so than Dyrus was punished yesterday. But as you said, Lulu is still up. Very good top laner. Flex pick all around. Could still go mid. So Dignitas here not giving away too much, except for the late game Cog already picked up. Their bottom lane's been locked in. Good thing to do against Braum is to shove him in. Caitlyn's really strong for that. Turtle loves Caitlyn as well. Probably lock that one in. If they go with duo lanes matching up, though, 2 versus 2, Nami is still available as well. Very strong laner herself. They could easily punish a Kog'Maw Braum lane fairly early on if they match up 2v2.
Lucian could be getting locked in here for Turtle. But still the same. He can add the pressure and get himself up to the turret. See if they go. Another Jarvan coming in for amazing.
Yeah, they decided to jump on that Jarvan before Crumbs has a chance to, because the jungler has been left up. and they're leaving their support pick till last because, not to counter pick or anything, just because they wanted to secure their jungler pick first and grab that one. Wild Turtle on Lucian should also be able to punish this Kog'Maw if they run into 2v2 lanes.
Oh, yeah.
What will they counter this Jax with?
Crumbs was kind of pressured onto that Vi before. That was a 0-5-1 game.
Yeah, and that is going to be a top lane Lulu then. Let's see how well he can control Dyrus, or if they go for lane swaps and try and get Kog'Maw out of that situation. Regardless though, Twisted Fate will be a force from the mid lane. Once Shifter hits 6, we'll see what he can do with that all-important first teleport from Twisted Fate. Try and get his side lanes rolling here. TSM, whenever you have a Twisted Fate pickup against you, now they're looking for something to deal with that pick. Because that's going to be some very forceful engage from TSM. TSM have Vi and Twisted Fate. Very, very strong engage. Looking at Nami still, because it's all around top 2 support at the moment.
A bit of disengage as well as that sustain we've been seeing so much in the bottom lane, and it does give you the upper hand.
So yeah, coming into this, oh, excuse me, I was confused. Dignitas are the ones with the Twisted Fate and Vi. They're the ones with the hard engage, which I really like because you need that hard engage when you see the Jax locked in early. So Dignitas are looking to hard engage on the 4-man squad. They're going to try and punish TSM for going with a split push. If TSM try and have Jax isolated, Dig will go with some very, very hard engage here. Vi plus Twisted Fate and Braum.
Get the Monolith switched around, the players face to face. Remember, top lane matchup is our featured one. We'll be heading there every so often. But as we head into game, let's see how you've been voting over at lolesports.com. Right now, the tipping your hat in favor of TSM. 55%, but a very close vote could change.
And you can also continue to weigh in on Twitter by sending your hashtag DIGWin or TSMWin to @LOLesports.
Shouldn't be too bad. Lulu will do fine against Jax in the top lane for now. It'll be what these guys, I think, can bring to the late game. Who can really outplay each other. We saw Zion Spartan getting himself in trouble in that Renekton-Jax matchup because he went a little early. It was forgetting when Renekton was going to hit 6. So it wasn't really his play in CSing. It was realizing at what time the lane was at, and it kind of got under his skin on that one.
Keeping track of experience is very important for solo lanes. If you're not sure when your opponent's going to hit level 6, a minion dies or something, it can cost you a death, as it did cost Zion Spartan. This time around, though, we've seen so much success for the teams that have been picking up Twisted Fate, especially in these split push games, because Twisted Fate adds one more tool for this team to counter the top laner with teleport. We'll see if Dig can make those forceful moves with TF, though, and dictate the pace of the game early on.
He can still be that playmaker. We saw High getting beat up pretty bad yesterday on Twisted Fate, really giving the runaround. But then once he got his Zanyas, he was flash initiating fights over walls. Shifter's no stranger to being strong on that one. And usually not dying in his engagements either.
So key with Twisted Fate here is that he actually can get pushed in by Ziggs. And Jarvan is one of those champions that can dive a TF behind his turret. We saw it yesterday versus High. We'll see if Amazing hangs around mid often and tries to pressure that Twisted Fate Shifter. Also, something that we have been seeing is the ghosting out to put a ward by a lot of these mid laners that run Flash Ghost. Dade starting that one off in Korea, and Link picking it up yesterday. They go for the 5-man invade.
Whoa! What a bubble! 3 bubble. Some real trouble right there. Counter-Strike was taken by Dyrus, so they know he's not going to be closing any gaps. And he has to run out of this one.
Kiwi Kid burning his Ignite for that as well, though. So it is a win for TSM, even though they were sort of chased out of their own jungle here and forced to retreat. They come ahead 1 summoner spell.
Yeah. And that has now pushed them to 72%.
Yeah, that's what
an Ignite will do.
What an Ignite will do for you.
So it looks like home turf for TSM right now. We'll see if the crowd behind them will give what they need. So far, so good. They're going to get the regular matchups. Yes, looks like Zion Spartan heading to the top lane, so they are going to be pushing each other in for that duo.
The other thing about this mid lane matchup, which should be very interesting, is Shifter starting with his boots to be able to dodge those bouncing bombs from Bjergsen. He doesn't want to get harassed low and get put in the situation where Amazing has the opportunity to dive him. Doesn't want to dive pre-6 so that he can get off to a fairly good start. We've talked so much about the importance of being able to dodge skill shots and how you constantly have to practice. You know, as Bjergsen lands one right on his head. You know, dodging skill shots is something that will cost even the best players in the game. Deft recently getting caught by a lot of death sentences caused them to actually lose the game. Nobody thought that would happen. Pretty big upset. It's happened to Double Lift. It's happened to Turtle. See how well Shifter's able to dodge out in the mid lane.
So many things you got to think of, especially in the bottom lane. Usually you're listening to your support and they're saying, whoa, somebody's coming. You're watching the CS. That's one thing I always give supports credit for. You're auto-attacking. They're the one making the plays. Dyrus and Zion Spartan now trading some noodle shots.
Right.
Oh, dear.
So Zion here, yes, he bullies Dyrus and takes down a lot of his HP, but Dyrus knows exactly what he's doing here. He got his 10 CS, so he was up a couple CS there, knew that he was going to burn most of his HP because he wanted to recall at the time the jungler is going to go for their first gank. So that 3-minute recall for Dyrus, timed aggression right there. Dyrus is not always a passive player. He will go aggressive when he sees a window for himself. He goes back to base, gets some more potions, mana on top of his health potions, to return to lane with more sustain. He still hasn't had to use his Trinket Ward either because he avoided that little window, the 3-minute window of double buff by going back to base. Now though, back on that side of the map, Crumbs returning since they've seen Dyrus, and Zion has done a good job communicating to Crumbs that the ward hasn't been placed.
And this makes it even juicier because if they do take him down, he's got a long walk back to lane for Zion Spartan to pretty much farm this out. So they didn't give him enough of what they wanted, though.
Yeah, that is the drawback of the strategy Dyrus went with. The early teleport being burned by him. It's a gambit. And it looks like it will pay off because Crumbs goes mid.
Oh, the gold card right after the Q. The Vault Breaker hits a few more shots. He gets the satchel charge. That's the auto attack they need. Shifter brings himself in some cash. Woo, that was close.
Great choice from Crumbs there to go back around to mid, seeing that this Ziggs would be pushing his TF in. And he makes Bjergsen pay for trying to abuse that lane, gets in right behind him. Beautiful Vault Breaker from the back.
We're getting a nice full charge on that. Zion Spartan returns to lane, and this gives Shifter a little bit of a let's get up and go. He's never one to really die that much, and when you give him the snowball, he's going to start rolling it real fast down the hill.
Ooh, missing that canyon. Not good sign for Dyrus right there.
Things are getting a little tougher.
Solo laners actually kind of rage a little bit when they miss their cannon minion kills. Actually,
don't you remember the old Dyrus?
Even
the old Dyrus image where he's calm, he dies, he's gank, he's calm, he misses a minion, and then he's like freaking out.
Yeah, exactly. He returns back to base though on that half cooldown teleport. It's going to be a long walk back. He's trying to power farm and then return to base while his lane is pushed up. Then power farm again, return to base. It's an interesting strategy to go to against a laner like Lulu, who is very annoying for melee laners. Really, he's just trying to kill the minions as quickly as possible, use his health pool and the counter strike, and then return to lane later. It's very effective because it's causing Zion to use a lot of mana to harass Dyrus, and then Zion is not shoving the lane after. Right now, though, it will expose him to ganks.
And here it is again. Right towards the turret, taking a few. Well, there's always one thing about Dyrus. He is consistent in what he does.
Yep. So far, he's been able to stay close in CS here, pretty much even. Dead even.
Yeah.
But now he is on the back foot, having to wait for his health potions to top him off. And again, Crumbs is in the top side, but Dyrus has been able to ward up.
Yeah. Crumbs might be able to sneak around a Baron wall, but I don't think he'll go for that attempt. So good wards for Dyrus. He'll be safe in the top lane. Shifter still getting pushed back a bit. He is 6, but there's really nothing to work on the Destiny right now. Looks like they want to put some pressure onto him. And a good pink ward placed by Dig gives it up.
Yeah, and
there it is.
Shifter has also gone with the early chalice because he's trying to avoid getting shoved in. Wants to spam his wild cards and have that magic resist to deal with the harass from Bjergsen.
Interesting. Shifter may have gotten a little tell there. Bjergsen started to hover topside mid. A lot of everybody is upstairs now. You got Crumbs just on the backside of Zion Spartan. Let's
double
see
level
if
6.
Crumbs again can alter this featured matchup. Dyrus just
They might
up.
go for it right when Counter-Strike is down. That's a pretty big cooldown.
They got a new wave.
He's down at half, too. It looks like Crumbs, since they didn't go off that Counter-Strike, Crumbs might be just waiting for a counter gank then.
Right.
Because that would be a pretty good window for him.
Maybe Zion Spartan.
Yeah, he was just waiting for that counter gank.
Well read by both sides. A little bit of hesitation and safety to be had. He is just able to take Dyrus down chunks each time he hits a Glitter Lance. Dyrus will be backing. His teleport's up, so right quick back to the lane as it crashes into the turret.
Crumbs really wants to use his level 6 buy, though. As soon as you get that ulti, you want to get one of those ganks off. But he didn't go in with any rash attempt top, and I like that. He showed a little bit of more safety-minded awareness from Crumbs. Let's see. Walks all the way down to Dragon, and they've got perfect vision control.
Zion Spartan should actually have teleport up after this, so they are getting a push on the mid lane. No answer here from Team Solo Mid. Crumbs gets himself the Dragon along with the team and his own bucket.
They trade that for solo experience for Dyrus, though. Dyrus gets alone time up in that top lane.
Yeah.
Zion does not have his teleport up. So Zion swinging down to mid lane to cover for that Dragon. A couple of waves given to the Jax and in payment for that Dragon. TSM actually okay with that trade. Nowadays, though, Dragon worth a lot more, so see if TSM can get anything more out of this.
Dyrus, he's got a ward for himself, and an amazing as well, so it looks like they are easily going to be able to stay down here, already giving the coverage they need. Looks like they're going to get double blue buffs. Very nice.
So they do get more out of it. Not only do they get the lane, couple of waves for Dyrus, but also blue buff. Interesting trade right there. Brings the gold a little bit closer as well.
Start denying one of the key members here, Shifter, what he needs to help the team get rolling. 1 kill for him so far. Crumbs has been doing pretty good, being in the right places at the right time, and Dragon helps make up for a little bit of those losses.
Yeah, really that last decision by Crumbs to not go for the dive and go for the safer Dragon really speaks to his mentality on the new patch. He's been really outspoken about how important Dragons are to him on the new patch, and he really just showed it right there.
Falling behind on Vi.
In the past, he may have gone for that dive, but not on 410. So we'll see if Dignitas actually set up early for the next Dragon as well, because they have the perfect timer on it, whereas TSM will have to estimate it.
This will be a great gank. Double knock-up. Dyrus will get hit. He doesn't even have it warded. Just knows. Spidey sense is tingling. Good nade up top. Bjergsen. I just call it a nade? Wow. That's some old school Counter-Strike.
It's got a more impressive name.
Good Mega Inferno Bomb up top. And we're going to see it cleared out. Dyrus back to lane. He'll be farming it still. It's actually 83 to 63 in that lane now. So Zion Spartan with the pressure. And with Dyrus kind of playing this power farm backing game. Gets a bit of CS.
Yeah, interesting how Crumbs actually, he completed his jungle item pretty quickly there. But as soon as he completed it, he went looking for other moves on the map and didn't really hard farm. So he stacked it all the way up. He got his conservation all the way up there. And now he really cashes in. It was waiting there at 80 for a while, though. Again, so much top lane focus here. And Dyrus knows it. He's aware that he has no vision. And Crumbs hanging around. Dyrus is not going to go into experience range until Amazing actually arrives for the defense.
This is a big influx that they can grab, though. If this fight goes in their favor, it's the turret as well. That already goes down. We get a little bit of a cat and mouse game between Amazing and Crumbs, between Tribrush on the top side. He doesn't know if he wants to gank top or gank bottom, but he's pinched between 2 wards right now. Oh, okay. That could be the Salt and Battery.
Whoa.
Dives down in. That's going to be the teleport from Shifter as well. They lock down Dyrus. He doesn't have mana to get in or out. That's Shifter. He's trying to get out of range, but they're still inside the brush with the turret hitting them. Very nice play from Dig to get a little bit more out of this game.
Yeah, calculated. Very strong communication this time around. Deciding to go for it only because Shifter is able to roam top. Strong job punishing this Jax pick. Pretty much how you would want this game to play out on paper so far for Dignitas.
See what they can keep doing. Shifter with a good teleport there. Bjergsen was kind of waiting on Inferno to come back up from that last nade top. So they really played everything perfectly in that window. Dignitas is...
At least call it an Inferno nade or like a Mega nade.
Yeah, next time. There'll be more, I hope.
Mega nade. It's the upgrade from Gatorade that Bjergsen drinks. Only sold at Burger King.
Man.
That was too much, wasn't it? Freak cast me yesterday for the first time in a long time. He kind of infected me.
I'm sorry.
Darius is back to his solo farming
We'll
up
sterilize
top,
during this cast.
Okay.
3K gold. Darius doing what he can. He is getting a good push on that lane, though. If he's left there for as long as he can be up there, he's not, obviously, like we said, the aggressive Jax, but he will provide enough pressure to hopefully start spreading Dignitas thin. Zion Spartan's wild growth in these fights is going to be a very big impact because they're going to want that kill immediately. Amazing's going to go in, and then they're going to have all these shields and all this defense from Braum and Zion Spartan.
Yeah, exactly. They've got multiple options. Uh-oh. Crumbs, though, gets caught. He's got no option.
Not very many options on this one. That's going to be Wild Turtle coming over the wall, and they do give the kill to the 80 carry.
But because Dig, before this, were playing the game so well with their battle plan, there's nothing on the map for TSM to capitalize after that kill. The Dragon was already taken by Dig. The top lane turret was already taken. Their bottom lane had already shoved up. So Dignitas, with their strong early game, has actually protected themselves against this retribution from TSM in the mid game. Even though it was risky for Crumbs to go for that deep vision, they aren't punished too badly for him getting caught.
I always like to say that, you know, the gold lead gives you time. A little bit of time to make errors, this and that. Obviously, if you die with a Baron, you're okay, but it sucks that you died with a Baron.
Yeah, but we've seen so many teams get the early lead so far this Super Week and then make these mid-game mistakes that actually cost them the game. So this one wasn't punished too badly, but if they continue to make those mistakes, TSM will gladly take that gold and wait for Dyrus on Jax to scale up in damage.
That turned around a little bit, but Dyrus' mana bar is
that
big.
was
He's
a
completely
bold
out.
move.
They miss the wild growth.
Move. Woo. Dyrus is playing with fire.
Whoa,
Yep,
whoa,
is
whoa.
up as well.
No! Oh my gosh.
They can still keep chasing.
So
here,
this
low
is a
on
dragon
mana.
for all this. Zion Spartan being a one-man troop up here. The throw, that's a flash for a flash.
Bjergsen's got
he
him on
wants it
inside
so
track,
much. Yeah, but you got Whimsy coming out for 5 seconds on a blue buff. You're not going to be catching a Lulu. What a
They're
chase.
still going though. Amazing is going really deep
Oh,
here.
he's going to fake it and back. Is he just going to farm still?
All right,
what
Amazing's just going to steal this blue buff. But yeah, once again, timed for Dignitas here. They get the second dragon out of that. And all that commotion top. TSM more distracted.
That's getting spread thin right there. Who is going to be able to split push harder? And it's Zion Spartan.
And they immediately move from dragon up to mid lane. Dignitas.
Wow.
Capitalizing on Zion Spartan. This is one of the things that people really wanted to see when Zion was on coast. Because Zion could draw so much attention up to himself in a top lane. He's bullying Dyrus. He's getting very deep in TSM territory. This time around, when all of TSM are attracted to that top lane, Dignitas punished them really, really quickly for it. Very clean execution from Dig. Dragon and mid turret, huge for them. They really want to take this mid game and run with it.
Zion Spartan's really good in those tight moments of just kind of being able to somehow dodge 3 or 4 people. You remember him on Nasus, taking down inhibitors by himself in 3v1 situations on Coast. He loves that style of play. Puts himself in that environment and thrives. Now we have the lane pushing into Cutie Pie. He's going to try and get some free farm in the top lane now. Let's see what he can get out. The Triforce finished. Wild Turtle rushing that Infinity Edge for his Lucian. Slow moving now for Dig as they got a little bit of what they wanted. And now they kind of have to get the ward coverage out to take some more. TSM's going to start clearing that though.
And they actually also just pulled a very nice lane swap here.
Right.
Because they want to get more farm onto Cutie now, sending Hin up top after that long wave pushed up to their turret. They put pressure on the last perimeter turret here with Zion going down bottom. Supplemented by Kiwi Kid's crowd control. This is a very, very frustrating bottom
Iris already
lane
did
to
like
get
the
out.
1v1.
TSM would have to work very hard to evict Zion and Kiwi from this bottom lane. They're going to try, though. The Jax and Jarvan combo here are going to do their best to hold on.
You can tell.
Their best is not good enough, though.
Crumb's clearing out the bottom side of the jungle, so they feel a little bit safer to split push in that area. Whoa! Did he just flash for that, but he almost like negated his distance. Glebe gets out of that one alive. That was weird. Zion Spartan's gonna move. He'll be safe. Whimsy gets his red buff slow off. A little bit of a misengage there.
Yeah, a lot
Destiny was used as well.
A lot of tools blown for Dignitas there, and Glebe's even able to get out alive with just his flash. Being patient there. It's flat. It's a cool move to do the Vault Breaker flash.
Oh yeah.
But in this case, he knew that there was.
Oh! The Q! He jumps! Oh, he bops him right in the head.
Zion getting punished there for the no armor build.
He's all right.
Zion was just going super hard push. He got maximum cooldown reduction with the mana regeneration, so he can just shove waves over and over. But Dyrus, in those range versus melee matchups, a lot of the time the range can bully the melee champion early on, and if left alone. However, the melee almost always has the kill pressure. And Dyrus has finally been able to take advantage. There's the familiar sound.
Jack is a fickle champion to
Can
fight.
TSM get to the point, though, where Dyrus is able to be the stronger split pusher?
It's been a while since we've seen Dyrus kind of be the dominant titan in a game, back when he used to play Jace and just crush people, back when his Shyvana was the one to be the initiation and the strength and not just teleport into an already occurring fight. So we may see him kind of changing, turning over a new leaf.
He's definitely getting there. The blade completion will help him out a lot. Just finishing that Blade of the Ruined King, now he has that extra slow to go for the all-in with Zion Spartan. See if he can actually 1v1 him again.
Support Wars next at 11.
And then again at 12. And then again at 1 a.m. It's going to be a long fight.
20 minutes into this one. Good fight from both teams so far. Definitely wanting the win right out of the gate. A little bit more from Dignitas. Crumbs has some good moves towards the mid lane, but hasn't really shut down Bjergsen too much. 230 to 168 in farm in that lane.
Yeah, he has been able to shove Bjergsen there. But the ultimates from Twisted Fate were fairly strong. Shifter with the one
Shifter's
top.
made the moves he's needed to, though, to be very helpful to the team.
Controlling that mid decently.
Got the Zanyas quite quick for a little bit of playmaking.
And let's check in on those support wars, because really what happens with the support wars, results are shown on the map with where the vision control is. And this time around, Kiwi has also enlisted Cutie Pie to help him. So they're going with the duo trying to get vision here and defending the wards that Kiwi Kid risked his life to put down. Cutie Pie is going to help him out there.
Uh-oh.
No flash this time for Glebe, remember.
Oh, he used the shield to stop it up. Cutie Pie's hit the long-range Bio Arcane and the Living Artillery. Kog'Maw isn't supposed to get a double kill. That's not what TSM wanted to see.
Kiwi running low on HP there. But we just saw one of the reasons why so many of these North American teams have recently been having so much success with Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
The ward wars are such a good way to pick a fight with these teams that are not paying attention. They seem to be forgetting about Twisted Fate's ultimate, the cooldown being up so often, and they continually get engaged on over these fights for very small objectives. Just that one ward in the Pixel Bush, the huge, Braum Shield, we talked about the power of that, blocking everything that Glebe could throw out. And the great engage as well, we got a preview of it here. Woo! Close one.
Squeeze tight.
So yeah, we got the preview of the Vibe plus Twisted Fate right there.
Yeah.
TSM definitely going to have to watch their step now. As we said, with the Twisted Fate on Dignitas, they have that extra tool for catching people out in the mid game. And with all the turrets now down, we're going to see more of this. Dig slowly moving up their line of wards into TSM territory. And then if TSM try and fight them over that line of wards, then Dig will go with the hard engage. And
if it's
jump
not
right
even,
back in.
If it's not even over the line of wards, you're seen by Living Artillery or Destiny to find you out. They have a lot of options. Very, very safe play. And like you said, the wards from Dignitas have pretty much been since day one of the summer split. Crumbs has kind of been loving that vision, even more since the spring split.
And we saw him die once for it already. When early game, he was going to put those down. But those deep wards do pay off for them later if he's able to get them down.
Got to have the money to place them. It's a dangerous, dangerous thing. 6,000 gold, though. That lead has been going up quite fast. Amazing. Very good mental play here. He's going to go ahead and get some vision. But wow, instantly taken down to half HP from just a few hits.
At what cost, Riv? At the cost of half of his life. Bjergsen, though, at least he has blue buff for TSM's sake. Trying desperately to wave clear.
Zion Spartan gets some great vision in the top lane of 3.
Oh yeah, he gets to watch that double golem twins getting taken down.
Very good ping coming out from Team Solo Mid. They're saying it seems like it would be free now to clear wards out, but he needs a buddy. That's going to be Wild Turtle, it seems. We'll just hover up with Glebe, and they're safe. Zion Spartan in the bottom lane to start clearing out. Looking at that matchup, still 199, 174, not too bad. And we've seen Dyrus in the 1v1 start to come back strong.
Yeah, if worse comes to worse for Zion, though, he can always just hug his turret.
Yeah.
You know, he's building for the team fights, and, you know, he's got cooldown reduction, mana regeneration, and now working towards death cap. So he'll be extremely effective in team fights. In the 1v1, pretty much all he has to do is clear these waves out. So he's got plenty of AP now for his Glitter Lance. He can continually clear out the waves that Dyrus pushes up to his turret. As long as he's able to hold his ground under the turret, Zion's doing his job.
Well, it could be quite a long time, Kobe. Both times these teams played, it's gone over 40 minutes, so we'll be in for a treat.
And Dig, they keep on burning a lot of their health on these Baron attempts, when really, I feel like they should just be baiting more since they've been able to... Whoa!
Hello! Can anybody close that distance, though? Kiwi Kid throwing out a Fisher, so they get a little bit of ground movement from both teams. Amazing throws out the cat, Kiwi Kid with the Fisher. Safe
Couple
on both
ultis
sides.
for ultis. Shifter flashed
Shifter
down.
did flash. That'll be nice for them to have next time.
Zion doing his best to annoy Dyrus in his attempts to farm. Teleport is up for both of these.
Oh, there goes Destiny in the mid lane. Throwing out the red card on a turtle. He gets over the wall with Relentless Pursuit very nicely. Actually flashed for that one. And it looks like the team is going to be holding strong for Dignitas in mid. They are low as they back off of this one.
Yeah, both of their hard engaged cooldowns blown here. Twisted Fate ultimate, Vi ultimate, not going to be there. And Braum had used his earlier, so there was no follow-up. Sort of the third round of CC from Dig, not able to lock down TSM. And TSM, they're on the back foot, but that was a good sign that they were able to escape that engage in the 4 versus 4. It's up really to Dig to, again, force this issue of the vision war. That's the safest way for Dignitas to try and catch out TSM.
We just saw him do it to Glebe. It was a double kill for AmaCutie Pie as they went up towards the blue buff. Zion Spartan and Kiwi Kid safely rushing down middle, and this huge change in that. That was 78 before, 78% in favor of TSM, now 56-44.
Dignitas have something in mind right now because Zion has got his blue elixir. Mid-game blue elixir. I think that means he must have also completed his death cap. No. Yes, he did. So he completed his death cap, and immediately that increases the value of your elixir because you do get that extra bonus added to your elixir too. So it's even more efficient of a buy. And Zion has a very big power spike right now with that sitting on him. But this is going to have to return to try and defend against Dyrus.
Destiny's almost up. You can see that Dignitas is trying to clear around the Baron area. This looks like they're trying to do a little bit more of the take instead of lose their HP to Baron. The take works. Glebe goes down. But this is the answer now from TSM. Is it too much for Dig to handle? Amazing is quite tanky. Gets a nice Q to shred out both Crumbs and Kiwi Kid, but there's no follow-up.
And look at the patience from Dig. They make the call for Zion to hold his teleport. Even with the threat of the Jarvan Jax hard engaging and sticking to Dig, they had the confidence to escape that and come away with a huge lead. Not only did they get the kill, but the teleport advantage is going to be very, very big for them.
Oh, man. This is going to be huge. They're going for Dragon. Zion's got a gigantic wave in the bottom lane, and now there's pressure to Baron. TSM is spread so thin, they can't even get one person over to Baron.
Crumbs
right now.
with that Trinity Force build, really risky.
They get Shifter in, trying to micro in that damage. You can't really do the aggro dance with Baron. He's just gonna hurt, but Dignitas prevails. They grab Baron at 27 minutes in.
And how did they start that off? The Vision Wars. This time, they didn't start attacking Baron. They waited for the pick first. They got the pick onto TSM, and after that, returning for their prize. So they have to do the work first, and then you get to go for Baron.
Great map movement all around from Dignitas, giving them everything they need. They've been able to keep that 6,000 gold lead. Still very slow in the turret game. The map pressure is kind of just wavering back and forth between objective team fights right now. But I guess that's helping Team Solo Mid, really. If Dyrus can start getting a lot bigger from those fights, from just being alone all the time, he's going to be wreaking havoc in these fights.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be too late for him, though, because Zion is so strong right now with all the global gold that Dignitas have been holding on to this whole game.
That's
with
true,
all their
and he's
control.
up, yes.
He's now working on armor. So he went with that full team fight build, and now he's got the arm guard working towards that Zanya. So he's extremely strong right now, even in comparison to Jax, who's almost at the double item power spike. It might never get to the point for TSM, though, where they really get to use him effectively as a split pusher.
Yeah, Sheen was actually just built 8 minutes ago. That would have definitely been a nice power spike to have. But like you said, with the armor, Zion Spartan will be happy to take some empowered shots.
And even if Dyrus does get that strong, a 2 offensive item Jax is not that great in the late game team fights, because Dyrus can get CC'd by the Braum counter engage, plus Lulu can use her ult defensively. She doesn't have to use it on Crumbs when he goes in. They can save all of these tools for a late game Jax. If Jax does become a problem, they have plenty of crowd control to deal with him. Whimsy, Braum, everything. They have a lot of options here for Dig. It's looking very strong for them.
Turn him into a little dragon. Do whatever you want. Good push here on the wave. This is going to be a hard turret to secure here. TSM. There's the teleport in. Somehow Zion Spartan got the turret on himself, actually. Dyrus jumps out of that, throws down his ultimate to Grandmaster, though. Here comes the Mega Inferno Bomb in. They throw out the ultimate when it can still be used for the fight. We'll see if Dignitas can hold strong in this. They're getting great damage on the turret for the amount of what's been used. Can they keep pushing?
Yes, sir. Take down the turret. The Baron buff going to regenerate them as well, so they don't have to return to base right now. All 3 lanes pushing for them. They can easily rotate over to another objective. Top outer is the last outer turret that is standing for them. Oh, never mind, mid turret as well. That one's still here.
Really great control over the map, as Dignitas has been getting when they have their wins. If they can fall into this mark, it usually is theirs. That's their weakness coming kind of into the summer split, is if they don't get ahead early, will they be able to kind of recuperate? Do they have a team that they build in Champion Select that can recuperate? It's starting to become a harder thing as the games get longer.
Yeah, it looks like this game, Dig really have had the superior plan all game long. Shifter going with the hard engaged Twisted Fate for just wave clear and the initiate, pushing Zanya's into death cap after his Athenes and not going for the split push Lich Bane because they have Zion who can hold his own and just go for the wave clear. Really, they've been using this Twisted Fate for picks, not for split pushing. And the picks have been effective. Every time he comes in, usually targeting Dyrus, they've been able to pick him off in the side lane and grab an objective afterwards.
Cutie Pie going for Blade to the Rune King into Triforce here, and then the Infinity Edge for Kog'Maw. Knowing the game will go a little bit later, he has time to build that up. The Giants bout built up on Crumb so he can get a few more safer initiations in and hopefully live a little bit longer. TSM's just trying to clear out. They have the power to stop these sieges. Bjergsen's on Ziggs, and we haven't seen too much from him. He's been farming his face off, so we're still waiting to see an impact from the damage he can provide.
Yeah, they're trying to have Shifter just stall the game and wave clear for the team while they try and power up Dyrus. But again, even Dyrus still has his hands full. Zion with those completed Death Cap plus Athenes.
Not many moves they can make right now. Ward's all in. Dignitas has complete control of this jungle. Pinks, greens, everywhere. TSM should not be able to start grabbing these, but they are getting some damage on that top turret, and losing a ward for the turret will be fine with that.
Yeah, as seen by the ward placement, Vision Wars.
Yeah.
Won by Kiwi Kid and Dignitas. By the way, it's not just Kiwi Kid. You know, he's sort of the star of the Vision War, but Crumbs is definitely
hit the turret,
doing his part as well.
Still the very slow push. Dignitas giving TSM some room to breathe.
I'm really surprised actually that TSM did go back to this strategy, because they were talking about how they were not even really happy, even though they won the game yesterday. They didn't really like that style of waiting for the split push jacks. But again, it was left open, so they went right back to it. May have been them getting in their own heads trying to deny jacks from Zion.
Well, one thing TSM can do is kind of keep a consistent mind. They won't kind of fall out of the split push jacks. They won't try to just do something crazy and forget the composition they're trying to run. Some teams in a late game fall into that. They stretch themselves into an area where maybe we can try this, and when they would have just gone with the split push, that would have worked. TSM's a team that can keep their head
Dragon
in
can
line.
be luring TSM out into the map. This is an opportunity for Dignitas once again to go with a TF initiate into a Vi ulti.
Ooh.
They just go for the mid rush
Drive
here.
down mid lane.
They'd rather take the turret, and they've got TSM in a bad spot. TSM cannot defend that outer one.
This would be huge for Dig to grab. Then they can freely move between these outer turrets. So much harder for TSM to stop now.
Whoa.
Turtle, holy macaroni. That's some HP.
That is an Infinity Edge Kog'Maw right now. He's got Infinity Edge plus his Trinity Force.
Oh, wow. Those few shots allow them to take an inhibitor turret as well. The inhibitor's going to be going down. Dignitas deciding to drive straight down middle. Gets 3 structures for themselves. And a great stop from Zion Spartan. They're going to be able to go to whatever lane they want, or at least clear out all these pink wards in the jungle and then reset.
TSM with a little bit of a missed call after that dragon.
Yeah.
You know, taking the dragon and trading it for the last outer turret in mid is not the worst situation, but not immediately recalling after dragon and trying to come up through the jungle is just a poor call. So by canceling that, they aren't even able to defend their inhibitor turret. And really, that's the biggest thing for TSM. When you have Ziggs, the hardest thing that you should be defending are your inhibitor turrets, because those are ridiculously hard for teams to actually crack through in the late game, even if they are this far ahead. But if you are out of position for 1 second there, Dignitas immediately take down that inhibitor turret, and that is going to be a clear path for them.
Oh, man. I was just about to say, Dig would have had a great fight. We just had Mega Inferno Bomb come back up from being used on the inhibitor, but Dignitas has been kiting the fight on this one. Vision coming from Living Artillery, walks into the bush, gives up Dyrus as well. They already have a ward on the other side, so I guess it doesn't matter. There is the ultimate. Cutie Pie's in there. Amazing's trying to help, but he gets shredded down immediately. Turtle's on the outside, providing a great culling, but it's not enough to finish the job. And TSM's left pretty much spread out and looking at that fight from the outside.
Yeah, Amazing goes down. Even though TSM can chase Dig off, getting them low, again, no kills secured, no gold gained, and they don't have the power on the map to take any objective after this.
And Dignitas is giving themselves so many more options to create chaos in these fights. Let's look at this one more time.
So they focus onto the Kog'Maw. And it's Amazing sees Kog'Maw right there, so he's like, great, I can catch this Cog. They land the bubble onto him, but look at the deeps coming out from the rest of Dignitas. Just blow up the tank. Good wave as well. Everything really that they wanted to hit Cog did.
Yep.
And Shifter as well in the line of fire gets taken low. But Dignitas were able to take down frontline Amazing just so quickly that TSM can't grab anything after. This Baron going down very quickly, by the way.
Teleports are up. Dyrus just jumped on Zion Spartan in the bottom lane, so they're not teleporting into this. It's already been grabbed Baron on to Dignitas. The Whimsy in. What a shield that Zion Spartan gets. He's going to get some help from Shifter. They're going to lock down Dyrus, and they are going to lock down a long, strong mid push. Well, actually, I guess they're going to the side lanes. Mid's still down.
That's just TSM getting frustrated with this game. They know that it's really spiraled out of control for them, and Dyrus trying to make a play. This Zion doing a really good job, though. Number one thing people talk about with Lulu is how annoying he is to play against. Zion knows he's not really trying to just straight up 1v1 kill Dyrus. He's toying with Dyrus, harassing him and waiting for Shifter to come in. He knows he has his teammate to back him up. Even if Shifter hadn't come at that right time, Zion might have even been able to finish that himself as well. So
especially with the Baron buff.
Dig really with this game in hand.
Dignitas definitely very good at controlling their lead. Now up to 12,000 gold.
I have to say, there's
11,000.
so many different faces that we see from Dig, and this is the most calm that we've seen them execute a game in a while. At no point did they start to panic. At no point did they start to rush their calls.
Whimsy, such a great just counter to that, or counter strike, if you will. You're still having it after you're stunned. If you use it before it goes off, Dyrus just cannot get himself into the spot he wants. Crumb's going a bit ham under the turret, but they get one more shot on it. Oh, the wild card! Tag's amazing in the end. Cutie Pie a little too close for comfort. Shifter's got his gold card, though. They're safe to stay, and they're still on the inhibitor turret.
That was 3 versus 4
Ruh-roh.
up in the top.
That's
as well.
close. Getting a little too confident here.
Dyrus wants vengeance.
You gotta chase him. You know, Whimsy. He turned you into a dragon. He's gone. 38 minutes in. TSM struggling to get Dignitas out of their base. Dyrus goes in hard on this one.
Yeah.
Look at a stun up.
Everybody just feels bad. Dyrus now.
Just when you think you got away. Gonna have Cutie Pie pushing mid now. Dignitas full control here on the game as they drop the middle inhibitor turret. Only a matter of time now before day 2 of Super Week kicks off with a Dig win.
You know, Skara also talked about in an interview how a lot of the times in North America the teams are getting exactly what they want, both sides, and then it's really just up to execution of both teams and how that team wants to play. Dignitas definitely with the better execution this time around. Crumbs, though, he's going to get executed himself.
Almost.
Not quite able to get the turret in time.
Too bad, so sad. Comes up very close. 8-3. 3 more turrets rest on the map for Team Solo Mid. That's just gold in the pocket for Dignitas. About to win the game. Let me take a Wraith can.
All right, now they're just padding their team numbers for fantasy. Collecting all the gold on the map. Chalk up another dragon for Dig, because they are going to be rich when they go back to base after this one.
See what the gold is. 17,000. So 14 just in that mid lane. A 3K gold lead for Shifter. 2K coming in for Cutie Pie over Wild Turtle. 3K for Zion Spartan. Just far and ahead.
4K for Crumbs. Everybody, 2 to 4K gold leads across the board for Dig members. And Crumbs kind of proves his point, you know, talking about how important early dragon control is to him.
Yeah.
That chain of global gold that they were able to secure.
And for him, a much more controlled game in general. It kind of wins when he picked up that Vive. Like we said, that was a 0-5-1 game last time. He still, you know, tried to go for the full damage build as we saw Dexter doing. And it just showed that Crumbs had a bad game, because right now he's putting his foot down. And he's been, 1, 2, and 4, but he's been in the right spots to facilitate this 9 and 4 huge gold lead that his team has.
And some smart choices from him definitely throughout the game as well. And yeah, now transitioning into that tank.
Yeah.
Randuin's, even in the nerfed state, pretty much one of the go-to armor and health items. Still not quite sold on the early Sunfire capes.
Ooh. It's like 600 shield coming out for Zion Spartan. Easily tanking up a few shots on the turret. Does a little damage still. Dyrus getting Angar. He wants to do some damage. Whoa, Amazing goes in. Dyrus was in the mid lane, so they don't even get a full crowd control lockup. Kiwi Kid's gonna get hit up. Turtle's able to heal himself quite nicely with the help of Glee, but that's another inhibitor turret going down, Kobe. They're about to run amok in TSM's base.
And you can see how safe Dig were still playing. Even though Kiwi Kid about to go down, Lulu shields, Lulu ultimates all go to Cutie Pie. They don't even want to risk getting him low on him.
Yeah.
Kiwi Kid, though, might not be so happy about that one. Speaking of fantasy points.
5-0-3, Shift to the God, still alive somehow. He only died a few times yesterday.
Well, he's been playing,
Himself alive.
you know, fairly safe and calculated with that twisted
That's
mid as
true.
well. He hasn't gone for the risky.
Even with the Zanyas.
TFLs.
Zanyas! There, dodges out the bubble on the edge of his seat. Shifter stays alive on that one. Kiwi Kid has gone down previously, but you see Dig is still in the base despite that. Feels controlled, and they have minions pouring in from every single lane.
Good thing Loco did not go double or nothing on that bet with Skara. And Dignitas
man.
really seemed to have TSM's number. What would be double or nothing on a bowl cut?
I don't know. I don't even have anything good enough for that. You gotta get Freak on the desk.
I guess you'd have to redo the bowl cut, as the first one, not very bowl-like anymore.
It'd be like just half of your head is a bowl cut and the other head is shaved vertically down the middle. Yeah.
No, he's just got to wear an actual bowl on his head for the next week.
Nice.
All right, Dig finally, though. With all inhibitors down, everything on the map taken, they have to go finish this game now. There are really like no other options. Well, Crumbs is farming the jungle still. Crumbs is farming white right now. What are you doing? You don't need that money.
How do you make your fans happy? You give them fantasy points.
There's nothing else for him to buy.
Hell, I have
oh
Shifter.
my God.
I have Shifter and Zion. I'm smiling.
All right. Well, if you have the Dig team, you get points for all of the objectives that they take. So another Baron would
I have
be
Team
big.
Solo Mid. Oh, man. Dignitas back on Baron 43 minutes into this one. And it's going to be dead quite fast. TSM still kind of trying to put out the fire in their base at this point. Whew, 14,000 gold lead coming in strong as Dig looks to drive to the Nexus.
Oh, man.
Nope,
They're
never mind.
taking
Red Bomb.
everything. They have to clean the whole map.
When you party this hard, usually you clean
Okay.
up before you leave.
There you go. That's just common courtesy.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't just leave. That's rude. You got to deliver. 10-5, Dig looking to deliver here. Hopefully, this is going to be another inhibitor going down. I think this is the third time mid has gone down. A good fight being put up by Team Solo Mid here, but Dignitas, they're giving them a little too much breathing room at this point.
Reveling in their success so far. Dig with the complete victory.
There we go. Just because the camera pans to the Nexus doesn't mean Dig wants to. Finally, Cutie Pie's on the turrets. We're going to get one down. A 15,000 gold lead. The last initiation TSM wants to throw in. They're going for broke. A great ultimate by Crumbs. They're able to lock down Amazing. He goes down. Bjergsen's going gold for just a few before he goes into the coffin as well. The triple kill coming out. Shifter looking for another Penta possibly, but he is very low, and the Nexus will be even lower. Dignitas takes down Team Solo Mid. So there's a win that took a while with a smile.
Yeah. Dignitas pretty happy with that one. They've been feeling like they had that one in the bag for a while here. Very well executed.
Yeah, it was.
Really just one single hiccup was it. And it was only a single kill that they kind of gave away with Crumbs going for the riskier vision.
Right.
But really, other than that, what a strong game from Dig. Almost flawless from them.
Big smile on Skara's face as he tells the team, just pack up. We'll talk later. Great game. Crumbs, again, coming out on the bye. Had, like we said, a pretty poor showing last time. It was a tough game for him. And this time, we saw the consideration in his ganks. He went top lane to leave it for mid lane first blood, and the right choice.
He's a guy who actually enjoys the games where the top three junglers are banned out. And you open up the field to everybody else. So he's actually pretty happy that he got to get some variety in his life.
And strong play brought to the top lane as well. Zion and Dyrus both didn't have amazing scores. It's 1-2-7, 1-4-0. But they definitely gave Dyrus hell. They made sure that he couldn't be a late game factor. And we even saw it kind of, once they knew the game was kind of folded under for them, they were just kind of trying everything. And sometimes you need to, but it was hurting even more.
It was just such a well-rounded comp here from Dig. They had early pick possibilities with dives with the Vi and TF and Braum. And then they had a late game insurance with Kog'Maw. So much map control from them all game long. TSM, though, a little bit sad with the way that one went. They went back to the same thing they used yesterday and not quite as effective this time around, to say the least.
It wasn't too long ago that these teams played. That was just back in week 5. That was also a 40-minute game. So we see these kind of consistent in the times, but Dignitas now in 2-1 in those overall matchups. So they're really able to find what TSM figures out in these games. The fact that they can go after Bjergsen and kind of take that key factor out of the team and kind of quiet the voice right off the bat.
Bjergsen had over 500 CS there on Ziggs.
Yeah.
But it was fairly quiet. This is not the Bjergsen that we're
Right.
used to seeing from TSM. They banned out, Dignitas banned out Yasuo, which was one of the assassins that he's been going back to.
Yeah.
And Bjergsen not on an assassin, TSM looked completely different.
There's
Now,
like-
that was the plan, though, because they
Right.
got, the wave clear, and they were relying on Jax for the damage. But
That's a good point. It was a little weird to not see Bjergsen the kind of a focus of a TSM game from their side. Yeah, Dig focused them, but he wasn't making plays. When we usually saw his attacks, it was a Mega Inferno Bomb to another lane, and we weren't really watching Bjergsen. We hardly saw him this game. So that's just how much Dig kind of caused chaos on the map, didn't allow a Ziggs to roam. And they were also trying to take Shifter's blue buff, but that didn't work in the beginning either. Dig was able to shut down quite a bit. So make sure you share favorite moments. Share your favorite moments. Those are words from today by tweeting at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Right now, we're going to throw it over to Dash and Zyrene for a word with one of the winners.
Thanks, Riv. We're joined by Diggs jungler Crumbs, fresh off yet another win against TSM. You're now 3-0 against them this split. So my first question to you is, why do you have their number? What's going on?
I feel like their picks change every single week that we play them. They're just a completely different style every single time, and it's kind of. I don't think they've just found their own stride. I don't think it's that we have their number. I think that they're just struggling to just stick with one specific kind of team comp and style that they want to run. And if you're not playing at your optimal style, then you're gonna suffer.
All right, and let's go back to Champion Select here. You talked about their picks. You guys didn't take Jax first pick.
Yeah.
You let them have it. Yet you guys both had comeback victories off of Jax yesterday. What was the thought process behind that?
So we knew that they really valued Jax because they first picked it yesterday against Curse. So obviously you want to put that champion in a really high priority. We thought they'd take it early, and they actually took it in the first rotation. But we didn't really care because we thought that we'd be able to just out-team fight them. So we came in with a game plan as to how to deal with a split push pressure, and we ended up just taking Vi, which is a really good... It's kind of like a Nocturne almost, that if you're split pushing alone, you're going to get caught out. Vi with Twisted Fate, if you're just trying to split push, you're going to get collapsed on every single time. And Lulu is a really strong lane bully, and they didn't actually ban out Lulu, which means that we could have the early advantage on the Jax in the beginning of the game, which meant that I thought they were going to put a lot of pressure on the Lulu lane, especially with the D-Blade start on Jax, but I guess not. And then that meant that we had a really strong lane bully in the beginning of the lane for Jax, which meant that it just stalls longer for how much time he needs to ramp up and just be that split push monster.
Well, you managed to get that Vi, and then we saw the effectiveness of it. We're going to jump to a replay. 4 minutes in, it's the first blood that you get in the mid lane. And just kind of walk us through it, your thoughts.
So I knew that he warded that, but we also knew that Jax had not warded at something top. So I had a free time to gank him from behind. And just a knockback puts him right in range for that. And then I just try to flash in front of the satchel charge so that it knocks me forward and not backwards. And with Shifter flashing after me, I just try to tank a little bit of the turret so that he didn't get the aggro and free kill. Even though none of our mid laners have Ignite, that just meant that with so much damage on Vi, with pretty much a fully charged Vault Breaker with the armor reduction and gold card, we were able to kill him even if it zigs with heal.
Right, so we saw the first blood mid lane, which helps your mid laner. We also have Lulu in the top lane, who's pressuring Jax hard. Now that you've established this early dominance and early lead, as one of the leaders of the team, what are the next steps? What are you telling your team that you need to do now to ensure victory?
Well, Dragon's the only thing that matters. So we managed to push out Jax and pressure him so much, which we just basically established a lot of ward controls around mid lane, making it so that TF could just go unseen, which puts a lot of Destiny pressure. So we're thinking the enemy team's just like, oh, well, TF is off the map. He's looking for a play. So by hiding Twisted Fate and me showing up top, making it really obvious that a gank is happening, we're able to shut down Jax and eventually force his teleport back to lane after Lulu chunking him, which meant that since our Lulu had a teleport, we're able to just head down a dragon and get free dragons, which is pretty much the story of the game. We just got a bunch of free dragons because we outplayed them with the teleports.
Another story of the game, though, is you guys went for 3 Barons, and the first one was at 27 minutes. That was actually a pretty big change for Dignitas in the overall. You guys have pretty much shied away from it and thrown at it a couple times, and notorious for that. Why is that changed now? And you guys just have so much control, and it seems so easy for you now to take those Barons.
I don't think this split we've actually thrown at Baron, really. We're getting really good at just understanding when to do it, and it's just a matter of really thinking about it. Because before, we'd use Baron as a tool of, oh, we're losing, let's just try Baron. Right? Or, oh, we're even. Oh, let's just try Baron. Let's just see what happens. So now we're actually, okay, well, Baron, we can use this as a tool to actually get it if they're not in range, or we can just bait it in. Now, we failed to do that a couple of times, but we managed to not really do anything because we had such a good position on them that they're not able to capitalize on our damage from Baron quickly enough. So we just basically tried many times until we managed to catch them at doing Dragon as 2, and then we just got a free Baron off that. So it just puts a lot of pressure on the map, especially with the Destiny, that you just walking into it makes it really dangerous for the opposing team.
Yeah, we saw yet another example of that Baron control and pressure that you were talking about at 35 minutes, where off the heels of the Baron, you guys managed to catch Jax in the red side jungle. So we're actually going to pull that replay up. It's 35 minutes. Just explain to me kind of the thought process of having that Destiny pressure and things like that.
Oh, so right now we just finished a Baron because I think we had killed Jarvan, so we had a lot of time, and Jax is really trying to kill Lulu, which I don't think he can kill him on his own anyways, but Lulu just tried to kite him out long enough because if he dies with no flash, by the time he spawns, we're able to establish good position into our lanes and just kill him again. So this is just a standard. There's nothing too special about this gank. It's just Lulu kiting him out while waiting for Twisted Fate, but him going for that play is a really desperate move by him. He's just trying to make something happen, and in reality, you're never going to kill Lulu as Jax like that, even if you have red buff. So eventually, it just backfired, and at that point, I feel like that game was pretty over for them. It was just a matter of how long can you stall with Ziggs.
And you guys are now tying CLG for first place again. Nobody's really run away with it this split. Who do you guys think is right on your heels, and who is your biggest competition right now in the LCS?
I think every team's just strong right now. Obviously, CLG is pretty solid. We're 2-0 against them, and they've beaten us every time. But I think that it's just a matter of who can be better, really. Because I really like the showing that we had against TSM this game, because I felt like we were aggressors this time around. Like maybe they didn't do what they wanted to do, but in the end, we managed to be aggressive against something like a Ziggs and make the plays that we needed to do to win. So that shows that we have an understanding as to what we need to do to win a game and not just win off the mistakes of the opponent.
All right, well, tomorrow you guys actually have your 2-game day against Complexity and Cloud9. What are you guys looking to do to prepare for those two teams? Anything special coming out?
Well, not really. I mean, our picks and bans are just the only like crazy thing that you'd be able to see. But besides that, Complexity looked really solid yesterday against CLG, which they had a game, I think like a 5K gold lead at 10 minutes, which they should have won off that decidedly, but they ended up throwing a Baron. But they look really good, and they're playing up next against EG. So just scouting out their matches and just being able to formulate something about the information you can gather from 2 matches in a row should prepare better plans for the future games that we have. Same thing goes for C9.
All right, just to touch on that a little bit more, the statistics have said that you guys perform very well at the very beginnings of weeks, either beginning or middle of weeks, and tend to lose more of your games that happen on Sundays or near the end of the week. Is that something that's in your guys' head that you're thinking about? Is there a reason why that might be?
I never even thought of that, really. I always thought it was that it was the beginning of the split, not in terms of days. So I don't really know where that's coming from anyways, but as far as I know, I mean, it's already late. Isn't that late in the split already? It's week 7, so I feel like we've already gotten that past that part of, oh, you guys are just getting lucky in the beginning. But as far as playing on Sunday, I mean, if anything, our worst game would have been a day because we don't like waking up this early. For us, waking up early is 9 a.m. It's like, oh, don't wake me up at this hour. But we were able to actually pull it off, sleep early, and do that. So since tomorrow we don't play first game, I think we'll be fine.
An interesting point, though, is 4 of your 5 losses are on the last day of the week.
Wow, really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I didn't consider that stat.
A little statistical knowledge for you.
Oh, don't psych me out. I think it'll be fine.
Oh, what is it? Oh.
All right, well, regardless, great performance today. Best of luck tomorrow, and thank you for joining us on the desk. All right, don't go anywhere. After a quick break, we'll be right back with more action as Complexity storms onto the Rift to face off against Evil Geniuses. Stay tuned.
Skarner got buffed and he's like, one last game for Skarner.
No flash this time for Glebe, remember.
Oh, he used the shield to stop it up. Cutie Pie's hit the long-range Bio Arcane and the Living Artillery. So I guess it doesn't matter. There is the ultimate. Cutie Pie's in there. Amazing's trying to help, but he gets shredded down immediately. Turtle's on the outside, providing a great culling. The last initiation TSM wants to throw in. They're going for broke. A great ultimate by Crumbs. They're able to lock down Amazing. He goes down. Bjergsen's going gold for just a few before he goes into the coffin as well. Welcome back to the North American Summer Split. We are heading back into action with our next matchup. That is Complexity versus Evil Geniuses. And both of these teams are coming off tough-fought losses that just could as easily been wins.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity actually took control of their game early against CLG. And this split, they have been a team that can transition a lead early into a win, as we've seen in their games against Cloud9. But yesterday, Complexity made a poor mid-game decision to start that Baron up. And CLG took this opportunity to collapse on them, and Complexity lost 3 members, Baron, and control of the game with that one move. And it's, you know, those types of mistakes that teams used to be able to make and still eke out wins in the LCS, but no longer.
Right, and EG found themselves in a similar situation when they took an early lead against Dignitas yesterday.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses have a knack for pinpointing their opponent's weaknesses. Yesterday, they preyed on Zion's aggressive style and attacked him in the top lane. But once they took a lead, they became overly cautious and stopped taking those calculated risks needed to win the game. Instead, they were playing not to lose. And another thing that came out of that match was Helios pulling up a sneaky move in Champ Select and switching over to take a jungle Gragas. His full tank build, however, had some success early. However, later in the game, really fell off very quickly. He really front-loaded that magic resistance, and no armor means you're going to get shredded.
You're a big boy, but no damage. So there's little denying that EG has shown big improvements in recent weeks. But Complexity says Superweek is the real test for how well the new team roster will perform in the LCS.
Last game, Alta got fed in lane off of basically a misplay.
This may have been a mistake. Crepo's now ready to go on this one. Altec turns for the last shot.
EG definitely got significantly better. With their new players of Altec and Helios, they are definitely a big upgrade for EG.
Actually, after that night, we talked about how we want to approach the game and just changing up playstyle-wise so that we would have a better chance to win games in general. And I think it's shown that we've definitely become a lot stronger.
I think as a team, we are playing a little better right now. They can still throw the curveball by winning their lanes, but I'm confident in our ability to beat them.
I would say at the end of Super Week, that's when you can decide if EG's going to keep improving or if they're at like their limit.
So apparently EG's curveball is winning their lanes. We'll have to see if they can do it. Let's check out the starting lineups and see who can throw the fastball on this one. On blue side, it's Complexity. That's going to be West Rice in the top lane. Kaz in the jungle. Probably representing in mid. Robert X. Lee on AD and Bubba Dub on support.
And on the red side, it's Evil Geniuses. Up top, Inox in the jungle, Helios. Mid, Po Belter. AD carry Altec and support Crepo.
So we saw CLG playing a little aggressive against Complexity. Link on that Yasuo was able to feed them. Kez and probably a kind of assist kill in the mid lane for first blood. But even with that, Complexity kind of didn't utilize it. It seems like they get what they have, but they'll keep on track with the plan in mind. If they get something more, they won't say, we can kind of accelerate this plan. They kind of keep the same baseline that they're going with, which means kind of figure them out easy. You can adapt to that play style, and most teams have.
They definitely seem to be on track until the fateful Baron call. A lot of teams, though, they're a new team in North American LCS. A lot of our other teams have made the same mistake in the past and have started to learn from it, and that's why they were punished for it this time around. All that being said, you know, Complexity and Evil Geniuses, these are the two last place teams right now. This match is extremely important for both of these squads, because Evil Genius, especially after the roster changes, have been trying to separate themselves from this bottom tier. They've been working so hard because they brought in all this new talent and they wanted to prove themselves. This especially is the game that will separate one from the other, because not only do you get a bump in the standings, but also push your opponent lower in your standings. So it's kind of a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
If they can get a win here.
Well, it is a bump EG should be feeling that they'll get with 2 wins in this matchup so far over Complexity. The game time being just around 30 minutes for this. But EG has been the one to take the first inhibitor, so they're very strong coming out of the game, and they're very strong to get into the base of Complexity.
Yeah, we'll see. Especially, I'm going to keep my eyes on the 2 young players, Po Belter and Altec, because those guys have shown up really, really big for EG in the last few months. Altec especially has made really big improvements in the bottom lane with Crepo.
Po Belter is one of the mid laners. I love what they said about him in the video previously, that Po Belter, did you just do that? Yeah, you did that. And he'll say it. But he is one of those mid laners that will make his own plays. He will 1v1 people while you're having a 5v5 kind of skirmish waiting to fight. Somebody will get zeroed out by Po Belter.
Yeah, he's one of those players that likes to push his limits, which is something that you want in your best players. Someone who's going to push their limits. However, usually you want them to push their limits in practice so that they find out where that line is. Po Belter blurs the line a little bit, and he pushes the boundaries even in LCS games.
A lot of the mid lane going over. He's drawn a Rise band now after bringing that out twice. He has great effect with that rise in the mid game, but it hasn't seemed to really carried all that well for him to the late so far with the team compositions they have.
And finally a TF ban as well.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to actually see North American teams start to ban this champion because we've seen it be so effective for so many of the teams. With all the top laners taking teleport now, it's very easy for the team with Twisted Fate to attack that teleport.
Yeah.
Whenever you have a global like that, you usually want to attack the source of the global. So if a team has 2, then you can send TF right up to attack that solo laner with teleport, and it's been working out. Korean Shaco, don't think it's going to happen, but
I don't know if we've even had Shaco Hubbard before.
They're legendary.
It's a first. Syndra coming out, been seeing a lot of play as the mid's getting banned out somewhat, / you want to control the heck out of your lane early game.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the stronger lane bullies available right now. Lots of kill pressure on almost all opponents. Lulu, though, could easily be switched in to the mid lane for Prawley if he wanted to play safer, because Lulu also has wave clear, also has long range and defensive abilities, can use the shield and her own speed to dodge the stun from Syndra, which has been one of the most important factors in playing against Syndra. So many people starting boots just to be able to dodge her
stay safe
skill shots even more effectively.
Making me sad, Harvard on Kennen probably. Stop that. So we lock in the Elise, lock in the Nami as well. Robert actually gets a sustain lane for himself. They hold off on the 80 carry so Kez can get his jungler, even though they got that Lee Sin picked up. They want to make sure it doesn't go to Inox.
Yeah, Complexity especially have really just been hard-nosed. Sustain support every single time on 410. They are sticking to that strategy every single game pretty much here. Braum is still up, so EG could go with more kill potential, very high CC, go for the control lane. Also, you know, they picked Nami over Braum here, Complexity, when faced with Syndra. I almost always like to see Braum as sort of a semi-counter pick to Syndra, just because in the late game, when you see Syndra going for her ultimates, it's a fairly easy tell, and if Braum is reactive enough, he can block that entire ultimate with his shield. He can reduce the damage almost down to 0. It's ridiculous how effective it is. But Evil Geniuses do pick it up.
Yeah.
Sense Complexity leave it on the board, and they will go much more kill-oriented here.
Got a Twitch coming in as well for Altac. He's kind of fallen off for some ADs, but Altac still keeps his champion pool quite open.
Yeah, he really likes this Twitch pick here, just because so strong in team fights with all of the AoE line damage that he can get down, and Evil Geniuses are a team who like to fight little skirmishes and even big team fights in the jungle pathways around the dragon. So they will try and force something like that, try and draw Complexity over to those areas where they can utilize terrain to help Altec get those very strong rat-tat-tat ultis lined up. And, you know, they have plenty of CC so far to help him do it, to keep people in place. Braum is great at defending Twitch. It's a really strong combo here, because Twitch, low mobility, is going to need somebody to protect him.
We'll see what Crapple can do. Looks like a first Braum game coming in on
this
one as well. Tristana for Robert X. Lee drew a ban yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
He gets it locked in today.
People have been, they saw the combo. The Yasuo Trist combo worked so well for Complexity, and they wanted to deny it to them. This time around, Complexity actually has way more options than they even need for the knockup for Yasuo. So they don't have to rely on Robert just jumping in. They've got displacements all over the place with Lulu and Nami. So it looks like sort of a two-threat team here for Complexity. They've got the Yasuo and Trist, which are both very strong late game, but they're both attack damage oriented champions here. And the magic from Lulu and Elise is not particularly high. We'll have to see how they build those champions. Lulu can have a pretty good mid game of AP damage she can add into there.
And they still have a chance to wall the Syndra ultimate. All the walls.
Yeah, I mean, they do get another wall, you're right. Without the Braum shield, they do actually lock in the Yasuo wall.
It probably likes that.
As well.
Playmaker probably gets the chance to be on Yasuo once again. Has found himself in some trouble in this matchup, but also can put himself into some great situations to carry the team. So you've seen what the teams are bringing. Let's check out how the game, or how you're calling the game over at lolesports.com. 66% of you have voted that EG will win, with 34% of you voting on the other side for complexity, and that can change.
Yes, remember, keep tweeting your picks to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag COLWin or EGWin, depending, of course, on which team you'll want to win.
This is true.
Or even if you don't want the team to win, but you just think that they will and you want to be right.
That's right. You can always change your vote.
There's no way of telling, who you voted for, though, so you can always just lie.
Yep, absolutely. You can always be right. Unfortunately, one of the teams do not have that option. One has to lose, and one's going to be winning this time. Right now, EG and Complexity, like we said, both coming off a loss yesterday. A hard-fought loss, meaning that game was in their hands. They were ready to win, except that late-game communication and shot calling wasn't something that worked out for them so well, and they were just taken by storm.
And it's an interesting difference between the two teams this time around, because one team's got late-game Tristana, which is amazing, but you have to go really late game for her to get that max range, to get those items.
Right.
Combine all of her attack speed with all the crit infinity edge. Meanwhile, the other team got a pretty good mid-game as well, even though they do have Jax, who takes a while for Inox. They've got Syndra, Lee Sin here to even give them a buffer for that early game. So we'll see. Two pretty well-matched teams.
And that's kind of one thing that EG can do. Loco was talking about that timer comp. EG loves the late game. They remember all about it.
Both of these teams kind of have outs, so neither of them are really going to be pressured too much to end the game early, because both of these AD carries are pretty much the two best super late game. Caitlyn also a contender for that title.
There might be some storytelling.
Yeah. West Rice is cracking up once again. We will see once again the Lulu versus Jax matchup as well. So this time around, we'll see how West Rice can actually perform, because Zion Spartan performed amazingly in that matchup. Did his job to perfection. Oh, Kez can't get the last hit off. Wasted the sweep. Dang, Helios. Not only did Helios protect his ward, so Helios, he just sent a message to Kez, and it was basically wrapping up one of Kez's babies, killing it, and sending it to him wrapped up in a box. That's got to put some fear to Kez.
Consistent early game pressure. Can't stop it. Let's see what they decide to do.
It was pretty late there. The smite, actually, 10 more seconds here. It's going to come back in time, but he won't immediately smite his boss. Actually, it was perfectly timed.
You see a quarter on the ground, you pick it up.
Perfectly timed. He got it, yeah. Could be lucky, Rig.
It could. There's a heads up. Kaz looks like he's not going to get any help here, but it won't matter. He's got that Spidey back. Probably, and Pole Belter. Wow, trading a good bit of damage right in the beginning there to start the chug of the potions. Probably gets denied on a bit of that regen.
Yeah, probably starting,
rather.
Probably starting with that E, charging it up. It's still 4 times you can charge it up. This is still 410. Not limited to 2 quite yet. Still a viable strategy to max that E, which not a lot of Yasuo's have done, but Voyboy definitely one of the biggest proponents of that build.
Great little matchup. Every time flows up, you can see the damage not being there yet, but look how often Pole Belter can get him when his flow isn't up.
And we talked about counting minions, counting the experience, hitting level power points right there, break points for the levels. Very important to keep track of. Pole Belter gets a cheap shot in as soon as he gets to level 2.
Push right into the turret. Altec nicely farming behind it. And again, Robert not really wanting to try and attack from underneath that as well.
Yeah, Trist, of course, as everyone knows, will be shoving in early due to explosive shot, and Nami can help her abuse Braum in the early game, especially since Twitch is not one who can really do those trades early on back and forth with a melee support on his side. There's no way a Twitch is going to be able to answer Trist and Nami aggression early. So the EG squad knows coming into this they're going to play defensive. 2 junglers mid, 2 wards.
Somebody's got to pull the trigger. Good
Actually,
damage.
Helios.
Waiting
There's
for a
pings
dash.
onto Helios. Did they have a ward that went away, or are they just guessing?
Haven't
The
done
sense,
much.
the jungle sense.
Pole Belter's hovering that side. It might just be too much of a tell. That's the first time Pobelter's really been hugging that mid brush like that, so you can kind of tell he's got the difference in play that Helios is on his backside. Good damage from Crepo, or to Crepo onto the turret from Robert X. Lee. We saw that Tristana play being very strong for Complexity last time, so they're going to start off 22-15. We've heard Doublelift and other AD carries say in the past that if you can stay even with Trist, it almost means you're ahead coming into the mid game.
Yeah. So there was not a ward on Helios. Oh, now he's headed up top though. Again, no ward. Sneaky hugging this side of the river. We'll see if Jax can set this up. Inox can easily counter-strike, set up a gank. There it is.
Oh, he pointed forward as he was going for the Whimsy. He still has a good amount of time on that. Gets out, but they blow the flash.
Yeah, Helios gets in with the safeguard instead of landing the Q on the stationary target because he wanted follow-up after flash. But Westrice with perfect timing there. Doesn't get hit by the slow. Also flashes over to the minions, so there's no clear shot for Helios. A really good escape by Westrice there. And Kez wants to answer.
Yeah.
Plus he gets a bonus free level here, sitting in the bush.
Return
from Helios, 2 versus 2 here.
There's a great wave for Complexity to go in on, making them think that EG would have the upper hand. Is it too slow though? The counter-strike hits! Man, so much damage and focused straight down onto Inox. 15 seconds for him. He'll be back with a teleport, but Helios is forced to watch.
That's what stealth will get you in this game. Really quick move by Kez into that bush, which is extremely important in this 2 versus 2 matchup because Elise and Lee Sin are very dependent on their skill shots landing for early skirmishes. Huge amount of Elise's early power comes from the Cocoons landing. Teleport back in to answer.
Oh, hits it, can't get the extra. Oh my gosh, cannot leave anymore. The gap closer's fully used. Teleport and flash from Inox as soon as he gets back to lane. They could be going up for that again.
Helios is not done though.
Oh, he doesn't have his, he could have smite through a minion. He didn't smite it. He tried to flash through instead of smite through.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
That was a little bit bush league there from Helios. He really wanted to force that. And he uses the wrong summoner spell, as you said. Well, he could have flashed and smited to get his Q through.
Yeah.
Oh well. Not gonna get it this time. He had the right idea though.
That's kind of being pressured to make a play there. They lost Inox and he really wanted to get back in. We'll see if it hurts him. Inox is able to handle himself for now, getting level 6 far before Westrice since he's been back to lane. And Westrice was just getting pushed out a little bit. Inox, however, has completely used up his mana and is being toyed with at the moment.
You have to give credit there to Westrice. The positioning there,
Yep.
just outside of range.
Oh no, and he flashed right into the wall. How unfortunate. Back and forth right now in this game.
I wish we had a cam on Riv right now because the reaction for that, the cringe is pretty much what everyone at home is feeling too. You know that feeling of Syndra ulti has already started, yet you still want to get away from it. So you burn your flash as well. It was started off so well for Complexity with the top lane going in their favor, but Frawley with the misstep mid, going to give EG back a lot of momentum there. We'll see what they can do with it because Pobelter has been such a huge carry for this team, especially in the early game where Altec needs time to power up.
Oh wow, they're getting this turret down pretty low very fast, which means they'll be able to start spreading the pressure they have that they've been putting on in this bottom lane. Very small gold lead to start. Helios kind of confined to his jungle now after a few mishaps in that top lane. Just manhandling the blue over to Pobelter. He'll be good for mid lane again.
Yeah, mid lane. Probably, he did get a quick little shove there as the blue left push traded. Twitch goes in for the assassination. But,
nice.
You know, just looking for some harass here.
Double bubble bubble.
I have to say, though, about that mid lane, the Zeal pickup early from Frawley is really strong. Zeal was actually one of the few things that was buffed.
Oh! Complexity goes fishing. Westrice is the bait. One more attack coming in.
Whoa!
Oh my God! I've never seen a Counter-Strike hit so far, but so does Q. Kez comes up with the kill.
Yeah, so Kez has to take a little tower damage, but they get the kill in the end. Still, Hori, the story holds true here for Complexity. Top lane going in their favor because of the very strong play of Kez and Westrice in the 2 versus 2 matchup there.
I don't think he realized there were so many people in his jungle. Probably walks right into a death sentence here, and he is easily taken down by Helios. Crepo gets an assist on the support roam at 8.5 minutes.
Again, probably embarrasses himself a little bit as he dies, throwing the wind wall out on the wrong side. It didn't cost anything, and it wouldn't have blocked anything either.
He didn't flash.
But you don't want to die that way. Tough break here for Prawley. Really rough start. This CS lead might get doubled.
Whoa. Robert putting the slow on from Rocket Jump. The shots are big. He's not even coming back to lane with anything. These guys are still working off just Dorans, but great pressure and damage coming in from Complexity's bot lane.
Yep. Robert's a real big fan.
Kind of the savior right now.
Of that new explosive shot. A lot of early trading power for Trist. We've seen so many times too, Robert is not a Trist player who's afraid of Rocket Jump towards the danger. Once again, he's able to push it in too.
I like it. More chance to get a reset, man.
Yeah, he kind of
jump right out. Hit it. All right. Bit of gold.
Let's see. He should be able to go for an Infinity Rudge if he wants to, because he got so much gold on the first
got a
back.
good clip of
but it's a first buy static shiv. So much wave clear, and he immediately looks to go to another lane. This is something that Complexity did first in North America.
Wow. And look at the difference. Let's recall back to the last match we just saw. Dyrus is going in and out. Inox is kind of countering after he aggresses, is causing Westrice to make some foul plays, and now he has to flash. The Q goes back though, and this is where Inox has to make the outplay. He missteps it though! He takes 3 auto attacks to death.
Westrice again performing admirably up in the top lane.
Yep. Oh my God! They get it! The rocket jump into last breath! Didn't even have a chance to blink. Pobelter goes down immediately, and EG's left wondering.
That's okay. Complexity want to take that trade because Prawley is just getting destroyed in mid lane, and it looks really cool when they pull off that combo. So Robert with the setup here, alley-oop from Prawley, gets the Tristana plus Yasuo, and they're able to trade kills in the mid lane, which is about as good as Prawley can hope for at the moment. And really, it opens them up to feed more money to Robert anyway. Robert gets to hold this mid lane, which is where they want him. They were one of the first teams in North America to do the switch of early AD carry in. So there it is.
Then no chance for title.
Then he gets another knockup from the Nami wave and another knockup. The triple knockup. Shifter doesn't even hit the ground before he dies.
Doesn't make it easy. Huge kudos to both of these teams for adapting to what the other is doing.
Robert is just a bold...
Static Shiv rush.
He's got a Napoleon complex here on Trist, walking around with his large gun, just bullying everybody.
He's huge right now. Such an item spike at 11 minutes into the game. Nobody's even really finished with an item except for Pobelter from his kills earlier. Complexity now pressuring onto the Dragon. They've loved early Dragon since the beginning of time. Uh-oh, it's about to get hairy here. We're gonna have Inox coming in from the top side. He is fully in on this fight now. Ward's cleared out. The Ward war begins as the Dragon battle will ensue.
2 for 1 on that sweeper. That's a pretty good feeling. They do take a lot of damage here from the Dragon though. Probably loses his shield. Shifter's not in the game.
That's a scary spot.
Pobelter. Syndra. Robert making the call though. He still wants to lease this Dragon. They're confident going with a smite fight here.
Oh
These two junglers both have executes. The side initiate here.
This is pretty much both teams putting their junglers in the hot seat. Helios goes in, a good flash out. Altec trying to do the damage from the outside here. Great shots. Altec starting to pick up kills for himself as the fight phase starts. Objective Dragon. 12.5 minutes in, we're seeing if Robert actually can put out that static shift damage. A lot of flashes to re-engage there, at least one. Helios died! There's too many minions! He gets the Dragon's Rage! He goes in for another one! Helios with the plays into the Dragon Pit to completely turn the fight around!
Helios takes matters into his own hands. That was beautiful. And Complexity as well probably didn't get to use his ultimate in that fight. Really big team fight win for them, but also they get the Dragon and the Dragon timer. This puts EG ahead, slingshots them right back into this game. Do want to take another look at that. That was a beautiful fight from EG. Bromwall able to block the entire ultimate. Kez goes right in. It's a good repel from Kez. As soon as he hits the ground, he's able to get them in. Probably does not ult onto Jax while he's knocked up in the bubble. And this is the interesting point. When we get down to the 4 versus 4.
Kiting back into their own vision.
Exactly. They get a couple of flashes out of Complexity too, and Helios makes the call behind enemy lines. Ward jump flash for 1 kill, takes out Robert, the big important person left on Complexity, and enables the rest of the team to clean up.
Both teams, like I said, doing everything they need to adapt and react. EG now putting themselves back on top after Complexity just had their composition of Robert Exley and Prolly engage in mid. These teams neck and neck at each other right now.
Yeah, Prolly with the Yasuo once again having a rough time. 0-4 start for him. Not quite able to get that ult this time around. But they're going with the same strategy. They shove him down into the bottom lane.
Right.
They keep Robert mid, now that Robert is trying to get his Infinity Edge. That's a long, arduous journey to build up enough gold to buy your Infinity Edge. You have to farm for a while.
This is pretty close. Actually got it on the backside. He walked around the shield to make sure he would get knocked up. Good sustain for Bubba actually keeps him alive.
As well.
Yeah, but Altec from the backside there made sure to get one for himself.
Now that gives them control of mid here, and double buffs picked up for Altec as well. Scary, scary Twitch. Blade completed. As soon as he completed that Blade, went for the assassinations. Double buff for him, and they shove right down mid. Such a back and forth between these two teams.
Yep. It's amazing how consistent Altec has stayed too. Not dying
Look
out
at
of the
it.
lane.
Oh, so he already had red. Creeping up.
Oh my god.
Oh, Helios was looking to help. Can't quite.
He wanted that.
Yeah.
Yes, be his kill. Trying to chaos. That's all right. He's done enough for the team. 2-0-3. Actually, everybody's getting kills on the team. Crepo getting the assist, as it should be. So far, 8-6 for them in 15 minutes. Now they've gotten a 1,000 gold lead, so they're not stopping with their pressure. But this is the time it's almost easiest to create that pressure. You still have some outer turrets to work with, and you still have that early game timers of your opponent's buffs. EG's already worked with that on Helios once to take out Prolly. Let's see if they can keep it going inside the jungle of Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing for Evil Geniuses that Helios did not steal that other kill, because Altec really needed it to get back in this game.
Right.
He's going to have some work to catch up to Robert. Even after that mid-fight where EG got a lot of global gold influx, still 30 CS discrepancy. He needed that kill to push him over the top. Robert is going to be the big player here for Complexity. The carry for them late game. We'll see if he can perform. The ball is in his hand in crunch time.
Yep.
Meanwhile, EG, that guy on the screen there, Belter, just destroying mid lane. Pretty much the most fed guy on the map here with Syndra. See if he can make use of the long range stun. Catch people out.
He's got a great aggressive style of play. Sometimes it gets him in trouble, but more than not, he'll be the first guy with a pink ward out, helping the team, getting that first kill. Like we said, 1v1s for him. He's no stranger to that. Right now, roaming with the team again to the red side. Like I said, they have had control of Complexity's jungle pretty much the entire time here.
And it's an interesting choice from Complexity too. That again, they try and send Prolly as a split pusher, but since he got shut down so early,
options there,
and inherently Yasuo versus Jax is rough for Yasuo because Jax does not care one way or the other about a wind wall. He'll walk right through it, and pretty much every champion who's a very strong brawler is very good against Yasuo. Same thing with Riven. Pretty strong. Anybody with the melee stun, carry power is very strong against him. So Prolly has to back off. And they switch it up. Complexity try and get Westrice up there instead. Safer choice for them, especially since he has teleport.
Uh-oh.
Trap laid for Prolly, and man, is he having a rough day.
Waiting for the dash. Oh, it comes out from the right
That's
side.
only one, though.
Yeah.
There's 3 more.
Oh, man.
Only 2 more.
Watch out, Bubba Dub. You could be putting yourself into a bad situation. They haven't been able to clear out their own jungle here. Bubba is going to come for help, though. They should be safe enough. Even with the wards, EG says they're going to back off here. No reason to lose a bit of lead that they have. Go for a simple push. Well, we got the rotation for Belter, so it looks like they actually may go through with it.
Yeah, probably got a small respite there when he gets Bubba Dub to come in. But he's going to have to back off. 4 members now. EG make the power move on bottom lane. And they don't even actually commit their players. Look at this very efficient use of Pobelter's time. He only had to come halfway down to bottom lane.
Whoa.
And then he gets right back up to mid to soak up these minion waves. This, again, Westrice outplaying in the 1 versus 1. Can't really hold on to Inox. Ooh. Beautiful flash from Inox there. Saves his life.
Flash for a flash, very well played. Teleports are still up for that top lane, and we're going to see a little bit of Dragon contest coming on now. Looks like EG's going to have their hand in this one, and no pressure from Complexity.
Yeah, the ward control from Evil Geniuses right there is what's really giving them the edge.
Right in the line there, very nice.
Yeah, they prepped this one extremely well. You know, since the first minute, we talked about that Dragon was going to be big for them. They had the timer down, prepped it extremely well, executed nicely. And you know, even though up top Westrice has been doing well, look at the CS. Inox is still fighting his way through, and he's not that far behind in CS. Plus, he has the wave pushed all the way to his turret, so now he will have an influx of fairly easy farming time where the minions are in his territory.
So, see, they give Westrice the blue buff right away. Great for having a top lane split pusher. Probably every time they kind of do this, they work with somebody that can get the blue buff. Whether it's top lane, whether it's somebody from the jungle, whether they have a Kog'Maw and Robert, to really utilize that split push even more. Now they bring it to mid lane for now. Let's see if they can get the second tier.
Yeah, they make the call because Westrice was going back to top. He stopped in his tracks, reverted back to mid because he doesn't want to overextend up top versus Jax. And they try and shove down mid, but the defense in place for Evil Geniuses and Complexity don't get anything. Plus they leave Jax farming. Inox, as soon as he saw that pressure mid, switched gears, trying to quickly shove this lane into the turret.
It just goes to show you how much control Syndra puts on a lane. That turret isn't even hurt. Pobelter, however, with the rest of the team starting to close in now onto Bubba Dub, and they missed the Glacial Fisher. It's hit by Helios. He's going strong again. Can Pobelter get the scatter out? He does not have to. Helios goes in with the flash for the kick. They're going to be able to finish off Kez as well. And EG, as they kind of string along Complexity, find 2 more kills.
It's so dangerous. We had a feature there on supports and the dangerous job of walking around trying to get vision, trying to ward. It's such a thankless job to try and fight your way for vision for your team because you're so squishy and you're so easily killed when you get caught out. Right there, it was even Kez falling as well, trying to provide backup to Bubba Dub. Dangerous road down the river, even for Nami, not able to survive in a natural environment. Good juke on a couple skill shots, but there are just too many shots from EG.
They were doing what they can. Complexity actually couldn't even get mid off of that. But they are
combo.
able to get a few kills. That teleport's going to be right next to Prolly. He goes down immediately. We're going to see Inox now in the fight. Can he get the counter-strike to leap in? He cannot. Robert X. Lee is trying to do what he can right now. Flashes out with Wild Growth on. He's going to get a few shots. He kites it in. The double kill actually comes in for Kez. Robert has to pick up 1. He jumps right back with the team. Kez over the wall. Hits the Q. Is he going to be able to get out a venomous spider? No, he goes for the execute with his own spider form Q. Crowd loves it. Complexity finds themselves a bit of cash money and the mid turret.
We were wondering who's going to be able to carry stronger. Okay, so initially, combo number 1. Robert jumps in, they pull it off, and Prolly gets 1 kill. Also, they use the exhaust on Prolly. So even though Prolly went down again, he's sort of the sacrificial lamb for the team. That flash right there from Robert to dodge away from Prepo was huge for them. And then Westrice gets down the slow. Robert changes targets as well, doesn't hit Rom right in front of him.
Right.
With Prepo's shield being down, it was perfect for Robert, preying on those cooldowns. And then Kez gets the red buff auto attack instead of trying to throw out Cocoon. Perfect choice for him. Doesn't even have to try and use Cocoon. Just use the red buff slow and damage from Qs.
Yep. Really chaotic stuff.
Man, that got him right back in the game though there. Complexity swing up to the front in gold here. Such a hotly contested game between the 2 bottom teams right here. I'd expect nothing less for the 2 teams that are trying to separate from each other.
Complexity is going to have this little bit of power curve ramping up together with Brawley and Robert X. Lee in middle when they can start finishing those items. And boom, Infinity Edge in the hands of Robert X. Lee. Second item, 23 minutes. Not too shabby for him considering he got that static shiv at like 11.5.
And it looks like Frawley will be following in his footsteps here. Instead of going Blade of the Ruined King second, which has been the overwhelmingly more popular choice nowadays, he's going for more burst damage. Infinity Edge after Static Shift, still very strong as well for the higher damage crits. He just doesn't have the sticking power. He doesn't have the lifesteal to sustain when he tries to push, or the move speed from the active.
And look how much control Evil Geniuses has had. Even with the last loss of that fight, the 3 pink wards they have previously put down to take the dragon are still theirs. The map control, still in their favor.
They are not letting up on this red side jungle control. Evil Geniuses have made this their home. It is littered with wards. So that dragon is definitely going to be in their favor when it does come back up. Couple of power spikes here worth mentioning. The double blade build for Altec has been secured. So his assassinations are very, very dangerous right now. Complexity have to worry about going out and venturing into the world by themselves. Need to take a buddy with you now. Meanwhile, though, for Complexity, I really love junglers that can go with a very easy build path into a Frozen Heart. And Kez has done that. Because of the nerf to Randuin's, does not feel as good getting that item. Not quite as big a fan of it now, so I've really, really taken to these junglers like Evelynn and Elise that thrive on cooldown reduction and can easily build into that item. That's a very big completed item for them because look at the team for EG. Twitch, Lee Sin, Jax, all very attack speed reliant.
EG getting themselves into position. Composition, double Blade of the Rune King in there as well. A lot of slows and catch up in the fight for Evil Geniuses. And impact damage from Complexity. It's going to be a very interesting fight.
Yeah, it's going to really count on, does Frawley get his combo onto Twitch? Because that's pretty much Frawley's only goal here. He's going to try and trade his life for Twitch. If he can get that kill, then it's completely worth it. Even if he goes down after it, if the disengage from Rom or Lee Sin or anybody kills him afterwards, he will consider his job accomplished. And that may be why, one reason besides being behind early, he's going for the Infinity Edge second. He wants the power to, once he gets to Twitch, get a lucky big crit on him and get the actual kill very quickly.
Still doing for him. Looks like they're trying to actually bait something up here to the top lane, but Westrice is going to lose a ward for that one. Actually, Pink going down. Gets safe on the top. Great coverage on their turrets for Evil Geniuses. Trying to still hold strong, but the influx of gold they can get on Complexities is really what EG's looking for right now. That last dragon, Complexity, got them up at least 1,000 gold, so EG's looking to get back on that. It's something that's always happened in this game. Somebody gets a lead, EG will take it back. EG's got a lead, Complexity takes it back. I'm just interested to see how EG moves next to do that.
Well, I like what they are doing. They're relying on Inox here because Inox even CS with Westrice right now. He's completed his blade. And he does have the Mercury Treads to help him with all this crowd control. So if they send Altec up top like they just did a few seconds ago, they can easily catch out Westrice because the double blade actives, Inox can slow, Inox can stun, then Altec can also slow multiple times on Twitch.
Belter can slow,
So Westrice has to play so much more careful now that this Twitch is roaming around and he doesn't know where Altec is. Gotta worry about that Twitch assassination in the mid-game. It's really EG's wild card that they have here.
Westrice continuing with blue buff in the top lane to try and stay an opponent at least versus Inox here. Not really winning out on the damage trades, but he's able to keep at least enough pressure to keep Inox off that top turret. It's the only outer one they're holding right now. Complexity looks to start the Baron dance, as they don't have too many wards up here just yet, but enough to keep it in their control. Doesn't look like it's anything they want to fight just yet. Pressuring now to the mid lane. I'm just going to let Westrice go ahead and push bottom, wait for a teleport if necessary.
Looks like it will be a safe farm there for Lulu. Oh, we didn't get a shot of it though. Cleared out that whole giant enormous wave with the glitter lance. And you have to give props to Westrice because he did not overextend in that top lane. He played it safe and he backed off in time.
There are a few times when it looked like he wanted it. Could have gone, but he did.
He played it safer, and that's definitely a good change for Westray.
Yeah.
So far this game, he has played much better than he has so far in the LCS. Now though, how will he deal with this Jax? Because this Jax is not kept down as much as we saw in the last matchup, where Zion Spartans was keeping Dyrus starved the whole game with the support of TF. There's no TF in this game for Complexity to help target that Jax. So Inox has been able to get right back in this game and almost, well, he's got the most important aspects of the Trinity Force completed, the move speed and burst damage. So he's already feeling much more confident in the all-in potential and kill potential that he does have on Westrise.
Interesting. Altec to receive some CS here. If you look at that too, Robert X. Lee at 300 CS, Altec has 183, over 100 CS difference.
Now Trist has a buster shot, so even if you open on Trist, Robert would not be too scared.
Be a quick burst of damage from each end, but you'd walk away safely. No fight's gonna happen in that top lane. Really awaiting to see the kind of pressure this Tristana can put out. Actually has a cutlass and a pickaxe going in with his build as well.
Yeah, I do like that Trist pick actually. Robert had control of the lane early, bullying the EG bottom lane.
Came out of lane ahead.
They got into a little bit of trouble at the dragon fight, but then the mid-game fight he was able to kite effectively.
Yeah.
And right now he's pretty much at that spike. He's got the Infinity Edge comboed.
That fight shows that his consistency is a real thing. People like even Doublelift have been saying they're A, attacking less, attacking with A move, and they're trying to click attack because too many times you'll shoot a ward in the fight and just die after that.
Exactly. That target selection, very important for him, taking down Altec. And he is also, you know, level 16 Trist. Not only is the range increased, but he has the maximum rapid fire. Rapid fire has been maxed out. That plus Blade of the Ruin King, Static Shiv, is an immense amount of attack speed. It's pretty much all auto attacks coming from him at this point.
Always awesome to see the game really come down to the 80 carries when the damage starts getting to full items. We're far from that, but it is a bigger surge than you would usually have here from Robert X. Lee.
And just look at how they have funneled CS into him as well. With the Static Shiv and Explosive Shot, he clears so quickly. He's been able to just gobble up side lanes worth of minions. And 321 compared to 200 on Altec. Robert, by far, strongest man on the map.
It's like, how about an early late game Trist?
Yeah. Pobelter could end his day, though, because there are no defensive items for Robert. Mikhail's is available for Bubba. If Bubba is by Robert, he can protect him and get him out of the stun. But if he's not next to Robert, Pobelter can take him down. Split push here, though, as we're talking. 5 members just shove straight up.
EG's kind of hanging out, pushing their own lanes, and they say, wait a minute, we're caught off guard here. Robert X. Lee with the rapid fire on, gets good shots onto the turret. It's still
and they get it
semi-healthy.
This is a mistake.
Down.
This is a mistake we've seen EG specifically make before. They don't make the call to recall in time. They just underestimate the split pushing power, or not even the split pushing, the straight up 5-man siege.
It was like semi a bluff, but not really because they could see him running down the lane.
Uh-oh, here we go. This might be a collision of team forces though. 5 versus 5 now. EG know that they goofed and they want to make up for it.
That's the back of the fourth. Now EG has to act. See if they can assess what complexity.
And it wasn't even one member either. It was Altec and Helios both shoving lanes by themselves. Nobody.
Then you had Crepo over by Wolves, way out of position.
Yeah, we'll see though. Dragon has been started up by them.
Cocoon misses. A lot of the crowd control just get thrown out willy-nilly. There goes the Glacial Fisher. They'll be safe on that one. Kaz in the pit, trying to do what he can. He flashed too. Stop flashing with the ultimate on you. Crepo could be going down to the end. Looks like Complexity is going to be forced out of this one, and EG says that was just a mishap.
Well, they do make up for their slight positional mistake that cost them inhibitor.
Blade. It's like Blade is.
Oh, wow! He stopped to take a photo.
Something.
Robert actually was like, marked him for death with the blade active and let him walk away. That was the 5-point exploding palm trick from Robert. Let Helios get over the wall. But man, that was still a big win for EG. They got the dragon. They got Robert or at Westrise here.
No mana.
Altec.
Oh, it doesn't matter if he has mana. One more shot. He gets invis. He's good to go. Whoa. Throw the bubble in the butt.
Up.
Oh, he tried to heal randomly. That would have been perfect.
He
He got
wants
the
to
bounce.
finish it. Throw out the random bubble there, too.
Yeah, right? Why not?
All right, that was a lot of excitement. What was I going to say about the dragon fight? There was something really cool about it. Yeah, we get to look at it again. Okay, cool. They get the dragon fight. There's the initiate. Oh, I wanted to commend Crepo on his tanking for this fight. This was perfect tanking by Crepo. Saves his flash until he's down to half a bar of HP. He uses the shield, takes up the maximum amount of damage that he can for the team. And it's a huge win for EG up until this point. Blade active, takes the picture, 5 steps for Helios, and he gets exploded.
Man, that static shiv pop on your
The
shot.
crit
So
right there
nice.
for Robert. Coming up big.
It's like a whole bunch of extra damage just for fun. So Last Whisper finished out. A lot of items now for Robert Exley. Looking for the Infinity Edge now to be finished out onto Altec. Still looking at quite a bit of CS difference in that lane. 6-4 in turrets. The game's starting to pan out in favor of Complexity as they're getting those second-tier turrets down. We're just waiting to see what kind of split push can be created here from Complexity or even Inox as they start to meet the bottom lane. 1,400 on to Pobelter. He's got some cash to spend. 2,000 gold above Prolly right now in the overall scheme of things.
Exactly.
But that 2,000 gold is also made up by Robert over Altec in their matchup.
Complexity still feel strong about this, even after that mishap around
Yeah.
Dragon. They're the ones with the extremely fed Tristana here.
They have that shock and off-fight capability.
Almost maximum range.
Yeah.
Almost about to crest 700 range here for Robert X. Lee. Now is the time where vision control around Baron is what matters. EG have done a great job controlling it around Dragon for pretty much the whole game, but now they really need to change focus up to this Baron. They have the right idea by creating pressure with Inox down bottom, split pushing when his teleport is available, but they also need to start clearing out the wards and do the grunt work, lay that groundwork for the upcoming Baron fights, control the vision around Baron, and then you'll be able to make the decisive move, because at this point, teamfight could go either way.
Wow. So Westrice gets himself Lucidity Boots, also drinking down elixirs as well. Can't get the blue buff from top lane anymore, and he straight up got home guards on this buy. So he's trying to stay up in Inox's face, keep those lanes pressured.
I do like how Westrice is going very heavy damage build for Lulu, because we mentioned in Champ Select that EG might only have to worry about the Yasuo and Tristana for late game and just build armor. However, Westrice is making sure that he is very, very important threat for Complexity, and he is relevant in this late game. You cannot ignore his damage.
Look at that. It looks like Tristana's power curve. Robert X. Lee making cash money now, though, towards the late game. 17 for him, almost level 18 with that max range, and Complexity starts to take over the jungle. 37 minutes in on this one, and EG's trying to figure out where Complexity is going to pop out of the woodwork now. Looks like they'll be nice enough to just walk down mid lane. Or not.
Interesting here,
A little bit of a stalemate.
You know how Kez hasn't built any magic resist, yet he was the one to receive Pobelter's ultimate in that dragon fight. I mean, it's a good bet to just build a bunch of armor and assume that Pobelter will try and use his ulti on either Prolly or Robert
or you hope they
somebody.
have enough HP.
But you know, he missed out in the lottery last time. He was the one focused by Pobelter with 0 magic resist.
He remembers.
0 magic resist, that actually should be a fairly high priority target for Pobelter, because if nobody else is in range, taking down the tank is nothing to laugh at.
A good repel. That would mess
Good
up
repel
a
could
lot
foil
of
his
things.
day.
We'll have to see. He's going to have some fast fingers. Pobelter has been on point. 5-2-4 this game. He's got a Zanya's as well, so him being the focus, he can put a little trickery in this fight.
So this is actually really dangerous. Even though the turret is down, funneling into this small corridor is actually really, really dangerous for Complexity. Even though there is no turret, if you line up, Braum can fill up pretty much half of this opening with his ulti.
Right.
And if Pobelter gets his stun off, that comboed with Braum is enough time. That's enough time for a Twitch with Infinity Edge and Double Blade to kill off half of your members.
We just saw Kez get scattered to just about half HP. Now he's below 25%. They're going to have to really reconsider this. They have good clear. The flash, the Fisher, right through the middle.
Great counter initiate.
It's going to be back and forth. Can they kite them into a false sense of security? Oh my God, Robert Ixley's still alive. He can still put out big damage here, but probably fell too fast. Helios has to be careful. He's going to go down one more shot, but the range is not there. Very nicely war jumped over the wall to save himself, and EG puts a stopper to the bleeding.
Yeah, Complexity in that lane. Great line movement there from EG. And Poe Belter talked about how aggressive he is, flashing face first with Syndra to get the kill, relying on his Zhonya's for the follow-up from his team to come bail him out. Let's take a look at this. Braum ult does whiff right down the middle, but it splits up Complexity. He blocks the tidal wave. That was the big block there from Krepo. Even though Krepo whipped his ult, he made sure that Bubba Dub's ult would not hit the team either. Whoa!
Heyo! Oh, going for a ride. He'll be all right. Grabbing down Baron.
But then the replay.
Baron goes down. 40 minutes into this. Complexity is going to be able to answer with the Dragon. What a game we got going on. 2,000 gold lead back in favor of Evil Geniuses as they start to gain control. The map control is not there though. The gold lead is really the only thing going back and forth. They need to drop some turrets. They need to start being able to put pressure on the way they can do it. Really everything's been dictated by Complexity right now.
Yeah, Complexity really need to be able to start off the team fight with a knockup so that Prawley can get to that back line. As we've seen, both of these teams have a ridiculous amount of damage that they can put out. So what becomes more important than your damage dealing is the use of your crowd control. If you can hold somebody in one spot for a small amount of time, then you have plenty of damage on your team to kill them. So that's why Krepo and Helios both going with Banshee's Veils, because they know it's all about the initiation of these team fights. If somebody gets caught out, they are done for. Robert doing the exact same thing.
He's a bubble boy too. Keeping himself safe. Red buff on him so he can even get a better kite on for the team. A lot has been focused on him. Tristana can be that complete late game carry that you require.
Oof, talking about late game carries here. Once Jax starts going defensive, you're really in trouble.
Got that Randuin's
because he's got plenty of offensive power. Now he's already transitioned into his Randuin's. Going to be very difficult at this point. He's actually hit that point where the split pushing is very hard to deal with. You can't actually just send Westrice. Westrice will get bullied.
And it's not a team you can completely lock down at Jax. You also have a Lee Sin jumping around. You're trying to find Altac, so Inox going to have some freedom in this fight if he gets in at the right time.
Oh! Robert going in.
Not enough gap close there. Could not be hit up by Prawley's ultimate. They find a chance on this. Helios, he's going to take a bit of damage. Altac, very nice wall actually from Prawley, blocking out Altac's rat-a-tat-tat there.
Teleport is down for Inox, so at least they've drawn him out. There's so much pressure here from EG though. They can zone off the turret.
That's perfect. They have Baron. Why not go for the fight? They know they're in the lead right now, but can they fight from under the turret? Altac tanking this one out. This is going to be a great push from EG, really putting their foot down and knowing what their limits are. They go right to the fountain with Complexity, and they're going to go ahead, drop this turret, and make sure the inhibitor goes down after.
Yeah, Complexity went for that pick. Robert jumping in to get the combo with Prawley, but no Yasuo ult in range, and they don't get the timing down, so EG punished them for it. All those cooldowns used. I mean, the Mikhails, once Mikhails was used to save Robert being on the front line, they knew all they had to do was aim that long range engage straight at Robert. Braum ult and Syndra stun both going his way. There's nothing he can do to get out of it.
Great bit of mid-game movement there. All provided from EG, being in that top at the right time to get Baron. They've utilized it to grab the bottom lane now and can pretty much work off of anything. Baron comes back up. They have minion pressure in the bottom lane. A lot of things they can work with now. Complexity starting to fall behind for really the first time. They don't have too much of an answer for what just happened.
Yep, that Baron buff doing some work for EG, and they made very decisive use of it. We were wondering if they were going to have the strong end game.
Yeah. Still got Trist.
They went for that most important lane, bottom lane, as you mentioned, furthest away from Baron. That's why it's so highly prized.
Yeah. Got it. So the slow feed now as the minions start to come in. Complexity, I feel like they're going to wait for EG to push into them and make a mistake. That can also start to cause problems. When you're the one trying not to lose, you still got to try to get the victory out of the game. You still got to put your foot down. Coming up on 44 minutes, the longest game by far that these two teams have played. The first game was 34, the second longest. So we're definitely seeing them push each other to the max.
Oh, yep. It's getting real hard for Complexity to come back. Once Inox gets his Banshees depleted, they won't even have an answer for it. There'll be pretty much nothing they can do about it.
These are the kind of the simple walk-up, low-hanging fruit turrets right now.
Outside turret's pretty easy for EG to knock down here. That initiation and the combos that Complexity are relying on really get difficult to pull off here with all the defensive capabilities picked up by EG. EG don't even have the Mikhails.
Especially with what Crepo just did, walking up to the last turret, instantly doing his ultimate of Glacial Fissure. Complexity can't even feel safe at the front side of their base, which they're now going to have to guard after this tier turret.
Splitting, but Altec not showing. Complexity has to be worried. Where is he? Could he even still be here? He could be invisible right next to him.
Helios is such a menace, never with the team, always off on the wing, trying to thread in a queue somewhere.
Yeah, got it. You got to call back to that dragon fight where he maneuvered around the dragon pit.
Yeah.
To flank in
kind of
behind.
thinking outside the box.
Yeah, in behind that Complexity team and win them that very important.
That was a huge play.
Dragon fight.
Helios and a lot of other people are saying the addition of him and Altec really something that EG needed. Putting them on top as one of the higher caliber teams now needing to find the wins coming in to the second half of the split. And again though, being one of the teams that also takes down Cloud9. So there's the potential there.
Yeah. This game around, Altec actually not the biggest star, even though
that's true.
Even though he hasn't died and his scoreline does look strong. The laning phase was a bit rough for them. They got shoved in. They were expecting that, running the Braum Twitch into a Tristan and Nami. But they really did get punished hard. It is a losing lane for them, though.
Yeah.
And he's done well in the team fights, working with that
consistently, somehow.
Lower CS score with the less gold to work with.
Somehow.
He's made it work.
No matter how the rest of the team does, and everybody's done quite well this game, but he will still provide that type of score from the bottom lane. Was known as that AD carry to be reckoned with back in the challenger scene, and he can still bring it on the LCS level. Something that a lot of players have kind of a hard time adjusting to, but not him. The youth prevails. 74 to 76,000 right now, almost just cresting 77,000.
Oh, the flank comes
Whoa, Kez walking straight into the brush. A late game face check. And it looks like Complexity's going to lose a little bit of HP here. Will it be the ground that they lose though in mid lane? Syndra, that's going to be Pobelter turning it back around to Kez. Probably has a Guardian Angel, but it's wiped out. And he's going to be going down. Coming up with a little bit of health, he is found once again. And EG is going to take that in stride 2 for 1. They're happy with it.
The second time Pobelter has flashed in to try and burst down Kez. He's got so much power right now with the Void Staff and the DFG on top of all the AP that he will pick any target. Even though Kez started building some magic resist now, he's still easily burstable by that Syndra. And that aggressive play earns EG another Baron. That might just be all that they need to walk straight through the Complexity base. This could very quickly, it's looking like a 3-0 here for EG, all-time record versus Complexity.
Definitely have their number coming into these matchups, no matter what the case is for Complexity. They've put up such a good fight. Love the movement from Helios, making sure that nobody is even on the edge of being near that dragon. They have the wards for it as well. Extra safety coming in as EG picks up another dragon on top of all the gold that they have. All the Barons have been theirs, and they even have the chance now for Helios to start building Thornmail and really get to the items that aren't even mattering. They just need to start filling that inventory.
Banshees completed for Inox
Yeah.
after that. Another Banshees for Altec. The initiation is getting increasingly more difficult for Complexity.
Gonna have another Randuin's on Decrepo coming in.
The whole front line bubbled up there. The only person going without fully built.
Right. And this is going to be tough for Complexity, too. We saw the last fight. Prolly's Guardian Angel went down. Now with a Baroned up EG, they're more than happy to rush into the base for another fight with Glacial Fissure to start.
See how they do here at the inhibitor turrets. Altec is lagging behind the team. He actually doesn't want to show when they're attacking an inhibitor. Twitch is very, very, very powerful when you do not have knowledge of his location. The longer Altec can stay hidden, the better for Evil Geniuses. If he can save his ambush as well and use it once Complexity try to initiate, then it's a very easy win for the team fight for Evil Geniuses.
Mid lane push is the next priority on the list. Helios wants some more farm, just cuz. Looks like he'll push top lane. They'll get a bit of a split push on now in the 1-3-1. Something that Complexity is gonna have to stretch themselves out real thin to stop, as the super minion waves are gonna be the next one in line here behind Inox.
Let's see, yeah, they go for a 1-3-1 split push. Very curious, with Helios not being the strongest of split pushers.
Yeah.
He's really just up there to try and draw someone away. Not generating much interest, but it is constant pressure. EG, as we always say, you know, Twitch, it's hard for him because he does have to show if he wants to hit a turret. Good block there by Crepo.
He's a big
but
boy
it's
right
slow
now.
going for them. Look at how much damage they do with just one hit on a turret, though. Already taken a large chunk out of it.
Westrice, yeah, like you said, he's rocking the home guards earlier, but he's depleting his entire mana pool to just take out these waves and keep Inox at bay. So he's going to have to go to base at some time, and that means the team won't have him for the fight. Right now, he's just looking to regen and stay in a safe position. More roam from Altec. Looks like he goes and grabs himself red buff. Give himself a little more safety in these fights. A little more kill potential as well. 6,000 gold is exactly the lead as EG looks to break the next inhibitor turret. But it is, like you said, really slow going.
Yeah, 51 minutes, 6 item Tryst. Does not guarantee you dominance in the late game.
This is crazy. This turns into one of those anything can happen, Kobe. Like we said in the beginning, both of these teams lost yesterday on games they were supposed to win. Hard-fought losses.
And this one,
can't imagine that happening.
There was no clear front runner in the very beginning of this one either.
That's true.
Back and forth. But EG took the majority of dragons, so that gave them a definite leg up. See if they can close it out.
Ooh, that's a good hit. Could have caused enough chaos, but very, very good mindset here.
Ult used on the turret.
They focus on the turret. There's the ultimate. Could it be Yasuo going in? Probably does not decide. He's got a few ticks left on his Guardian Angel. They would love to wait for that, but unfortunately, they lose the inhibitor before that happens.
2 inhibitors down. It's going to be really hard. We might have to wait for another spawn of Baron here if EG are feeling really, really, really trepid and they want to play for safe. And they might just wait it out. Exposed inhibitor though, pretty easy target for them. We'll have to see if they funnel down mid to take that one out.
Should be a pretty good domino effect.
Yeah, bottom will spawn pretty quickly after that, so retake those 2 inhibitors. That would give them tremendous amount of map control. They know they can't slip up at all against this Complexity team though. 6 item Tryst is never something that you want to overlook.
Hold on to your hat,
in the
Kobe.
late game.
Double scrying orb coming out for Complexity.
Oh.
They're trying to get vision.
Yeah,
they pretty much have control of nothing right now.
I'm a little less enthused nowadays with those becoming so commonplace, but I'm glad they finally made their way in. It took a long time, but it happened.
Complexity doing what they can to stay alive here.
Yeah, and the double scrying orb for them does make sense since they're so far behind. It's kind of the very desperate way to check Baron. However, they can only go to defend a Baron attempt if their inhibitors are back up, because 2 inhibitors down at the same time, those minions will destroy your base all by themselves. if you leave for too long.
Communications now on the screen. You can see Helios talking to the team, saying this is what we need to do. This is how it needs to happen. Complexity is just watching now as they're looking for an in. So many large health bars for Probably to try and eat through here. They can focus Pobelter a little bit. He doesn't have all the magic resistance he needs to be taking every bit of front end damage. Nice ultimate. Could it be the thing they need to start the fight, though? That's more of their disengage or their way to get Probably to an ult.
Yeah,
Still have Buster Shot,
Once
but
again,
a
no
little
ult for
chaotic.
Probably. Probably's R button is sticking.
That Guardian Angel is on him now. It's back up.
He's got orange juice in the keyboard. Somebody help. They got through the whole shield, too. I mean, they did so much work to get that tidal wave off. They broke through the shield.
It looked like they wanted it.
They got Crepo's cooldown, and then they threw the tidal wave through like 3 members, I think.
Yeah.
But we're not able to pull the trigger. And that's the kind of thing that you have to do when you're behind. You don't want to wait for minions to build up against you when you're trapped inside your base. If the minions build up, then there's that extra source of pressure. So sometimes you just kind of have to run for it and go for those risky engages. You're behind, your back is to the wall. Your level of acceptance for risk has to increase when you're behind.
There's, ooh. A flash for it, jumps in. See if that Phage can keep him sped up. Gets him with the slow.
Flash.
That's the Zanyas. What's he gonna have when he comes up? Cooldowns are ticking. That's a 500 damage shield. Back and forth, 300 HP for Inox. The minions are there. Caster's OP. Oh, and Caster minions assist Westrice in the kill. There's Inox, little stretch.
Tasting purple. Hands in the air. Now it's all wet.
70 seconds, that's hurt.
It is. That's a really big opening for Complexity. Now, Baron is the very risky thing to go after to try and get back into this game. They could go for the Dragon, which is much safer and a large chunk of gold. However, they feel like they want to run back into this game. Inox, with his hands on his head, he knows if this Baron goes down in their favor, it's all him losing a 1v1 to Westrice. And the damage is there. They go for the Baron. They get the Baron. Great call.
Wow. Kobe.
Huge step for Complexity to get back in this.
Oh my gosh.
Inox,
Resonating.
very, very disappointed.
That error absolutely resonating through the team. We'll see if EG can pick it back up.
I guess the Baron wasn't that risky.
Maybe not. Very good play in the bottom lane by Westrice. He was able to teleport up there with the team. See if Inox can recompose himself and get back into this game. He's kind of talking to himself, letting him know. More chances. Let's go. Good calls, clear plans.
Yeah, I thought maybe with Westrice being so low after that, EG might have been able to contest, but it definitely would have been dangerous, and they didn't want to risk it. So, very good call by Complexity then. Take the Baron when it's up. So, Constellation Dragon goes over to EG. They're still very much ahead in gold, but the power of the Baron buff. Complexity wearing purple now. What can they do with it? Very dangerous for them to shove up, but they're trying to wield this power while they have it. Everybody's 6 items anyway.
Yeah.
Baron buff means more than ever at this point in the game. 57 minutes in. The gold discrepancy not nearly as big of a deal for the team fights. Now the bottom is still exposed. It's still an exposed inhibitor bottom. However, anytime Complexity funnel into something like that, if they have to get through that small space, we've seen how effective EG's line damage is. They can decimate several members at once.
Wow.
They're able to get the line damage. So, Complexity go mid instead. Knock up.
No way.
Whoa,
they go into Helios. Turret's not even down yet. It actually triggers on Robert X. Lee. The team's forced to back up. They get Robert with the Glacial Fissure. Lock into the Iron Solari brought out from Kez, and they're going to try to make this fight happen. Beautiful shots onto Altec. Winter's Bite just missing as he throws up Unbreakable. Crepo trying to secure the team's HP bars. Kez on the outside. What a chaotic fight. 1v1s, sometimes 2v1s all over. The inhibitor turret finally goes down. Complexity perseveres through the engagement, and they start opening up the base of Evil Geniuses.
The probably ult this time was all about misdirection. Complexity, the main thing they want to do was spread out, and probably going over to that side. Complexity spread out in a very wide arc around that inhibitor turret opening, and a great job by them not lining up this time around. Robert also not hesitating to use his flash backwards when Pobelter came in.
Right.
Jumping into the front line. Pobelter was very close.
His repositioning
as
is amazing.
soon as that DFG gets fired onto Robert, he is out of there. He knows that if he goes down, all is lost. Great spread from Complexity. Very much back in this game. Pretty much gold difference now. We can even stop talking about it because the items are pretty much the only thing that matters. The items and the buffs that you're wearing at this point. Everybody's maxed out here.
Maxed out indeed. We also maxed out our longest game of the North American Summer Split. 57-18 was our previous time. These guys are pushing each other to the long haul. Just 40 seconds rather off an hour long in this match. It's Super Week. You have to remember these teams, some of them have multiple games today, and this is testing their endurance.
Exactly. This game for the bottom of the standings, the 7th and 8th place team, is more intense than we've had in matchups of the first place teams. People tied for first place. These two teams,
and they're great moves as well,
fighting tooth and nail. And both teams have all the bubbles now too. Everybody's getting Banshee's veils because they know at this point in the game, it all relies on the crowd control and the initiation. Which team gets the jump? All Banshees get popped here. That's actually a pretty big win for EG. They've popped all the Banshees. Now they're looking for the combo.
Probably being Robert X. Lee's kind of personal shield with his Banshee's Veil. They have such good clear. They can continue the siege. Westrice with the blue buff once again throughout pretty much the entire game. Probably gets hit up. Guardian Angel still on. They know the full engagement is not there from the side of EG.
Inox doing his best to clear waves on the side.
Wait a minute. Oh, he goes too far back. Helios trying to get the kick. Probably gets taken down immediately, but Altec has already picked up 2 in the blink of an eye. A 3rd kill to come in now. That's going to be Prolly's. They still keep going on the fight. Pobelter's still the only one to go down, and the Nexus turrets are falling on the side of Evil Geniuses.
Ooh, they finished the fight just in time to defend Nexus 2. The speed at which you finish the fight is crucial.
Oh, he gets through it. Can't get the last one down. They are doing their damnedest to keep this last Nexus turret up, but losing 3 members. Complexity doesn't even have to worry about the map. Oh my god, it goes down.
Win the fight, lose the Nexus turret.
They are staying to take down the inhibitors. Complexity wants to crush this one down. They do not want to let EG out of their base, but it is going to be a must. They have to back, and we're going to get another full HP fight from both teams. But that Nexus is completely open on the side of Evil Geniuses.
Nail biter, Riv. You know it's getting good when the AD carries still boots for the Zephyr.
I like it.
Up next is Altec. Will he go with the selling of the boots? Because move speed, you know, Twitch, low mobility anyway. He might want to just do it. Oh, he sold another item. Didn't quite see what it was. He got GA and Phantom Dancer back, though.
Yeah.
He needs more crit. So he sold his Ghost Blade, that's for sure. Well, he's switching again. What else he's selling?
Sold it. There's a lot of GAs now on Evil Geniuses, but you got to consider they're only going for the Nexus. They can get through in time.
What's he going to replace that GA with? He just had a GA, and now he does not. Magic tricks all over this game. Now it's here, now it's gone.
I don't know. I like this part, though, because then you see really what the players consider to be the most effective things late game. You hear Doublelift kind of be like, oh, my Guardian's down. We'll go for the Blade if you didn't have the Blade in recent seasons, but...
He needs to fill that hole in his inventory very quickly.
Right.
62
Very
minutes.
interesting.
62 minutes into the game. You can't, oh, he had a blue elixir on him as well for the cooldown reduction. Gets his Ghost Blade back. I feel like there was a mismanagement of items there, but I'm not quite sure when it happened. It was too quick to keep track of. Sleight of hand from Altec.
We are well over an hour here and well over 100,000 gold on both sides. 200K racked up between the teams in this game. One last turret standing in the top lane for EG. It doesn't even need to be taken down.
How else should we end this game? Of course, with a Baron fight.
Yeah!
Everybody going mid. Bases are exposed. If one team wins a fight at this point in the game, it's so easy to end the game. Blue Elixir still ticking for Altec, has the cooldown reduction. Woo! All right.
Yeah, there's a point in time where, I said before, where time allows you to make errors, but there are no errors that can be made this far into the game.
This time around, Robert is the one with the GA up, though. Altec does not have GA. We'll see if this is the deciding factor. Because last time we saw all the
man.
Banshees getting popped first, and then EG still pulling off their combo, taking out Robert early and winning the fight to barely hold on to the game.
I love these secret mission Helios goes on.
You know,
somehow be behind the team at no point in time. Every point in time, actually.
He needs a box to hide under. They'll never suspect.
Did that box just move? No, it's not Helios.
The Wraith can't move. All right. Westerice, though, is split pushing here. You notice they're just ignoring Dragon completely. It means nothing at this point in the game.
Yeah.
With everybody full items, everybody level 18.
500, 600 CS.
It's just about this next fight. Everything up until now is meaningless. They've all been small battles.
So why don't we just start here?
Yeah, just start. Everyone can start 6 items, level 18.
Let's go.
2 inhibitors exposed. The map is mirrored
nice
right
clear.
now.
The Winter's Bite kind of wanted it right around that minion. A little bit of curve shot.
All right. Oh, gets 1 Banshees on Kez. Kez has been a priority target, actually.
Crepo's like, he's 2 for 2.
On the front line.
He's going to keep going.
Yeah, he lost his Banshees in trade, though.
That's all right.
We got to keep track. This is how we...
You can be 2 for 2, but if you're dead, it doesn't matter.
Braum shield down is huge. Can they take advantage? Small cooldown opening.
Play to the Rune King onto Helios. He gets a good dragon kick out. That's going to be the double hit up. They're going to try to fight this. Kez misses that on the tidal wave. Good hit by Bubba Dub, though. Crepo taking some good damage. Eyes on him. Westerice drops him. EG's going to be going down. Probably still alive. They're able to take down the Complexity is going to shut down. Evil Genius is 2-0 as they try to make it 3-0. And they're going to take a win for themselves. 65 minutes in, they start to batter back down on the middle inhibitor. The Nexus is now in their eyes. And what a hard-fought game between both teams here on the second day of Superweek. Complexity taking down Evil Genius.
What a game. That one mistake from Inox in the late game.
He knew it too.
He knew it as soon as it happened. Whenever you get that late in the game, all it takes is who's going to make the first misstep. Whew.
Very good fight.
Great job by Complexity finishing it out in that team fight. Pop the Banshees, snag the Cocoon, you get the shield down from Crepo. Then you have to have several different waves of initiation.
Yeah.
To actually go with a full team fight. And they pulled it off. A good Yasuo ult to actually end the game there from Crawley. And then, true to form, Robert X. Lee ends up in the middle of the fight, jumping to the back lines with the full item Trist.
Credit to both teams in the jungle and the solo lanes in this game. Obviously, the bot lane did great, but every action had a reaction. One thing happened, and then Helios went into the jungle, and it seemed like probably walked into that gank. And then EG focused on the bottom side of the jungle the whole time, and Complexity kind of found their way back, knowing they'd always be there. We'll get a few picks from this way.
Westerice has gotten a lot of flack from the community, I have to say.
Yep.
Multiple times he outplayed Inox. Using the Lulu slow, he played that game, the tug of war, and he was able to kite Inox very effectively. We even saw it right outside of melee range, kind of baiting him in several times. Just very strong individual play right there. As well, Robert X. Lee, you have to shout him out after that massive game. From minute 1, he was go with Nami plus Trist, full offensive, getting harassed done while shoving the wave, and then joining the team as soon as he hit Static Shiv. Trying to get the rest of the team going.
That's
he
pretty
wanted
crazy.
to take his success in the bottom lane, expand it for the rest of the team. Woo! And Pole Belter in the beginning for EG, they had some bright spots as well.
Everybody, like I said, everybody did what they needed to do when somebody got a gold lead. And like you said, great mentality for the teams to kind of wait for their late game prowesses to come into effect. Robert X. Lee obviously getting to that point. And they finally, a team has given Altec a hard time out of the laning phase. They weren't even really focusing Twitch, but the composition overall, the way they executed things, made sure that he was kind of out on the wing, not really having a chance to be in the fight because he didn't want to be seen as well. And that worked for a huge, like we said, front-end damage of burst with all the Infinity Edges and Lulu they were bringing to the table.
Yeah, both teams with those insanely powerful late-game AD carries.
Yeah.
The 410 patch, what it did...
There's the book.
The most notable thing, I think, everyone's talking about build paths, but after you complete a full build on 410,
What you do.
you are way more powerful than any full build that you did before 410 because you have more attack damage on your attack damage items. The slots are more valuable. The attack speed items have more attack speed on them. There's more stats in the same amount of space.
And I'd like to see obviously there's math to be done, but the Reddit detectives come up with that situational, what do you sell? What do you buy? Something's down, what else do you pick up? Before, like we said, we heard the Guardian Angel for the Blade if you didn't have it as an AD carry.
There are things that you cannot quantify, and an extra life from Guardian Angel coming back up for your AD carry. A Banshee's Veil makes or breaks your team. How do you quantify a Banshee's Veil blocking that Cocoon or blocking that Winter's Bite?
You can sometimes put some gold on it, but the win, that's what you want to get out of it. For some final thoughts on that marathon match, let's send it over to Dash and Zyrene.
Thanks, Riv. I'm joined by Kez and Robert Exley after one of the most grueling matches we have seen in a very long time. As a matter of fact, at 65 minutes and 30 seconds, it's the longest game in the NALCS this year. How does that feel, coming off a game like that?
Oh, I'm not sure how I should feel about it, because it means that we're so bad, like both of us are so bad that we can't close the game, or we're very even and, you know, it's head-to-head. I would say it's a little bit of both. We were playing very passive and just trying to get small leads. Meanwhile, because what happened in our yesterday game against CLG, we're like, oh man, we're crushing them. 23-minute Baron. Oh, we threw. Whoops. And this time it's safe play or we're going to throw again.
Yeah, in a really long game like that, how much does mental stamina play a factor?
Mental stamina was definitely a big factor. Actually, for me personally, it was 15 minutes into the game, and I was like, it's 15 minutes into the game? I thought it was like 30 minutes.
Oh.
And so time kind of just flew by for me. But those last 20 minutes of the game was very grueling and emotional for our team.
All right, and I want to go all the way back about an hour ago to Champion Select here. Kez, you guys set up what looked like a Yasuo composition, and then Yasuo just kept getting camped in the mid lane. How does that adjust your team's strategy and basically focus on a different win condition?
Well, basically, at first we were really looking into playing Yasuo, but since they first picked, I think they first picked Syndra, so we had a really good Yasuo comp with the first pick Lulu, so we just changed our strat to that.
You changed your strategy to
playing Yasuo.
Oh, just playing Yasuo out of the Champions League. So when Yasuo started getting camped in the middle lane, did you just change it to Robert's going to carry now, or are we just going to continue to focus on probably put him on a side lane and have him farm?
Well, when Yasuo started getting camped, I was just like, well, Yasuo's just getting camped. I guess I should focus on other lanes more. So.
Absolutely. Well, and so in doing so, we watched both the top turret and the bottom turret go down relatively early. You guys were able to push really hard with the Tristana and the Nami, as well as the Lulu over the Jax. So was the idea there just to accelerate the game as quickly as possible?
With the lane swap?
Well, having and then but just pushing the turrets early, right? You have Tristana and Nami, which is great pushing power.
So in the 2v2 bottom, we actually had a good lead over them, and it was to the point where they're conceding everything, and we just got free hits on the turret, and it just ended up working out. And probably was telling us that he was struggling really hard middle, so we just called like, how would you do against a 1v1 Twitch? And he's like, that's easy. So that's what we did. I go mid lane, probably goes bottom lane, and actually it worked out very nicely just because the fact that Twitch couldn't farm against Yasuo. And if you notice, I noticed like 30 minutes of the game, I had about 300 farm, and Altic meanwhile had 180, and it's definitely a good strat. That wasn't like our intention, but it just worked out despite like with the crappy situation we were put into.
Yeah, you guys had a ton of CS at that point. I want to take it back a little bit before the 30-minute mark. There's an ace that happened about 22 minutes at the Dragon fight. We're going to have a replay up on your screen in a second. Kez, walk me through this replay here.
Okay. Well, this fight we kind of wanted to fight because we knew we were a little bit behind. And Helios actually jumps in, so we actually found a really good opportunity to catch Lee Sin first. And Syndra was in a really bad position, so we caught him out there too. And after that, the fight is just kill Twitch, just kite out Jax, and it was a pretty easy fight.
Yeah, and Robert just keeps kiting backwards, and you guys end up getting 2 turrets off the back of that, and just accelerating the game more and more, but EG was just...
Yeah, that was a really good turning point for us.
Well, and so one of the things that I want to touch on coming out of that fight, right? As he mentioned, you got the ace, you got 2 turrets. that's a pretty big gold swing. And throughout the rest of the game, we saw it rise and fall, switch hands a couple times. As a player, how do you interpret your gold lead and your power spikes? What are the key factors you're looking at in order to determine when you're ahead and when you're not?
I would say that we were even though we had a big lead gold-wise, we were still playing very passive because they had a very pick-oriented comp with Lee Sin, Braum, Syndra, and Twitch. So despite the goal lead, we still couldn't push up, and we couldn't find an opportunity to ward. And actually, when we did go to ward, we got picked off a couple times, which led to, I think we gave them like 2 dragons for free because we just did not have the vision and we couldn't walk into them. So we were thinking, our team outscales them. Tristana, the 1v5 god, kind of not really in that game. I would say that West did a very big part in that game. So I would say we're just looking to outscale.
All right. And in the bottom, you guys ended up having a really great rotation and caught EG without Altec and Helios, and you got a bottom inhibitor turret practically for free, and Helios was trying to flank around the side. What happens in that type of split-second decision where you're trying to just take advantage of a crack in the armor?
Yeah, when the enemies make a rotation that we can't find the opportunity to make the play, then we should make the play, and that's what we did. So we got the free inhib turret. I mean, after we got the inhib turret, we couldn't do much about it, but I think it was still worth.
All right, well, we're going to move forward into our final replay here, which is the last fight of the game, the one that you won, to move on and get your first win against EG. But what I want to know from you guys is, in these late game scenarios, when everyone's 6 items, who's making the shot, like the shot calling, right? Like, where are the decisions coming from? Is it a free-for-all? Just walk me through it and let me know who's making the decisions.
So I guess I can start this. So we wanted to take down the inhibs. We're just banking that we're stronger than them. We actually get a really big chunk onto Braum, and I'm pretty sure it's followed up by a very big chunk onto Jax, and that's what escalated the fight. And from here, I was just looking to kite back because I know Syndra was trying to chase after me, and Syndra actually went too far, couldn't catch me, and gets stuck left for dead. And from here, I jumped all the way into Altec, and from here the fight was over. I would say the big 2 factors in that fight was Syndra went for the kill onto me, but I actually got away from her, and then followed up by I re-engaged into the fight and got onto Twitch. Meanwhile, my team is creating havoc, so they actually gave me the opportunity for that team fight.
All right, so when you do enter those late game situations, what are the calls like? Are they very hectic, or is everybody just shouting somebody's name, get that guy?
For me personally, I'm like just in my zone. I'm not even saying anything. I'm just making sure, like, dude, anyone can kill me, and I'm really scared. So I'm playing like a big lady right now, and once I got my chance to attack, that's where it worked out well. Meanwhile, my team was calling targets on CCs, and that's actually a good point. That's why we got the chunk onto Braum and the chunk onto Jax, because Wes and Kez. Who's our support's name? Bubba. There we go.
That guy. You lane with him. Wow, that communication. Not going to question it right now. But what's happening in your mind during that?
I'm just trying to hit as many cocoons as possible. Like, I'm not yelling like cocoons when I'm throwing cocoons, but when I hit them, I'll be like, just hit that guy and chunk him.
All right, one final question. You guys play Dig and C9 tomorrow. You've beaten both of them. C9 you've beaten twice without giving them a win of their own. What's your game plan going in? It's a 2-game day, so what's the pressure like on those types of days? How are you going to deal with it?
Well, we just got to play really safe, because I'm not sure about now because we already beat Dig and C9 once, but I feel like they kind of disrespect us as a team. But I think if they do that again, we can obviously win and bank on that. So we just got to play really safe and farm.
All right. Well, best of luck to the both of you in your match tomorrow. Thanks for joining us here on the desk. We've got to take a quick break while we patch up some minions. When we return, we'll jump into our next match, LMQ versus Curse. We'll be right back.
Wave, wave to camera.
X,
Wave.
X,
Yeah,
X,
exactly.
A lot of flashes to re-engage there, at least one. Helios dive! There's too many minions! He gets the Dragon's Rage! He goes in for another one! Helios with the plays into the Dragon Pit to completely turn the fight around! Oh my God! They get it! The rocket jump into last breath! Didn't even have a chance to blink. Pole Melter goes down immediately. Robert X. Lee is trying to do what he can right now. Flashes out with Wild Growth on. He's going to get a few shots. He kites it in. The double kill actually comes in for Kez. Wait a minute. Oh, he goes too far back. Helios, can he get the kick? Probably gets taken down immediately, but Oltek has already picked up 2 in the blink of an eye. Westrice drops him. EG's going to be going down. Probably still alive. They're able to take down Oltek. Complexity is going to shut down Evil Geniuses. We are shifting into gear for our next Rumble on the Rift. LMQ versus Team Curse. And despite starting the Super Week off with a loss, LMQ looked as tenacious as ever yesterday.
Yeah, you can just about always count on LMQ to have a strong early game, but once again, we saw them paying for an overly aggressive move that did not work out for them. Yesterday, it came when LMQ went for a tower dive against Cloud9, who had a Twisted Fate ultimate and a top lane with teleport ready and raring to go. Cloud9 did a good job turning that move around on them, and they used it to buy time for their late game comp to actually scale up and outscale LMQ.
Right, and Curse were in almost the same situation, faced with TSM and a comp that was going to outscale them. But Curse didn't make the same sort of aggressive moves that LMQ did.
Yeah, so Curse played it very, very safe. Instead of trying to make their own brave moves, they waited for TSM to make mistakes that they could then capitalize on. But fortune favors the bold, and yesterday it was TSM that came out on top.
That's right. It's been said that your greatest strength can also be your weakness. And Curse says LMQ's take no prisoners approach is something they can use against them.
LMQ is a solid team. Their over-aggressions cost them a lot, and their early game isn't as strong as it used to be. I think that's where we can excel.
Yeah, their playstyle is aggressive overall, but if we're smart about it and we know we can win certain fights, then we can take them and snowball the game into our favor.
Curse 的话，就是我觉得我们主要还是要限制他们中路 Wear Boy 的发挥，因为他每次拿到刺客型英雄的话，会发挥得很好。然后我们觉得我们下一场的话打那个 Wear Boy 为主，就是说限制他中路的发育，然后进行推进。
Their selling point is really just the mid laner, and I feel like Voyboy is able to handle him just fine. For us, we like to play really aggressive, and they play aggressive early game, we're going to play even more aggressive, and the thing is, I think our early game is just more solid. We just play really well early game, and I don't think that LMQ is necessarily better than us in that aspect.
According to both teams, we have an unofficial featured matchup in the mid lane between Xiaowei Xiao and Voyboy coming into this one.
And they're talking about being solid. Curse, they've been solid, but solid isn't what's been winning games. They've been getting close in a lot of their losses. Right. Close does not cut it.
Only works in horseshoes and hand grenades. Let's take a closer look at the two teams as we get into the game. On the blue side, it's going to be LMQ. That means it's Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiaowei Xiao smiling in the mid, Facilitate AD carry, and more on support.
And on the red side, it's Curse. Up top is Quas in the jungle. I will dominate mid Voyboy, AD carry cop, and supporting X Special.
It's funny, this little trait that the players pick up from always having a microphone out is that they drink sideways. And even now when they don't wear headphones, you'll see them out in public and they're just like drinking sideways. You see Crepo, I'm like, Crepo, why do you do that? He's like, I just don't want to move my microphone anymore. I'm like, you don't have a mic on. He's like, okay.
It's like tying
the ways you want.
Yeah, never mind.
What were you going to tie?
Nah, it was
Everybody wants to hear it.
It's going to be a bad reference.
All right.
We're going down a dark path here.
That's also a good thing to have, is be able to restrain yourself, though.
Okay, yeah.
It's good. We got Team
Self-control.
Freak that.
I got that.
Yeah, absolutely. So jumping into our third match of the day, these guys are 1-1 coming into this matchup. So it's going to be pretty much a hard-fought battle if it's anything like last game. It's going to be a long, hard-fought battle.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're going to get a quicker one on this as we jump into picks and bans. Right now, it's going to be LMQ versus
Long
Curse.
day today, Riv.
Yeah.
Very exciting, though.
Long day and a long week.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's keep that adrenaline pumping. Braum, Elise banned out. Cassidy, probably a KO coming out on this side.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
knows?
You're making a bold claim there, Riv.
Maybe.
Maybe a Lulu makes their way into the ban screen after
man.
the repeated success of Lulu so far,
Lee Sin?
especially versus Jax. Junglers, definitely. You know, we have one Elise ban. That signals either somebody's first picking Lee Sin, or he's going to find his way onto that screen as well.
Well, there's only 10 seconds. Everybody's holding their breath.
Guys, do you think they'll just give us Lee Sin? You think so? Yeah.
Oh!
Okay. Syndra. The mid lane, as you talked about, both these teams putting a lot of emphasis on the mid lane.
See if they can be the ones to put out the power, or they're just kind of throwing everybody off in the early game talks. The last band to come out is a Lulu, and it is Elise Singham, picked up right away.
It's almost like these teams fall into patterns.
No. Yes.
Lee Sin for No Name. He will be happy with that pick.
Yeah, as the captain and the playmaker. You
technically, though, we should still be leaving the door open for the top lane Lee Sin. But it's only open a small crack.
Yeah.
Pretty much always take it to the jungle there. We'll see what No Name could do, because No Name's had very effective early games. He is also the team captain. It's very easy to make calls when you're on Lee Sin, because you're able to drop a lot of vision with your sight ward, go for early invades. It's very easy to direct the team. Whoa! lightning quick picks coming in here.
LMQ, back to their roots in a just kill you style composition so far. We'll see what Curse can put in their hands. The Gragas has come out. We have not seen the best Gragas play across the board. Everybody's getting a kick out of this. We'll see what.
Xiao, big grin on his face though. Always like to see him happy.
Oh yeah.
And always like to see him on Yasuo. He is one of the most impressive North American Yasuo players out there. And he's already got several ways to set up his ultimate. So very, very easy ultis for Yasuo going to come in for the late game.
Unfortunately, he's only gotten 2 chances to play it since it's always banned out against him. But those plays have been absolutely amazing. 11, 2, and 6, and 5, 1, and 11. So watch out. Could be forced onto an Eve here. Not too bad of a champion for Dominate to be on, but he's got to be careful. And hopefully Curse doesn't fall behind, because their ability to get Eve in a situation of side ganks, getting back into a game, isn't that great.
And with Eve locked in, that means that Gragas is secured for the top lane.
Right, yeah,
that will
good
be
call.
a Quas on Gragas. Now, Gragas is fairly similar to Mundo, who is one of Quas's favorite champions. However, Gragas is much more utility-oriented and much more mid-game oriented. He's not as strong as a tank as Mundo, however, brings much more utility to the team and a much earlier power spike than Mundo. Mundo really looking at that late game to become the tank of all tanks, whereas Gragas has this mid-game window where he is really, really strong. He can throw his weight around and really dictate the early pace of the game. Wow, Boy. Bouncing over a couple of strong Yasuo counters here. Both of those are very strong Yasuo counter picks. Akali is one that he's used before, yet he goes with neither.
Goes with the Rise. We'll see how it changes. Rise was recently, I say recently, I'd say a patch or spring ago. Split, not a patch. Wow, words are easy. In the top lane. So now Boy bringing that to the mid lane. We saw Pobelter drawing bans on it. We'll see if they can scale it into the late game, because they got Cog, they got Rise. Gragas gets pretty big as well in those fight compositions, and he can be a big guy. Up against that kill team, though, of LMQ, that is going to be a lot of early pressure.
Yes. Can a Rise and Kog'Maw team make it through the beginning of this game? If they can, it's a very, very good omen for that team.
Bullets.
However, we saw EG fail with a very similar comp. They had Gragas, they had Rise, and they had Kog'Maw, and they couldn't pull it out in the end game with only 2 threats.
Well, let's take a look at the poll on LOLesports.com to see who you think will take the W. It's 76% going to LMQ right now, and that can change.
Don't forget, you can change that yourself by sending in your picks to @LOEsports. Use the hashtag LMQWin or CRSWin, and we will update that poll shortly.
And I'm not going to lie. I'm loving the long games because it's giving us standard lanes, and I like to see how everybody matches up 1v1. Who can create the most pressure in the early game. So let's keep it going. These teams have played up to 35 and 47-minute games, so we're looking for another long haul here.
You're already just putting it out there. I mean, we've got Rise and we have Kog'Maw, so some of the teams are looking for a bit longer of a game. But LMQ, really strong early and mid-game power spikes here. Renekton, Lee Sin, Corki, all of these early game, mid-game bullies. They're going to push as far as they can in this early game. And the only problem for them is that after they've gotten these early leads, which have been fairly easy for them to secure, they then overreach with a tower dive.
Right.
And that's where the teams with the later scaling champions have turned it around on them in the past.
Everything kind of falls into place in this game. LMQ's good at taking an early lead. Curse is a team that's good when they're behind in gold. They're able to win fights. So we'll see if that plays into their favor.
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup, actually, because LMQ are the team to make a move. Curse are the team, they don't like making moves anymore. They want to wait for their opponents to do just that and capitalize on any mistake that their opponents do make. So it's really just about, we are pretty sure LMQ is going to be the one making the moves early. Are they going to be successful? Because Curse are looking to turn those around.
Seems like you need to play the freak style of game, where you let them get a bunch of kills, and then you just take the money back.
Is that freak strategy?
All day.
He builds up the...
Yeah.
the kill bounties on his opponents.
And then you take it.
And then take it back.
That mind game. But no, it's something LMQ does. You kind of picture it in your head as they're diving down at the bottom tier, second tier turret, and then they do it again. And then they come back to do it again, and that third time is when they get caught. Those are the mistakes we're talking about. Like you said, they always think they can get a little too much. Here, we're going to get no invades for the start of the game. Everybody's being pretty nice and easy.
Yep.
15 minutes, no rush.
We'll see. Defensive start here for Curse. They've metered out their wards down this river to see if there are any delayed invades. Standard lanes, you get your wish, Riv.
Yeah.
Will be a little bit slower of a game. I really am going to pay attention to this top lane matchup because I'm very interested to see how well Quas can do with Gragas. I like Gragas in this matchup, actually. With the nerfs to Doran Blade, they actually really hurt Renekton a lot. Not only is the health hit, the damage was hit, and the sustain was hit because it's only lifesteal now, and you get way less than 5 per hit. But Renekton used to rely on, every time he activates his W, that's 2 more procs of the Doran Blade, and every time it's empowered, that's 3 more procs. Now it's only a pittance with a small amount of lifesteal. His sustain was actually hit substantially. Whereas Gragas, his passive is going to do a lot of sustain. Renekton will have to rely on that cold meek.
Great trade in the early game. Sustain in the bottom lane. Coming up, a double phosphorus.
Value right there, Riv. Value
Real
bomb.
value. Twofer.
Rename that ability.
To value?
Value bomb.
That's pretty weak.
That's pretty bad.
Phosphorus. Make it stinky.
Rat-a-tat-tat bomb. All right, so the harass early coming out from LMQ as expected. Corki Nami, extremely strong, and they've got the side bush control. It's very easy to tell who's dictating the bottom lanes, which support is able to get that side bush control, especially in matchups like Thresh versus Nami, who have wind-ups to their skill shots. Very easy for them to land from the bushes, very difficult to dodge when you don't see the wind-up coming. We'll see if they can make Kopping Special pay, but Kopping Special are used to this style of play. Defensive style opening up. They just want to CS through this mid game, through this early game.
Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie talking about take advantage of that defensive style. And so far, Vasily and more have pushed in. Only a 5 CS lead, but that can start to be that level 3, 4.
Dives this early on are very dangerous, especially against Thresh. Thresh can interrupt the Lee Sin travel time when he goes for the second activation of Q.
Waiting for Dominate to come around, but he's on the top side, maybe?
Yeah, it would have. He's waiting for the counter gank, but Dominate does not usually go to gank Curse bottom lane. I think that was maybe a failure in scouting from LMQ. Dominate, he usually lets Cop and Special play defensively and leaves them down there to that game. So no gank from him.
Right, if you're going to play defensive and know you're not going to be in trouble.
What a Q!
Sonic Wave at the max range. They can't get too much off, but the flash will be enough for a return trip here in a few minutes. Poke missed out by X-Special. You can see, as we were talking about, the ward control in that side bush. No one really has it.
Great shot from No Name there. Able to get out that Voyboy flash very early on. Voyboy's going to have to purchase Vision to protect himself now. He opted for the pink ward instead of trying to get multiple greens. Maybe didn't have enough for the duo of greens. Needs to also keep himself supplied with biscuits to sustain through the Yasuo harass. However, on this rise, running exhaust. That is something you don't see too often. Really what he's worried about is the all-in. Once Yasuo comes in, if you ult him during that, or if you exhaust him during that ult, wow, No Name back to bottom. What a hook, but they have No Name in the vicinity, so you can't do anything about it.
Got the flash out. Very nicely done there. We'll have to see if they can return. Like you were saying, the exhaust is going to be pretty helpful, but it's got to have a good target to hit it on, because if you have No Name and Xiao on you, you might be dead anyways. Good choice there, though.
No Name spending so much time down here. No Name has not been in his jungle for a good 2 solid minutes, up and down this river. And look at that gold lead from Dominate. He's got 10 CS lead on No Name. Level 5. No Name still down here. He is not giving up.
This is going to give Dominate a perfect chance to come.
Oh,
right into the turret. This is going to be first blood. Cop flashes in. Where's the
defensive play from Curse now. They're going headstrong aggro onto this. A good move coming in. Cop does finally go down to Kathy and surprise the double kill for him.
You got to give it to Cobb. He's making great use of that passive on Kog'Maw. That is strong passive play there from Kog'Maw. Gets the double kill with it.
What I do want to see is more players using the fanfare when you're in a Kathy.
Look at Special here. Dodges the bubble, gets the perfect play into tower range, lands the crooked hook, stays alive. Boom. And Cobb wants the kill, so he flashes forward. Maybe a little bit of greed there to wait for Dominate. But he does get the double kill for his efforts. Starting off that Kog'Maw strong is going to be really big for them. And man, we said Dominate does not usually gank this bottom lane, but if No Name is down there for a minute straight, maybe 3 successive ganks down there, and he just draws the attention of Dominate, who had been farming the whole time, who's level 5, huge lead on him, item advantage as well. And once Dominate came to join the party, X Special comes up with a huge play down bottom and makes No Name regret his stay in the bottom lane.
The one last thing I want to see from Kog'Maw players is that they do use the fanfare when they're dying. You can still press Control 1. When you're running around, it's a great thing to do.
Is it?
Taunt your foes while you're about to blow up on them. 2-1, 7.5 into this game. What looked like was going to be trouble in the bottom lane kind of picked up from Curse. Get Cop going a little bit earlier in this one. He's definitely on a long late game 80 carry. If he can get Kog'Maw fed up quite well, we'll see a different style of play from him.
I like this move from Dominate. Summoners are blown down bottom. He is Evelyn, so it's very easy for him to get into a gank. Pink Ward is in the Tribush though, so as long as he doesn't wrap around that, he should be able to get in here for an ultimate, get the slowdown for an easy hook for Special. Now, the other thing about No Name camping bottom is he leached experience from the bottom lane for a long time as well. So while he is level 6, equal with Dominate, he hurt the bottom lane, stealing experience from Vasily and more. As if dying wasn't enough to get them behind, they're also going to be behind in experience down there. But again, true to Vasily style, he's on Corki, he's bullying, he shove it right back up into Curse's face.
Well, if you have the wards, you make sure they don't use the pressure they just got, and they're forced to use all their attacks and abilities under the turret, keeping them safe. The sustain from Moore and Vasily keeps them in the mindset that they can keep playing strong. Pink wards from behind, but they're actually not going to see this regular ward that Dominate's about to walk over. See if they actually decide they are playing very aggressive.
This is a long cooldown on Valkyrie, one of the longest cooldowns for a dash of an AD carry. Dominate should just run in there and go ultimate. The cooldown after it was just used, and Vasily's right up there. This hesitation is a little bit much. I guess he's waiting for the hook for Xpecial to come back up, but wow, Xpecial does it himself. He doesn't wait for
Plays him into the box wall. That's Cobbs coming up clean. The bubble goes out and they wait. Nice guy.
And he holds on for Xpecial. The Thresh Express almost able to capitalize on some damage from Vasily, but that's Dragon.
That was all Xpecial right there. They didn't even need Dominate for that kill. Great hook straight onto Nami. No Name comes a little bit late to the party, but he's got double buffs Lee Sin. Formidable early game foe. Yasuo has just been forced back to base though. What perfect timing for Curse to grab that kill. 2-man defense for LMQ. Can they go for a steal? Unlikely.
No, this is going to be a easy Dragon going over to Curse. Plays coming from Xpecial.
Oh!
Great ultimate. Watch out for Dominus. He's going to be able to trade back as well as sustain. And if Quas can't get his abilities off, that passive won't be helping too much. So they kind of go even on the trade with ults being used both sides.
Guess we learned a little bit about that matchup.
Yeah.
Ackerman performing very well on his Renekton. Good CSing under turret there by Voidway with the Flux. We'll see though. We have drawn some attention to Quas. After that last exchange, Ackerman called up reinforcements. Nice, zones him off of that minion. It's the small things. Xiao Xiao went through a ward, doesn't care.
Ooh. Just a love tap from Dominate. Didn't really want anything.
Scare him off.
A lot of pressure in that top lane. LMQ had 3 members. Knowing that Dragon's down, they're kind of objective free, so they're trying to get something out of that. But nicely thwarted by Curse.
Curse, really good answer there. Voyboy on Rise, trying to get his mana items to scale. Tier stacking up. He went with the early tabby. It delays his Rod of Ages a little bit. However, it's completely worth it because it blocks so much damage from Yasuo.
Slow moving here for LMQ. With Curse having the lead, we'll see how they play this. This is exactly what we talked about in the beginning. Curse is a very good team at playing from behind, but they get themselves into trouble when they do have the lead. They take even more than LMQ tries to take when they have a lead, and it really backfires hard.
All right. That logic only goes so far, though, because you'd always rather have the lead. So
This is true.
I'm still pretty happy.
This is true.
With having the lead earlier, especially Cop, who's, they're playing defensive down there. He's really happy to have those
It's a different
3 kills.
pace. Definitely a different pace for the lead to be on Cop right
Man, no name back to bottom, though. Oof. So much ward control bottom. It doesn't matter to Lee Sin because he's great at lane ganks. He could safeguard in there for something. But even with 3 kills, this Curse bottom lane plays defensively. They play safe. So I don't think No Name really counted on the style of this bottom lane when he planned out his early jungle pathing.
Right, because it's seen. He is walking through a security system right now, and Curse is going to know if he ever comes near bottom, this is keep playing safe. Good pressure on mid turret. Xiao is trying to get this down so he can roam.
Now, No Name going to invade here. He is at a severe disadvantage if he meets Evelynn. Dominate already has completed Lizard Elder, whereas he's sitting on double longswords here. No Name is extremely poor, but he gets the deep ward down with no retaliation from Curse.
Little things that could possibly help to make a move when they need it, whether it's going to be a dive on Void Boy or just control of the next blue buff that leads to a dragon. So many possibilities. Easier said than done. Can LMQ act on what they are trying to put in a position? Good damage on the bottom tier turret. They're winning in the lane pressure right now, but they don't seem to have control of the map. Now they're starting to gain control of that map. Now they're trying to shut down Dominate. There's the dive we were just talking about. The forward wards pay off immediately.
That combo, Lee Sin Yasuo, is a very popular one. A lot of burst damage for Evelynn, even though Dominate gets off his ulti. Not able to survive. And that is going to be big for Xiao, because he already had Static Shift, which is a big spike.
There's a grab from the bottom lane.
Man, X Special is just carrying this bottom lane really, really hard.
Hey man, all-star support came from that Thresh. X Special's mechanics on Thresh just over and over again. He's still got it.
I mean, it's making it hard, Vasily here on Corki wants to be able to bully Kog'Maw early. That's the whole point of this Corki pick, is his early and mid-game prowess, the power that he has over Kog while they're scaling up. But now, Kog'Maw completed Trinity Force. That has pretty much been evened out. It's already 14 minutes here. Cop should not be getting pushed around any longer.
No. Look at that scoreboard, 2-4. When you look at the bottom lane of Curse, 4 kills on Cop, 4 assists on X Special, working it very well in that bottom lane. And Dominate was there for 2 to participate in those. You can tell, looking at the inventories, Curse is definitely looking for the long haul. Rod of Ages to be stacked up as well as the tier with your Kog'Maw late game.
Meanwhile, top lane, Kwasa has crawled back. Only a few CS down to Ackerman, and he's scaling up fairly well here, getting some armor in now.
Doing well.
To supplement his early AP buys. Not going for the early completion of that Rod of Ages, though. He's sitting on the Catalyst, so remember, it takes 10 minutes after you actually complete the item for it to build up. When you first buy it, it's actually not very efficient.
These guys going pretty hard. 30 seconds on Dragon, so they're trying to spit out what damage they can. Look at the forward wards from LMQ now, once again to be used. They have breadcrumb wards for safety in the jungle they praised previously.
And this Xiao Yasuo, there was not even a 1/10 of a second there for the animation for X Special to move from the Lee Sin kick. As soon as it registers, boom, Xiao is there, stuck in place, and he saves the dash to jump over the wall after X Special flashes. Really, really well played by Xiao. And X Special with the first misstep here. Again, supports trying to get vision. It's a dangerous game for them.
Absolutely. So what LMQ has prioritized completely pays off in the last 3.5 minutes. They made quick work of that to now completely even out the game. They're only down a kill. And I'm sure they'll find that somewhere very soon. They're still continuing to put wards down on that bottom side of the jungle.
And Vasily, since he has foregone the purchasing of boots, he's been able to rush the completion of his Trinity Force.
Yeah. And pings for his team.
So that
too.
will be very big for their bottom lane. And they continue to push Cop and Xpecial back. But man, 4 kills for Curse, 4 assists on Xpecial. Every single one was set up by him. 4 kills for Cop, where they want the money.
Yep.
But can he make use of it? Kog'Maw, the reason I think that it took so long to make its way over to North America is it's a bit different than most of the other AD carries. It's not the easiest to play because you have to be very quick with your mouse.
Yeah.
He does long range damage, so your target selection is very far away from your champion, and you have to move your cursor a relatively large distance.
Right.
But he's also very low mobility, and dodging skill shots is paramount on him. He cannot get locked down, so you have to move your mouse back to your character for a quick dodge in the right direction.
It's a different style. If you think of somebody like Doublelift, if he were to play Kog'Maw, Doublelift locks his screen in a fight. You can't do that with Kog'Maw's living artillery at max range. You're missing out on range. So he is absolutely a different player. Champion, I should say. Let's see what the late game can provide from him, and we'll see if Cop actually has that ability to hit the living artillery. It's a slow falling spell, pretty easy to dodge out, so it's almost like you are the AD carry that gets to predict the skill shots this time. They're dodging yours.
Yeah, it's really hard to dodge if you don't have boots. But now Vasily has been able to get tier 2. Going with the Sork boots for more poke damage rather than the auto attack oriented Berserker Greaves. So right now, let's see if Xiao Xiao gets caught.
Yeah, he's definitely caught. Oh, the windwall's a little far, but the team gets a very nice tidal wave from Nami. That is a great last breath to follow up, and it's a little back and forth, but No Name and the rest of the team are just trying to decide who to kick. A Rune Prison saves down Voyboy, but he's out of the fight. Nobody is going to be taking the Lantern. Quaz has to run back to the turret. He actually might be safe here. No, the resonating strike. That Sonic Wave didn't hit. He actually may have gotten help from the rest of his team.
Xpecial trying to get there to offer his support to the rest of the Curse squad, but nobody takes the Lantern out. And it's going to be Voyboy dead, actually.
Voyboy gets it up. The Ignite coming in to make sure they could finalize that. Staying a little too long. Did not need to ward there, but they now know the red's gone.
Yeah, perfect Nami play. Land the slow first, flash in, bubble. Great job by him. Double Rod of Ages have been completed, so both solo laners from Curse now on that 10-minute timer, working their way up. Great knockup, so they get 2 of them in the air. Voyboy flashes over. Let's see. The hook barely misses. One of the ones that where Xpecial does miss.
Somebody take it.
It's right next to Quad.
Take the Lantern.
It's right next to him. He doesn't see it. His eyes are...
He couldn't see it under his belly.
He's got the beer goggles on.
Yeah, that's all right.
His vision was blurred.
It happens. I'm at fault for not taking Lanterns, too. I can't say anything.
Whoa, Xpecial again. Barely missing out. Catching the coattails.
And that's one great thing about having an awesome game on a champion like Thresh is your presence starts to create more pressure. If you're having a bad game, teams consider that, and they'll walk around you. But right now, they have to make sure they're not in the range of that hook. Quas, wow, this is a weird separation for the fight. Cop's out of mana. There's a fight going on at the top here, and just down to the south. Cop figures out that he's in a sore spot. Gets back to the team, and they're able to trade 2 for 1 here. Curse's favor so far. Ackerman with a very deep teleport that I don't think they should have done.
We got to give a lot of credit to Quas in that fight. He teleports first, he zones out Vasily, knocks him back with the ultimate so that the fight is sectioned off into 2 separate quadrants right there, with a lot of the damage from LFQ not going to the damage sources of Curse. They had him cornered, 4 men up there in the blue side by Golem Bush, whereas the only member from Curse that was zoned off in the bottom side was Cop. So let's take a look here.
What a spread in this
Early teleport in from Quas. He gets a couple seconds jump, and that's all it takes. 2 members of LMQ jump in, so when Quas walks by here, he has already thrown his ulti to make sure Vasily is not going to join. Cobb is able to make his way over by using the speed boost of his heal and then flashing over the side. Zones out, allows his barrel to ferment there for a while for extra damage. Gets the exit kill on Ackerman.
The stinky sauce, right in the face. Just get hit up. You're either slowed by it or you're dead by it. It's not fun. Moving up, LMQ is going to be getting a few structures and some gold for themselves, assisted in that area as well. Go back and forth. Xiao whips out the sword. Tries to make a big move, but he's going to have to dash out of this one. So he's going the wrong way right now. We'll see if he can turn this one back around. And he cannot. The wall goes out. Just a tad to the side.
Not the angle he wanted there on the wall, but he still would have went down. Anyways, that's why Voyboy took exhaust right there. Saw it in action. It was able to lower the damage enough. Red buff in it. Quas turns it around.
Yeah. Big boy Quas is. Definitely different stats on Gragas now coming into 4.10. And it's going to be the hit up on Ackerman. The barrel almost hits. They do take down Voyboy. He gets a little too close for comfort. Curse has to reassess this fight. Xiao still waiting to come back from just before.
I have to say, after the rough early game there from No Name and the countering that he received, he's had some very strong Lee Sin ultimates. He does not stop trying to make plays. As we've said, LMQ are a team that keeps swinging.
Oh, he can still safeguard out of this one if he gets the ward out, but it looks like they may be able to come out on top of this fight. He hits another beautiful sonic wave, gets the hit down now onto Dominate. Cop's gonna be able to wreak havoc. Oh, he missed it just point blank, but it's only the Voidus. Cop actually will not pursue. Xiao entering the fight. Remember, he was just coming from base. LMQ did that with 4 people.
Xiao not able to avoid the slow there though, so his flash goes to waste.
Right.
All right, No Name, as we say, LMQ keeps swinging. He goes for the steal, he gets the steal, then he turns around and picks up some kills as well. Even with Dominating getting face of the mounted shield, gets the red buff. Now this Q, even if he lands it and goes in on Cop, he probably dies. So, maybe he was just trying to avoid the Lee syndrome. He had gotten a prescription.
Yeah, keeping it safe.
Avoid landing Qs when you are half-life.
Hey man, doctor's orders. Sometimes you gotta listen. So we're getting the charged up here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the inventory on the side of Cross and Voyboy. Look quite charged, fully charged. Voyboy's almost there. He'll be up there soon. And Quas is about 60 off. So soon. They're still looking Ninja Toppies across the board. We were talking about earlier. All the damage they're trying to shut down, at least for that impact of Xiao's hit. But the whole team of LMQ, we know their aggression. It does not stop. And now that they have a lead, it's coming out even stronger. Xiao wanted a 1v1 immediately there.
They have had a pretty good early game. The only flaw was the concentration down bottom. That didn't work out. But since then, they haven't let up. They don't let, the first stumble slow them down at all. They get right back to it. And they need to. They have to do that with the squad that they've picked. With these champions, they need to take advantage of these spikes in power. Yeah. Corki, especially right now, very strong.
Another uncontested outer turret. 3 now, and it's actually a shutdown for LMQ so far in those turrets. They have not lost any map vision in the lanes.
Yasuo with the 2-item power spike. Lee Sin getting the early magic resist aura. Strong for the team in itself because it's a dual AP with a sort of hybrid damage AD carry.
Right. There's a lot of AoE.
Baron already dead. What in the...
Oh, Voyboy goes in. He doesn't really have what he needs to take the damage from LMQ yet. Quas, however, he does. If that was the first entry, they may be looking at a different fight. They're somewhat able to turn this around. Cop is very big, but he really hasn't had the time to just spit out damage in a fight. This is the extended fight that they want. Another hook coming in from Xpecial, one after the other for Curse this game.
Interesting trade there. I believe they also killed... No, they did not kill Ackerman. He got out with the Baron buff.
Yeah, just one.
So yeah, early start from LMQ. No Name screens until Baron gets low, gets down there. Voyboy rushes in for the AoE magic damage. after LMQ sit in Baron pit, very, very effective. Him plus Quas were able to do enough. Yeah, Ackerman does escape down the bottom, but Curse don't let anyone else. Taking down both No Name as a, there we go, another one of the hooks. So yeah, how much were Curse able to get during that replay? I don't think there was much left on the map.
Well, they've got one
Dragon's
turret so
dead
far,
now.
so they grab mid.
They may have got, yeah, they got one turret at least. I think Dragon was still down for that. But yeah, a pretty good recovery by Curse there to scrape up some kills, and then an objective, the global gold there, and mid turret being down, may have drawn that to even. Because there's only 2 Baron buffs left on LMQ. It's not the end of the world there for Curse. Even though Vasily on Corki is one of the best champions to have that Baron buff on, he benefits from all aspects of the buff. And he's
Very
already,
strong with
whoa,
the stats.
early Last Whisper actually. To get through all of these Ninja Tabi and the sort of tanky Gragas, the Frozen Heart from Boy Boy, I think it's a good buy. There's a lot of early armor here on Curse. So, nice early purchase there from Vasily to make sure that he does have this mid-game Corki power spike and make sure that he can take advantage of it. The double Rod of Ages are almost built up.
Very close.
Fully stacked up for Quas. Boyboys just ticks home to 200 as well. So they have the scaling from their rods as well.
It doesn't make him
Looking
look
to make
huge,
plays.
though. See if they can get bigger here. 6-1 and 4 Cop definitely needs a little bit of peel from the team coming into this next fight. See if he can keep himself safe. He's also going for the Last Whisper in the next purchase, as he has the longsword pickaxe. We see, like you said, armor coming out for everybody. Special already having that, probably going for Randuin's in the chain vest build he's put in for himself. We'll see that coming out for Quas as well. Curse now a little on the back foot, even though they won that fight. Still waiting for LMQ to go into let's make a mistake mode. But
I mean,
if LMQ doesn't do that, it could be quick.
This right now is probably the most crucial point in the game because Lee Sin is starting to fall off. He's pretty much full utility now. Got the locket, and he's going to have to make some plays with his Sightstone. Renekton starting to go that way as well. Just with the Tiamat, Quas is actually a very big impact on these mid-game team fights, and the Rise is going to continue to go that way until
indecisive.
Yasuo caps out, though. They still have increased power here for LMQ. Dragon taken.
They didn't see him the whole time, and they let them finish Dragon before they engage, so their focus can be spot on. But will it matter? Zhao going down very fast. There's a lot of focus from him. Vasily's got himself in a great position, and so does Cop. The AD carries are shredding from the outside. Vasily's got himself on the other side of the wall and can't return, as now Curse is
prediction!
Gets it on the prediction indeed. With the living artillery, Cop comes up huge.
Yeah, you gotta give Cop credit for that one. Beautiful shot, even before the ward is placed. Knows exactly what No Name is going for. And Vasily, the reason he had to flash out into Dragon Pit is because he Valked into the fight right next to Boy Boy.
Right.
You cannot Valkyrie right next to that late game. Well, it's not late game Rise, but even mid game. He's got his completed items. Very dangerous. LQ, full aggression. Vasily, for the beginning of the fight, is shoving all of his damage into Quas. There's the Valk into Boy Boy here. And he knows, whoopsies, gotta flash out. That's a lot of LQ damage. They don't have that mid-game Corki to deal with the rest of this fight, so there's nothing left for him. Shot fired, ward placed, bad choice. There's another angle. He could have gone down there with a ward jump. But man, Cop with the prediction. Good pickup for Curse, and that's 8 kills now for him. This Kog'Maw is going to get out of control. Voyboy just finishes the Seraph's Embrace on the Rise too. This is the problem that LMQ were worried about running into. They still do have a little bit of breathing room though, because Yasuo has the 3 items, the very, very strong completion of Infinity Edge on top of the first 2 here. So Xiao will have a strong impact, but man, they pretty much need to make a quick move.
Yeah. They got to get through a lot too. Boy is able to control Seraph's Embrace shield now, so he can give himself a little mitigation on that front end burst. That's going to be so heavy coming out of LMQ.
Yeah, that duo there. Everyone thought, you know, the Renekton and Lee Sin, you feel great about them for the early game.
Yeah.
And even mid because of the early game gold lead that they got. But once we get past this 30-minute mark, those... Uh-oh, they turn sour. Special takes the ride.
Ackerman, that's a split on the fight. So
What?
Special's
It's a
on the
5
right
versus
side.
4.
This means there's hardly any peel for Kopp, but that he can't get back.
Oh!
But Kopp has great positioning right now, so he doesn't even need the peel. Xiao goes in, and they quickly jump over to Kopp, forcing him to flash. LMQ is just waiting to take down Kopp.
Yeah.
That focus did not work for them.
That Rune Prison is all the peel that they needed. Great job by Voyboy looking out for Kopp. Kopp, for this fight, still had both summoners as well.
Yeah.
So it was just a decimation of the LMQ squad here. And the late game Cog, Voyboy already stacked up. This may be
very good. They still got
the timer expiring
20
for
seconds
LMQ.
on Lee Sin. He can provide a little bit of slow and the control they need to keep Curse in a bad spot. But yeah, they have the inhibitor. They have a free walk out of the base without taking anything else. Baron's going to be up in 11 seconds. They might have to worry about that in backing.
So communication there. Quad's calling, I've got teleport ready. So Special takes the ride and they get this team fight. Everybody groups up. There was so much damage on No Name. They got him out of the fight really early.
Yeah.
Says that Special still has Face of the Mount for Kopp. Kopp with the Kog'Maw Trinity Force plus Blade build is actually fairly substantially defensive. Ackerman's toast. They actually get Baron and kill Ackerman at the same time. But he doesn't go down. Mikhails gets him out.
Oh no. The Xiao replay it. Baron, Xiao down. It's going to be a triple. First one. Last one was a triple to almost a quadra, but he picks up the double this time.
You have to run with this. They need to take this advantage.
A great dodge by Special considering his vision, knowing what they could do to get out of that one alive. Vasily's trying to chase with the blue buff, a big one, readied in the chamber for the next shot, but it's not going to take anybody down.
Split focus there from Curse almost cost them, but they are able to come out of it with the Baron and only a 2-for-1 trade for LMQ. So definitely worth it for Curse this time around. Even though they give up control of the map, minion wave here would be 1 turret at most if LMQ press it. And it doesn't even look like they will press it.
This was almost scary deja vu.
Exactly. So split here, Baron plus trying to zone. And they zone long enough to buy time to finish off the Baron. Because they got that answer kill on Ackerman, that was pretty much all they needed. Kopp this time, as we said, no summoners left. They're able to get the combo that they want. Yasuo got in, killed Kopp. That's the point of Xiao. That's his #1 mission. He was able to get it, but it was just a little bit too late for the team.
We're seeing almost the same game as previously. One team's building all damage, the other one's trying to build all defense and still win the game. Curse has been doing a little bit of the winning on the defensive side now, almost within 700 gold as it ticks up. 19-5 as they have the kills. It seems to be working a little bit in both teams' favor as we're going to go again for the long haul.
Yeah, Curse have a bunch of champions with very strong innate damage just in the champion kit, so they can afford to build them very defensively. That's why Ryze is so strong in the late game, because he gets all the damage from his kit, and he can build defensively with these mana items that also have defensive stats on them. Same thing for Gragas with these sort of hybrid build, tank/AP, and Kog'Maw as well. These items that Kog'Maw gets make him beefier.
What? Another max range coming from Special. This is going to be a kill onto No Name. One last shot from the Bio Arcane Barrage, but Kopp's not in range. No Name will still go down in that fight. Moore's going to be hit up. Another consecutive hook from Special coming in. His thresh play today has been out of this world.
It is safe to say that Curse have weathered the early game storm of LMQ, and skies are sunny now.
Dragon going down, Curse picking up everything they can as they make their way back to base. See this again.
Hey, yo.
So
if he missed the first one, there were 3 more members lined up right behind No Name as well. This is with Baron buff.
Kopp is always in
Quad!
back.
Quad whipped his ulti right there into the wall, I think. The crooked wall blocked it.
The things you miss when you're looking at everything else. 3,000 gold was accrued from that, along with the Dragon for Curse, as they now push down into the bottom lane. Voyboy's going to help get a little extra damage on that as he face tanks. He has quite a bit of armor for himself. They're not even worried about it. That's like 4 shots to the face. Only down 200 HP. 21-15, the kills continue to rack up in the favor of Curse, and at one point, LMQ had 3 turrets to Curse's none. Now Curse has 6 turrets to 3.
Special gets locked up.
Oh, Ackerman.
Trading
the range coming in from Cop right now. He's able to shred on the outside. Special very close to going down, but he lives. And it's going to be the rest of the team trying to fight on the bottom side here. The entrance push out of base. Good kills coming in from Curse.
They blew the no-name Xiao Xiao combo through. That was Lee Sin Yasuo ulti Onyx special, and he survives it.
One more chance the LMQ could have to stop this. Curse is all over the Nexus turrets, though. It's going to be very hard if LMQ is even able to get another fight for themselves. It's going to come in. Ackerman's getting hit up. He gets locked in. He's going to get taken down, possibly. A few more shots. Xpecial just hits 1,000 assists for an NA LCS support. The first one ever at 36 minutes into this game. Moore is almost going to go down. Xpecial finally dies. MVP threat to the game as he hits his 1,000 assists.
What a story. That was eerily similar to Double Lift.
Yep.
Hitting his record right at the buzzer.
Yep.
And Xpecial really earned it this time around.
Oh my gosh.
He put in so much work to land all of those hooks. The assists record definitely deserved from him.
Hooks on hooks. All day long. A very well-fought game. LMQ coming out with an in-your-face composition, looking to get Yasuo procced ultimates almost out of every single lane, but it just wasn't happening. Control over the jungle from No Name in the early game, but Curse was able to bring it back. Great map movement. Boy bringing out the Rise this game, and Curse understanding that their composition kind of needed to go late game, and that's where they brought it with the Rod of Ages. And Cop on Kog'Maw, 12-2-9. His last best score is 8-0-8 on Illusion, so he just kind of went off on this game as well.
Cop definitely did a good job. You have to give him praise for that prediction ult, if nothing else, for the kill on the No Name. Especially that man right there. His 100th game, because all these guys who've been in the LCS for this amount of time have all played the same amount of games, same as Double Lift, since they had their 2 games earlier. 1,000 assists in 100 games. How are these stats coming out so perfectly?
I don't know.
These North American players know how to write a story.
Absolutely.
Xpecial making it work right there. He really worked his butt off.
Hey man, when you're an all-star, you think of different things as you're playing. He knew he was calculating that the whole time.
Him and Double Lift did go to All-Stars together, the first one in China.
There you go, setting records. We'll have to see what happens as the games go on throughout the day. Another awesome game, really just testing each other's team in their fight prowess, in their map control. Like we said, in the early part of that game, Curse had 0 turrets down. LMQ had vision fully up into the mid part of the map, and then it just seemed to go from there. LMQ was able to get Barons that Curse completely wiped them after. And then that kind of told you the story that Curse knew they had a chance to keep moving on, and they played a game of patience, which is not known for Curse to play.
Yeah, I mean, Xpecial just really carrying their early game, which was the only part that they were really worried about, seeing this matchup in the draft phase. And Xpecial, you know, we talked enough about him.
It's the first time we've really seen a sustain lane. LMQ had the Nami and the Corki. The sustain lane really get taken down. Granted, and props to Vasily for always having higher CS in that lane, even being 3-4 kills down. I don't know how as an AD carry you get back and keep your CS up, but Cop and Xpecial still won that lane completely off of that. So the rotations coming in. No Name making a few mistakes in the early game. We saw that he spent a little time in the bot lane when Dominate, like you said, doesn't gank the bot lane as much for Curse. They're more defensive. So his play was to the top, and No Name wasted a bit of time in that early part of the game.
Yeah, then he came back with a couple of kills around mid with Xiao Xiao.
Right.
He had that Dragon Steal, which was epic.
Oh, so many plays, but they're all thwarted. Everybody had an answer for the other play today. Superweek and the middle of the season when these teams know it's only halfway left. You got to start making your moves now. You got to climb to the top. Curse is the team that has separated themselves from the bottom. They're the one that's kind of sitting there, and they need to be the one to move up because Complexity and EG are sitting under them, and Curse is sitting there between joining those teams that are in the ties and the parity in the top, but so close.
This was definitely one step that they'd been working for a long time because they've had trouble actually finishing the games against these teams that were tied for first or were at least in the top 5. They've had games, so many games, where they do have the lead and they have control of the game.
Yeah.
This one they finally were able to finish out because they had a much better late game
oriented team.
And you got to remember, these guys were 1-1. Now Curse is 2-1 versus LMQ. One of the teams that everybody thought would come out of Challenger Series, just really wreaking havoc on the NA scene. Some of the players from the professional team said in scrims and whatnot, we think LMQ is the middle of the pack team. And now as teams figure them out, that may be coming to light. That one style of very heavy strategy is what they have. If they divert from it, we've seen that go quite wrong for LMQ.
Yeah, the early aggression, early game team once again. They tried a lot of early game moves, and even if some of them fail, they keep on trying them until they're successful.
And we actually saw a successful Gragas, to keep on that word. So great job by Quas in the top lane. The whole team coming together. But for a first-hand account on that match, let's send things over to Dash and Zyrene.
Thanks, Riv. I want to welcome Xpecial and Cop of Curse to the analyst desk and congratulate Xpecial on your 1,000th career assist. You are the first player in the NALCS to do so, and as it so happens, Cop was the player who actually gave you that final assist. So it's kind of a match made in heaven, right?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Surprising. I had no idea it was coming up or anything like that. Unlike Doublelift, I can't say I'm the best, but I like to say that it's been fun. 1,000th, how do you even say it? 1,000th assist? Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm just like super flustered.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
It was in 100 games, too. So exactly right on that mark. So let's just take a step back in that game. Let's go back to Champion Select. You guys first picked the Gragas top. Now, Korea's been trying Gragas top for a while. It hasn't seen the same type of success. We've seen it in EU. It still falls flat. People have tried it here. Why are you guys the first team to actually whip it out and have it work?
Is this our first Gragas game in LCS?
Your first?
Yeah.
As Curse?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay, but regardless, it's really...
Otherwise, it's one of the first wins we've seen.
I think it's the first win. But I think he's a strong pick, and it works well against the traditional bully, Renekton, who typically everyone says wins in all matchups. But Gragas actually does well, actually scales better than Renekton. So in a way, he's actually better in every single way, except that he's slightly harder to play. And that's kind of the problem that you're seeing. Mid-game and late-game, you have to land your barrels, you have to land your ultimate. And oftentimes, Yasuo just, he's really annoying to deal with. You get the walls, and you see Braum a lot too. And these are champions that can really hurt Gragas' scaling. And I think Quats played really well this game. He did fairly well in lane, and team fights he showed up and just wrecked people. And it showed, and we won, so that's good.
Remaining in Champion Select, Cop, I want to direct the question to you. You picked the Kog'Maw fairly early. And then we saw Vasily pick up Corki as opposed to, let's say Lucian or Twitch or something like that. And those were on the table. Why do you think that was?
I think Corki's pretty good into Kog'Maw just because he can poke him in lane at level 6, and his early laning is pretty strong against Kog'Maw. So, yeah, they just wanted to take the Nami from us, and so we couldn't get the really strong combo of Kognami. And I don't know, if they play aggressive and get kills, they can snowball on us, but it ended up in our favor.
All right, well, a follow-up on that would be you managed to have the lane that you wanted, and then it ended up snowballing you a couple great hooks and exchanges in the bot lane, and you actually picked up a second kill with your passive on Kog'Maw. Holding all of that gold on a late-game carry like that early, how does that accelerate the game or change the way you guys look at the way you want to play it out?
I think for Kog'Maw, he scales the best, and if you can get an early lead, you can pressure the Corki really hard. So I was able to just take the advantage bottom, and they couldn't really lane against us at all, so we could just snowball bot, and they had to force pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, and we actually are going to bring up a Baron fight on the screen here. It's a little later in the game. You guys go 3 for 1. You do give up Baron, but Xpecial, walk me through this fight.
This was not a good situation for us. We saw that Renekton was preparing to go into Baron, and we knew that they're on Baron. We were trying to check it. We were really far. Grimes TP's in, and it was really too late. But fortunately, they fight, we fight, and we come out ahead. They were just chunked from Baron, and we were strong at this point. We shouldn't have given up Baron, but at least we came out with some kills. It was a fairly close fight, but I came in really late, and we managed to just sweep them. And yeah, we were pretty upset giving them a free Baron, but fortunately we managed to catch him out. I get a decent hook. She's probably dead anyways, but regardless, I think that was one of my assists that helped me towards that 1,000, so it was worth it.
Absolutely, every single one counts.
A decent hook? That was a really good hook. Your hooks all game in bottom lane too. You kept hooking more, especially when his flash was down, right into a box.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised that they left the Thresh and didn't pick it. Against LMQ in practice, we've often just destroyed them with Thresh. It's one of the few champions actually I feel like I do especially well against, or at least the players I Okay, so Thresh, I normally don't carry as hard, and against LMQ especially, I do really well on Thresh. It's kind of surprising. This normally, I don't carry that hard with the champion. I usually do fairly well, but not to this extent. And LMQ has just been a team that is really susceptible to that sort of aggression. And they were forced to pick a weaker lane, and they couldn't play aggressive, and it kind of hurt them. Sure, they had Lee Sin bottom a lot, but Thresh, hooking people in the turret, that's always fun.
All right, Kappa, another question for you. I mean, coming off the backside of that Baron, you were lucky enough to get the Baron buff off of 3 members. But on an immobile carry like Kog'Maw, how important is positioning at that point, especially as the game scales against a Yasuo and a Lee Sin?
Going into the game, I told my team I really needed a lot of peel, just because Lee Sin, Yasuo, and Renekton are just going to be jumping for me. So it's up to the team to, I guess, protect me and just kill the tanks as they come in, just to ensure that I don't get jumped on.
All right, great. And we're actually going to bring a replay up on your screen. About 31 minutes into the game, this is a fight in the mid lane, and I think it pretty well illustrates your positioning, and you stay alive through the fight, and it's a really great fight. If you could walk me through it real quick.
So here we see Ackerman in the brush, and we can get free damage off, but we really want to focus on the Yasuo, so we notice they're jumping at me, so I tell Void to spot me with his spines, and then right here it's just make sure to kill Yasuo and then just kite out the tanks and kill them as they come in, just to protect me pretty much as hard as possible. And with this, we can just, if we just kite out the tanks and kill them, then we should be able to win.
Yeah, Xiao ended up using his last breath a little too soon on that one because you got knocked up by it, but ended up just hitting Quas in that. So a little bit of a save there from Quas too. But on the other side of this, I want to talk about Curse in the standings right now. You guys are pretty far down there, and you guys can't be happy about your position, but you want to keep climbing. So what's going to separate you from the bottom and get you up into that big pack that seems to be so even right now?
It's been a really rough season for us. We went in like the first week, we were doing extremely well in practice, and we were expecting, top of the standings or like up there, and then we've just not found our ground. Every single game, we would win early game. Like in terms of just looking at fantasy, which is not a good metric, I know, but it means that we get a lot of turrets, it means we get a lot of dragons, at first bloods, etc. But we don't really win games, and that's something that we've been struggling a lot. A lot of it is due to my shot calling just not being as good, and Curse's shot calling has not been good traditionally, and just a combination of the two is we don't have enough experience as shot callers to really push our mid game and late game advantage, which these games are often lasting 30-40 minutes, which is completely unlike last split, where games were 25 minutes, 30 minutes. Like that was kind of the latest. And so late game, not good shot callers, you're gonna lose games. And that's something that is relatively easy to fix, but takes time. And as we're progressing through the split, we're gonna get better and better at it, but I hope it's not too late.
All right, well, with the standings being as close as they are, really across the board, I have one final question for you, which is, coming off of this win, you've got Cloud9 later today. How do you carry that momentum? What are the next steps into making sure that you do kind of turn things around for the team?
It's honestly, this game wasn't even that clean for us. So we need to look at this game, figure out, okay, where are our mistakes in shot calling? Where, like with that Baron, for example, we need to not do those. We need to be able to push our advantage harder. We're winning early game. We should win the game cleaner. And that's something we still need to strive towards. And honestly, it's still going to be tough. Cloud9 is a good team. We haven't beat them once ever, so we would like to have a win now. It could really help us swing our momentum to prepare for the next game tomorrow too.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again on your 1,000th assist. Good luck in your game later today. Great game that just happened, and we'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
We only just hit the halfway point, but after the break, we'll be reading a few of your favorite Twitter responses. Then it's back to the games with Evil Geniuses versus TSM. Don't go anywhere.
Trying to negotiate a free win with Xiao.
All right, good. Tell me if you get it.
I said I need to win this game for my promotion. He said same, his promotion's 2-2, and then I said he was challenger, and then this is my promotion.
The AD carries are shredding from the outside. Vasily's got himself on the other side of the wall and can't return, as now Curse is restrung.
Prediction! Okay.
Lee Sin. Lee Sin. Yasuo.
Okay, Yasuo.
Yeah.
Okay, Lee Sin.
Defend the corner. Protect the corner. I'm fine. Correct the state. Got it.
Week 7 of the North American LCS. Now we want to check in on the conversation happening over on Twitter. To remind you, earlier in the broadcast we asked, which NALCS team has improved the most since the beginning of the split and why? We've gotten a ton of great responses, and here are just a few of our favorites. At CryWishesLull, EG, no doubt about it, despite what the standings show, their addition of Helios and Alltech have worked wonders for the team.
Yeah, right now they're sitting in 8th place, but when you're the 8th best people in the entire North America, it really doesn't show too much, but they can beat top teams, and with Alltech and Helios in there, they get their shot calling down, they have enough individual skill to start climbing up.
Absolutely. I mean, they look really great in all of their games, and most of them are very close. Yes. The next one we have here is at Melanie Natasha, TSM. The arrival of Loco Doco has really turned this team around, and with his input, they've got a good chance to place first.
Yeah, and we had Loco Doco here earlier, and he was talking about how his coaching style is very personalized and very effective in that regard. He's definitely done wonders for the team since he's gotten here.
Absolutely. Our final one of the day here, at Seagrove Lull. No one. It is impossible to tell who is better and who is improving. This split is crazy.
It is absolutely crazy. It's the closest North American LCS split we have seen this far along. At the start, people were like, is this Europe? What am I watching? Because everybody's just so good and neck, and they're all improving. There's no question there.
Yeah, the NALCS this year is pure insanity. Well, thank you to everyone who wrote in. And if you're not already, follow us on Twitter. We're at LOL Esports. Now, as we send it over to Freak and Jat for our next game, Team Solo Mid has been transformed since Loco Doco took over as coach. But according to EG, the team may be falling into some predictable patterns.
TSM is developing their own Loco Doco style, Loco Doco calls it. And it's basically really aggressive early. They always go for these invades. You'll see Amazing will always try to get an extra buff here and there. They want to have at least 2 winning lanes so they can exert map pressure. And yeah, they don't like stalling and waiting for the enemy to make a mistake. They want to be the first one to take control of the game. And it has been working for them. Combine that with a really big champion pool on Bjergsen in mid lane. It's definitely very tough to play against TSM.
We can take it over. Hello everyone, welcome back to the desk. I'm David Freak Turley, joining me at the captain's desk for our next 3 games. It's Josh with Jat Leesman.
Yeah.
Awesome as always.
It's a little late in the day because of the duration of the games, but I'm ready for some video games.
It's going to be a whole bunch of fun, guys. So we're kicking off the back half of our day with Evil Geniuses versus Team Solo Mid. Now, EG, they've actually already spent a whole bunch of time in the Rift today.
Yeah, and after all that, they're still stuck on 4 wins with the loss to complexity. They are now in last place, as Zyrene just mentioned, and it was a record-setting game, actually. Longest game of the year for North America, and Pobelter actually got the most CS in a single game in the North American LCS. But it was all for nothing. It was when EG makes it to the late game. You know, these strategies, they become more complex, they involve more coordination between the team, and honestly, it seems like EG's communication is breaking down a little bit. You look at Helios, he's a great hope for the team, and they've been able to make a lot of very strong early game plays with him, but the degree of difficulty between early game plays and late game plays, communication-wise, is huge. So by and large, EG is playing much better, but at the end of the day, if they're not getting wins, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. Time and again, they're getting this early game lead and can't quite hold on to it. Of course, on the other side of this matchup is TSM. Now, these guys are 2-0 against EG so far this split.
Yeah, and they lost today against Dignitas as well, and did not look very good doing it. Honestly, their bottom lane lost a lot of pressure in that game, despite having the Lucian pick against Kog'Maw, and that subsequently added to them losing pressure, which lost them several dragons. And that being said, TSM is an incredibly consistent team against the bottom 3 teams here. So they should be expecting a victory, but they don't have much confidence after that last loss.
Yeah, and they're just playing a lot more slowly this week as well.
Yep.
So
everyone's playing a little slower this week.
That's true, and that actually, the fear that might work in the EG, I guess, anti-EG, who can't seem to win the long games anyway. Yep. So maybe we'll see more of the same. Let's check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side, Evil Geniuses. Inox up in the top lane, Helios in the jungle, Pobelter in the mid lane, Alltech on AD carry, and Crepo on support.
Yes, and on the red side, it is Team Solo Mid. Darius in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD, and Glebe on support.
These guys are getting themselves into the game. Champs like starting in a second. And I do want to see how else these guys adapt. We heard Loco Doco talk at the beginning of the day about he comes in to a given week with like 5 or 7 strategies prepared.
Yeah, he said 7 strategies in the pregame interview
at the beginning. I think at the beginning of the week.
Yeah,
and then he pares them down to the ones that are working in scrims. Says, okay, we've got like 5, and after you see each game, okay, we'll tick that one off. We'll use that one. I want to see what's next for them and how varied the roster is for TSM.
And it definitely felt like in their game against Dignitas, they were more trying to take the Dignitas champions away. You think about Jackson, Ziggs in the Soul lane. You generally think is Shifter and Zion Spartan. but that's what they tried doing with Dyrus and Bjergsen, and it didn't work out as well as they had hoped.
They're going to hope that the next strategy up is going to work a bit better. Lulu, Yasuo both removed away. Solomid not allowed to play a Yasuo comp. Lee Sin away from Helios. You got to figure that guy's so good in the champion. Jack's still away from Dyrus, even though Inox would be happy to play it. And you're going to definitely see some new top lane matchups here.
Yeah, it is actually Inox's 19th birthday today.
Oh, cool.
And I said, for his birthday, TSM's not going to ban Kayle. And I was joking, and everybody laughed here, but there's a chance they actually might not ban Kayle, considering the ban so far, and he would get to play it.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can do it.
You got a few seconds to deliberate what they end up doing.
No.
Ah! That would have been fun.
Could have been a belated birthday present, but it doesn't happen at all. Gragas instead here. Could be Helios, could be Inox. Seen it now in both roles for him.
Drinking age is 19 in Canada. So at least in British Columbia. If he
parts.
goes back up to Canada with Altec, then happy we had 19th birthday. He can drink with Gragas.
There you go.
Yeah.
Bring him along, put him on the mug maybe. I would not drink out of a cask though. That would be too far for me. So limited to make their next few choices. Lee Sin banned away. Elise still the favored pick afterwards on that one. Seems no one's tried that hard to fight Amazing's champion pool. I guess he did actually go down to Jarvan earlier today, but
It's interesting. The teams either go all out to push him onto Jarvan, which he
lost on.
keeps saying he is much improved on, but they still don't really win when he plays Jarvan. But this time at least they're much more heavily banning out Dyrus, I think because they're picking the Gragas away from him. It looks like EG's plan, instead of attacking Amazing's champion pool, was very much trying to attack Dyrus's champion pool. But the cost of that is you allow Amazing onto Elise and Glebe onto Braum.
what I think is great about attacking Dyrus' champion pool, does that mean Gragas and Lulu going away? Like, how much times have changed, right? Like, where's the Vladimir from Season 2? Where's all that stuff going back from?
Played against Gragas.
Maybe he'll play some Renekton, who knows?
That's probably what he's going to end up going back to. If we're looking at Dyrus right here, he might not be able to sustain with Shyvana against the Gragas. It'll be really interesting, actually, to see which champion he defaults back onto.
Well, we just heard him talk about the fact that Gragas beats up on Renekton, like, straight up in the 1v1. Evelyn and Kog'Maw coming through here for Evil Geniuses. A lot of good area effect control to try to make room for Altec to kill a bunch of people.
Seeing a lot of Kog'Maw. Altec had a good Twitch game. This time he's going for the Cog, so a little bit more single target. I'd say Cog, especially the spell-based things about Kog'Maw, are really what's catching teams off guard, having not played against it for so long.
Yeah.
You know, the Bio-Arcane Barrage the teams are thrown in. Altec is a hyper-carried player, but yeah, they need the really good late game just because they aren't that good at closing out games, honestly.
Remember that EG's win against Cloud9, I believe it was the team peeling for him on Twitch. That was one of their best upsets as well. So, team is definitely, they know how to play around Altec for sure. TSM to make their next two choices. There's the upper on Renekton. The Jinx might come in for wild as well. So another long range, high damage late game AD carry. And all right, Jinx, Braum bottom lane.
Someone to stand behind Braum for sure. I can see that working. Altec, of course, had the pentakill on Jinx this year in the LCS. Well, Turtle gonna try to match him in this game. No easy task, especially because that TSM bottom lane hasn't necessarily been doing well in the 2v2s.
Yeah.
But has been doing much better once they transition to team fights. Jinx Braum should be a pretty solid lane, and of course the Morgana is what you pick in with Braum.
So the Morgana coming through. Twisted Fate as well for the mid lane, so Pobelter going to be taking that one as the blind pick. We called him earlier in the year a wild card. And I guess to put that one through on everyone else. And Bjergsen gets counterpicked.
He's embracing.
Darn right.
His inner wild card. Interesting, actually. So Bjergsen's a pretty prolific Syndra player.
Yep.
And we had a lot of discussion yesterday about the Syndra versus Twisted Fate matchup and how, especially with Hai, Xiao was able to destroy him in lane, and then Hai did okay as Syndra against TF, but it still appeared like the matchup was heavily in one favor. I'm very curious to see if Bjergsen decides to go with Syndra here. And here's why. Because Pobelter picked Ryze into Syndra, which to most people is a suicidal matchup, but he did boots first, dodged the majority of the Syndra skill shots, and did great in the lane. And that's most likely what he's going to be doing here. Boots first, Twisted Fate, try and dodge around Bjergsen, and Pobelter is very confident in his ability to lane against Syndra.
He freaking sure well is. The funny thing I want to point out, though, is with the Ryze matchup, he went, like Negatron Cloak first, basically, and that's, I mean, I guess you could still do it on TF, It's not like he really needs items for his utility to be there, but we'll see what the build adaptations end up being for these guys. The picks and bans are all filled up. You're going to see Evil Geniuses full of plenty of magic damage on their roster, which seems to be the kind of the new way to do things.
It's been a really strange week. I definitely feel like, at least after watching a lot of the OGN games, they were earlier on the Gragas train. They were banning Kog'Maw in almost all those games. Twisted Fate's almost a permanent ban. And North America, very quickly this week, is trending back towards those norms.
I wonder how quickly the teams all adapt. We're going to see how these guys do in the game. As the game gets underway, let's count the votes over on lolesports.com. And with 82% of the vote, TSM leads Evil Geniuses. Not a surprise to people.
Big percentage. When you also consider how well Evil Genius has been playing in the early game, but TSM with that 7 on the record. If you want to change your mind, though, hashtag at EGWin or hashtag at TSM win to the at LOL Esports Twitter account. So it will get registered and we'll update that little graph in between some key points in the match. Generally not during the most exciting moments. We'll play it during the down times.
Wait for the fight to end.
Yeah.
Just be like, Kog'Maw's going for the 1v1. Hold on, guys. Twitter vote. Got to make sure we see who you thought was going to win this battle. We'll actually pause the game for that one. Not actually the case here. No. And unfortunately, even though democracy is a great power and you guys can vote who's going to win, it's still up to the players to decide.
Yeah,
so you guys can just kind of hope that you're right, but it's still up to those guys back there. We're going to see if they're going to do this one. Getting ourselves now into the game. Evil Geniuses looking to make their climb through on Superweek. TSM, not necessarily having the start they wanted. EG, definitely not for themselves either. But there's still a day and a half to go for these guys to pull them back up the standings.
It's got to really feel stressful for EG right now because they're feeling like they can't come so far as a team, yet they're now sitting in last place. So the other teams they're competing against, Curse and Complexity, are picking up wins, whereas EG continues to be unable to find victory.
I was actually talking with their manager about that guitar during their game against Complexity, during the beginning of it. And we were talking about the fact that it felt like EG was the strongest of those three down at the bottom of the standings. And that
it feels like that to the majority of the fans as well.
Absolutely. And they put on such great performances. And then he was like, yeah, like every single week, it's like, man, we play so well. And then out of nowhere, Complexity beats someone. And we're like, stop beating Cloud9. Like, stop these random things. But, of course, then they get the 1v1 matchup. They fight up against Complexity. Complexity takes them in 60-something minutes.
65 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yep. If you round it 70.
Let's see if this one goes a little bit faster. I feel like it will.
Chances are pretty high.
Knock on wood.
Particle board?
Yeah.
Is this wood?
Kind of like a plasticky desk.
Knock on plastic. Is that bad luck?
Probably.
Okay. Great. More League of Legends action. I'm always happy, man. I'll take hour-and-a-half long games.
This game right here, a bit of a deep ward being placed by EG, but shouldn't have too big of an impact in the early game. This time EG is hopefully going to avoid what happened to them. I'm going to harp back to yesterday's game where they had the jungle Gragas. They'd had a lot of early game pressure, but then they really fell back into only having 2 threats. The top lane Gragas pretty much always starts Rod of Ages and will at least guarantee slightly higher damage presence as the game moves on. So EG should not fall into that same trap. Plus there's no split pushing threat really on this TSM team.
EG should be able to group themselves up pretty nicely. Helios going through his red buff start is actually going a little bit low on mana, but Passage should make him okay when he goes to the blue. So normal stuff for these guys. Dyrus versus Inox, there is the early push for the Renekton.
Oh man, what a strange thing. They're banking on Bjergsen's aggression early on in lane against Pobother, and the boot should allow him to land the stun.
Gold card hits wild cards as well. Bjergsen forced to flash away. Pobother not even have to use any summoners, but that's going to be probably both potions gone for Bjergsen.
That's just some really slick scouting by EG. They know exactly what Bjergsen's going to try and do. It was one of the big reasons Pobother was confident against Syndra. He feels like he can read the players very well. And they burn the flash early on, which should definitely curb Bjergsen's aggression in this lane.
It's one of the cool things I like about the boot start for TF as well, is that you can get into the range for these stuns so easily.
Yeah. A lot of people used to run movement speed Quints on Twisted Fate in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Even go with the boots of swiftness back in the day just so they could close into range for the gold cards, because that's really what it's all about. Round 2, though, Amazing gets a stun of his own.
Stun's going to land there for Bjergsen as well. Flash comes in just in time, but Paveltz are trading health bars and flashes now with Bjergsen. But Helix is already top. Dyrus is pushed in already as well. Can Inox follow this up? He's waiting for the cannon minion.
It's going to be tough to get around the slice and dice here. Renekton incredibly hard to gank. They're really hoping he would use it aggressively, but that's just not the way Dyrus lanes at the turret.
Well, Q is down, Inox drinks up, he's looking for the
given
aggression.
away at this point.
They're going for it anyway, though. There's a slice. And the gank, no dice.
Yeah, make sure to take a little bit of Helios with him as he runs away after that really nice W on Renekton. So safe lane play by Dyrus. Dyrus is definitely one of the most difficult to gank top laners.
He's a really good sense for that.
Ever. Yeah, it's just this innate game sense that comes from years and years in the top lane.
And knew to keep his dashes up, and away he went. So well played. Round 2 now for Amazing. Can he get the cocoon? Nice dodge by Pavelter. Dodges the second stun as well. The second summoner's down, but he gets away. Now
nice moves.
Oof. Leave now, taking a bit of damage after that extension, but Black Shield is enough to keep EG safe.
What's more important, though, is how low Turtle is. Note he doesn't have a health potion on Jinx, whereas Altec still does. So if they can get any type of trades going while not losing the minion wave pressure, it will be good for them. Right now, the only ally TSM has is the fact that their minion wave is larger.
And it's helping him for now. Glebe gonna give a little bit more sustain with the Relic Shield at some point, probably on the cannon minion. Crepo down to 1 potion himself. So maybe they can work through his health bar instead of Altec's, just maybe. Glebe will give a little bit of HP back to Wild Turtle for now. So holding fairly close to equal. Bjergsen does have blue trinket for himself, by the way. He had that one last time he fought Evelyn as well, but after about 8 minutes, he sold it for red trinket.
Yeah, I actually really like the blue trinket start as a mid laner against Eve because your early ward, a lot of times people try and place it over the Wraith camp to see Eve when she's there, but it's a pretty dangerous move to even get in position for that. If you're just using your Scrying Orb, even if you miss Eve to see when camps are down, you have a general idea of where she would be. And then once you're level 9 and you have the lower cooldown on your Sweeping Lens is generally when I see them switching it back. I think it's going to become a thing, and Bjergsen's the front runner in that.
I like it, I really do. Yeah, I think it's a great option there. It's good to see players adapt as the season goes on. A lot of changes came at the beginning of the year. And slowly but surely they find new things to do. Wild Turtle down to 200 health right there. Altec with a good trade on that one. Gonna miss that melee under the turret, but they're still holding up 36 to 39. Pretty reasonable for the lane matchup, I gotta say. And Altec gonna get a few more under the turret. Inox still holding against Dyrus, pretty close to equal as well. The only matchup really winning here for TSM is that mid lane for Bjergsen, who got to counterpick here.
Yeah, the Syndra versus TF matchup, they went 1 gank for the other. Ended up actually being 2 ganks that Bjergsen was able to get. Not a landslide of a CS difference, but as you can see, about 4 minions left, so the 10 advantage is actually 14 advantage. Gotta be a little bit careful here.
They're just trading health for now. Inox is going to have decent sustain still coming in there.
He's going to sustain up a lot faster than Dyrus.
Yeah, most likely. 1/3 HP. That looks like with the teleports available, Inox might want to recall just off this one here. Don't know if he can quite afford Catalyst just yet, if that's going to be his item build.
He can.
He can, 1200 at least?
He's got 1340 right now.
All right, well, there you go. Shows my top lane knowledge. Helios making his way towards the top side. Blue buff's coming up soon. Helios did walk over and ward TSM's blue, by the way. Now, they know that's going to respawn second around 8-ish minutes, maybe a little bit earlier than that. EG might plan around that with the TF ulti.
Yeah. It'll be kind of on Bjergsen to keep track of Twisted Fate. One thing that pained them in their game against Shifter and Dignitas when he was on Twisted Fate is, yes, Bjergsen out-farmed Shifter by a massive margin, but TSM didn't have Dreg control, and they didn't keep track of TF. This time, you could tell Loco was giving him a lot of words, strong words of advice to pay attention to the dragons early on in the game, and they're trying to take it here.
Well, very nicely done. The recall back from Altec to get his phage. Not going to let him help any of this with the dragons, so nicely done TSM. And the pickaxe for Wild Turtle and everyone else having gotten 1 back already as well means they took that one very cleanly.
Yeah, and that is much more important than we necessarily realize. The early game Dragon Gold is quite high. To take it uncontested at that point, especially as a group with the Spiderlings tanking, you don't even take too much damage. And because they had Bjergsen in the mid lane pushed up and Turtle and Glebe in the bottom lane pushed up, they didn't even really lose much lane pressure. It was the best of almost all scenarios.
Extremely clean by the guys, so gotta say, congrats to TSM. Looks like their red buff gets warded by Dyrus, so they're safe. Amazing, gonna grab the blue here for Bjergsen. No one's gonna stop that. So this is ward. All it does is track when that's gonna come back up and track where the Elise is. Otherwise, Inox and Dyrus just battling in the top lane. Slowly working their health bars down, and the buffs are gonna stay safe on both sides.
Yeah, a much slower developing game as far as EG is concerned. Helios hasn't really been going for many big plays against Amazing here. He had that level 2 gank in the mid lane, and that was really the last we saw of Eve. Now that he is level 6, he really has to pick wisely. They do have the Twisted Fate if they want to combo a gank as well. You got to expect it to be bot lane, and TSM should probably see this coming as well. Knowing that TSM's been pushed up for almost the entire game down here.
Yeah.
And knowing that they need to get alt tech going on Kog'Maw.
Krepo's flash is back available. They had an earlier altercation where he lost it, but he's on full power. Ulti also up, so how safe can Glebe and Turtle play? Nice Puddle looks to see if he can find Amazing waiting there. Doesn't get any gold, knows he's not, at least in that little circle. At least still off the map as far as EG is concerned. Binding's gonna hit Wild Turtle, and there comes Glebe saying, I'm unbreakable. Yeah, off the back up.
It's honestly kind of unfortunate they're getting pressure back in this lane at this exact moment, because that's when they'd be more vulnerable to a gank to get alt tech going. But CS-wise, actually, they're coming back a little bit in this lane anyway. From the early game being pushed in, losing a little bit of drag control. Now, though, with the ultimate from alt tech and the threat of Twisted Fate plus Eve, they're really pushing them back.
So Amazing wants to try to get around this then as this Duelian's pushing in. He's got some decent ward coverage to look for where Evelynn might be. And now he walks down the river, but Altec knows about this. The pink ward's actually there for Glebe to keep Evelynn at bay. And Altec Karpa forced to back away, but very far from minion XP range. They pulled the Evelynn in for a possible counter gank, and they're going to contest for these minions.
Does not seem at face value right now like a smart place for Helios to be. Just because of how far pushed back Wild Turtle and Glebe are. And because of the way EG reacted to that pink ward, it was kind of like they knew a jungler was on the way. So Amazing wouldn't opt into that gank, generally speaking.
I don't find anything, so even though ulti's available, neither team has made a move. I have not seen anybody except Elise press R this game. Listen, typing jungle timers. Dyrus looks at the trade on Inox, can't quite find too much, but Inox is slowly losing health in this matchup. Teleports up in about 20 seconds for the guy. He wants to back up. He can, but I assume he'll wait for Rod of Ages. Bjergsen's still slowly making headway in the mid lane. He's up about 20-ish minions after this wave gets cleared away. Amazing to show up to pressure the turret down. And look how far back Volter is forced to play. He knows he can get one shot, so Helios shows up to defend, but it's a bunch of gold missed out.
Yeah, even so, as long as the turret doesn't fall down, 122 to 98, Twisted Fate for Syndra is a job well done by Pobelter. He's very, very good at playing against Syndra at this point. But especially with the level 9 and the Athenes, you can tell Bjergsen's in full wave clear mode, and TSM's trying to get this map pressure back. Look at the moves by TSM here, sending everyone here in the mid lane. They want this turret.
Krepo really not in the right spot, and down he goes through. Oh no, and Helios knocked up as well by Throm. Second kill comes through. Not the right position to be in. Now Inox also in the wrong spot, stunned up as well. EG really in the wrong location.
Great roam by TSM is really the biggest thing to point out right there. Oh no, Bjergsen! All right, it's fine. Yep, nothing to see here. But really, Wild Turtle and Glebe had been having issues in that bottom lane. Instead of having to deal with the Kog'Maw and the Morgana, they just ditch out after shoving up their lane and arrive mid lane where there was already an advantage building. They take that advantage, push it over the top, and give TSM a substantial 12-minute lead.
This is massive for these guys. Dragon's up in 115 as well, and you know the items are going to come in soon. Watch that fight again, though. Krepo.
Yeah, he really was just surprised to see so many people there, and then he was unable to stop himself from the stun. And then at that point, since they'd already lost their main peel in the Morgana, it had all gone wrong. Inox comes in around the back. Not much he could do. Some really nice stuns by TSM, and the turret was nothing to defend.
Well done by these guys, though. 2.7 thousand gold. TSM looking just a little bit more tenacious than they had earlier in the day and earlier in the week overall. Taking the drag control, taking the turrets down, actually finding the fights to go for here. You see Helios clears the wolves on top of a ward, so they know where the Evelynn is. They know that she's bottom side. Dragon up in 22 seconds, and TSM, they are in just enough time to put some wards down.
Yeah, they have fantastic position right now, actually.
Oh, wow.
This even more so. Oh, whoa!
Cocoon's gonna hit. Amazing can chase him down. And the Baldo's finally gonna take over control of the jungle. Now Krepo's gotta be careful. Has to get out of his own side of the map. Red buff CO plus dragon control now for TSM.
Yeah, they really amped up their map pressure this game. Obviously, a lot of it has to do with Bjergsen's presence in the mid lane as Syndra, but it mainly just looks like TSM bouncing back very well from that defeat to Dignitas, where they didn't really seem to do anything. They're taking a lot of initiative to make these moves, and it's paying off.
Absolutely is. So there we go. TSM takes out the Dragon. Number 2 here, 14 minutes in. Complete control for these guys now. Almost 4.2 thousand gold ahead. Here's keeps the sweep going. So much better game for these guys. And now, looking topside as well. TSM not done.
Yeah, they're just going to keep invading Helios at this point. They know his flash is down. He's about to be dead.
He is about to be dead. And here comes Dyrus just to make sure. This is picked up for him. Why not? 1.5 fantasy points for him. And TSM taking everything away.
Yeah, that is now Helios dying at red, respawning, running to blue, and dying again. There's not too much a jungler can do to come back from that. Both times, they either haven't had ward control while TSM has entered, or they haven't had the appropriate defenses there. So losing your buffs is one thing. Dying and losing your buffs is a whole other story, and it's just gone from bad to worse here for EG.
The only guy who's really doing well in his matchup right now is Altec, and even though he's got the farm, of course, he doesn't have the kill pressure that Wild Turtles had on the map, so the gold's still not great, but the Jinx still being forced away TMLT as well. This is the first good move for EG. Traps come out, and Powelter can't reach more than Glebe here, but that could just be enough. Down to about 800 health, flashing away for that one, and a bottom turret did go down.
Twisted Fate ult absorbed in a sense. First big one used does not result in a kill. It's honestly a win for TSM. They burned a heal and a flash amongst all that. And that just means Bjergsen gets to take a few more snacks from the jungle. Oh, they do not want to let Inox go back here, but he's gone.
He is away for this one, so minions will be denied, and the turret might just die itself. There's Dyrus and Bjergsen going to join up. And the two of them plus the wave should be enough to take this turret down, so more gold for TSM. They're in the right places a lot, and even though we had the TF gank come through, you saw Glebe and Turtle get away from that one. So I really have not seen an unwise move from TSM at large yet this game.
You're right. TSM is playing really crisply. Every once in a while, it seems like. I'd say TSM's win over CLG was really... All right.
Thought she's dead. Except for Wild Turtle.
The caster's curse. TSM's playing great. Oh, that was a binding.
I was thinking perfect game earlier. And then
It was probably a binding. We'll get that back on the screen to see how quickly he was blown up. Yeah. Oh, the white of death. And then he doesn't even get the white. That's the worst part.
I don't think EG could see Wild Turtle. They could just see the white being active.
They could. They had a ward in the brush to the right of it, I believe.
That's TSM's ward. I think they only saw
just saw the white getting hit.
They were like, that's a Wild Turtle shooting that thing. I was smart by Crapo. I like that one. It's a very unflashy LCS big play, but I like it a lot. TSM now, no objectives to steal for a while. They've already cleared them away in the last 4 minutes, so they've got to be patient before they get much more here, but heck, they can go back to lanes and kill people, not a big problem. Trinity Force, though, is done for Altec. He's slowly starting on his way to the Ruined King, so he will keep powering up. Maybe EG can wait out and rely on him. We've seen some scary cogs before.
Yeah.
And
Renekton doesn't do too much to Cog.
No.
Late. If there's... The one thing is, the power of Syndra here, there's not a huge front line to stop Syndra from reaching priority targets. It's really going to be heavily on Pobelter once he can get that Zhonya's to try and keep Bjergsen at bay. That'll be a huge... If the gold even gets close.
Oh, sure.
Because TSM has such a big advantage right here.
They're friends. The pink wards are friends. They felt lonely before. Crepo getting cocooned up. The slows, the stuns, damage coming out. Crepo flashes the bind, but it's not going to be enough. Bjergsen finds the kill there. TSM still in control of the bottom jungle.
One of those times as a support, you're like, well, I found him.
Yep. Three guys bottom jungle.
Yeah, it doesn't do much to help EG overall, though. But every lane getting pushed back. Even the top lane, which is the most surprising thing to me.
Inox first pick for EG.
Lost that to Dyrus.
Yeah, you don't first pick a matchup unless you know
TSM is being relentless right now.
Teleport comes into the turret. Altec though in a 1v3. Make that a 3v3 coming up in a second. Can they find much? The knockback on a Glebe, amazing. On the other side of the fight now, Wild Turtle forced to run away. The Cog Path doing some good damage. Eve in there as well, but here comes Dyrus. Here comes Bjergsen as well. Inox gonna get locked up, and down he goes. 2 kills so far to the team. Krepo not quite getting slowed, but fine and not going to stop too much. TSM in control of the bottom lane.
And it's really dangerous to dive in between turrets against a Twisted Fate, but TSM does it exquisitely right there. Blowing up Altec before he can really land any damage and making it into a clean 4v5 where they pick up 2 kills and more.
Definitely getting the second turret right here. The damage output from a level 9 or higher Jinx with some attack damage is rather high, and down that one goes. 34,000 gold to 26. Pretty big lead here. TSM looking the best they have all week.
Yeah, absolutely. Good play right here. I mean, it's 130% attack speed for Jinx when she gets going on that minigun. It's a bit much.
Oh, Krepo's rich.
Afro had a similar battle some weeks back.
He taunted the last one.
Takes a little while.
How much do you think supports hate pink wards? Because how many of their own wards they kill? Is that the support's worst enemy, actually?
The pink ward?
Yeah. Gets rid of all their hard work.
It's got to be rewarding to kill some of those with his incredibly slow attack speed on board.
It's like 8 seconds per ward. It's like a whole minion wave, basically. Alright, well, Evil Geniuses look like they have gotten control back of their own jungle. Pobelter gets a blue buff here for himself. One of his first, maybe second. Wild Turtle got a blue buff, why not? And now the Dragon once again controlled for TSM. I believe they're third at this point there. No one even trying to stop them this game. This gold keeps flooding in for TSM.
There's not much EG could do to try and stop that. The only thing EG can do right now is try and get something back wherever TSM commits themselves. Because if TSM is ever in the same space as EG, EG is dying. So it's pretty natural here for TSM to start getting Baron control once they can get their waves going.
Speaking of Baron control, pink ward down for Wild Turtle. That's going to be pink ward number 1. We just saw them buy and place 3 pink wards in the southern jungle, prepping for the Dragon, maybe a red buff steal. They could rebuy those, put them over on the left-hand side instead, and prep those. Of course, vision control, very much a team effort here in the 2014 season. And as Pobelter tries to push up in the top lane, he's got to know he has so little ward coverage that he's very enticing bait right now.
Say that. I mean, if Amazing blows his stun early, Pobelter is going to try and port out immediately after. Goodbye.
And out it goes. But that is still a TF ulti down.
Yep.
So TSM already to late game trinkets, 3 sweepers, and the scrying orb. I think that's the optimal game plan actually. Double sight stone,
against
quadra
the Eve
sweeper
as well.
Yeah.
Even more so. It's as much warding as they can get. Amazing. One of the few North American junglers to do Sightstone Elise.
It's actually an interesting build for him because he also went Haunting Guys. So it's a mix between utility, Elise, and damage.
I know, with Boots of Mobility.
Yeah.
It's a strange concoction of items right there. It's because Amazing got so far ahead early, I think. A lot of times you end up going Haunting Guys, but then he just wanted to move fast. So he built a mobility boost.
Yeah. I mean, if I was fighting a 3-on-3 Elise, I'd be haunted. Helios trying to make his way up down the mid lane. Krepo joining up, but TSM have a trap set in this brush just above them. Blue trinket pop. They know someone's nearby. There's only so much range in that thing.
Yeah, that's actually a
up.
pretty poor use of the Scrying Orb by Wild Turtle, giving it away. The flank, though, from Dyrus. How close can he get?
Looking for the way in, can't find the Son of Pobelter, but Helios, yes they can. Enough CC, but nice flash over the wall. Dyrus still follows, and there's nowhere for him to go. Jinx Rocket finds Altec, not too much there, but jungler dead from Evil Geniuses.
And does that mean they force around Baron? They already have pink ward control, and there is not too much EG can do to look in there. Pobelter's ultimate is back up, so they would have one look at Twisted Fate. And it would kind of be a last-ditch effort. Already being down 7,000 gold would make a fight in this area really, really dangerous. TF all down, the baiting can continue.
Well, 4 pink wards in the Baron area. TF's like, I'm going to go top lane and push. Helios respawning right now, but TSM did have to delay their Baron attempt for now. Inox also split pushing the right-hand side as well. No TP just yet for Dyrus. TSM decide to kill top lane as opposed to rush Baron here.
Yeah. Well, it'll be a full value kill if they find the right brush.
Oh, he's trying. Splashes. They really might get away here. Q, he's not going to dodge it in time. Here's the rest of the damage. Kill picked up by Amazing. 404. Elise has found you. And Inox now's got to be pretty careful. Can he jump the wall away from Dyrus with his body slam?
He might just want to keep fighting.
And he's going to try actually instead.
Keep
so
that barrel on the ground for a while.
Mid lane outer turret does go down. That's usually the payment for the top lane champion kill. Honestly, that's good for EG.
Yeah, EG is doing a pretty good job just moving around the map considering they're so disadvantaged in the team fight phase. They're trying to withstand this onslaught of roaming by TSM by just doing a full-on split push, because TSM very much isn't a split pushing team right now. They're using just a roaming kill squad generally and sticking as a team to kind of neutralize Pobelter's Twisted Fate so that no one could get picked off. It worked very well in the early game because they would just turret dive with their whole team, and then where's TF really going to go as long as they don't have lane pressure? And that worked out amazingly early on for TSM. EG's trying to counter that a little bit now, but it's probably too little too late.
It might just be not a ton of late game plays available for Evil Geniuses. Historically, they've had a hard time in that part of the map already. You're seeing Helios still. That Wolf Camp is warded a lot by TSM. They've kept up ward control. 3 of their pink wards around Baron have stayed up as well. Just the one by the mid lane right there is the last one to have died. But these guys will be able to replace those before too long. Just depends on who's got to put them down.
It's kind of this mini game you got to be thinking to yourself when you have pink wards in front of Baron. You could say, if these things have stayed up for 5 minutes, that means EG hasn't even been close enough to stop us from Baron for the last 5 minutes. Maybe we should just do the Baron at this point. So TSM should be making a move towards that Baron. Pretty soon.
I was honestly surprised they actually went to kill Pobelter.
Yeah. Like, it was still like 20 minutes into the game is one of the things. This game is like very accelerated.
Infinity Edge Jinx is like going to kill that thing anyway, right? At least everything else. Like, I feel like you can just do that one. No coverage whatsoever. TF ulti was used to spot them. But TSM playing it a little bit more steady here. Wave clear still easy for these guys, of course. Glebe did actually go face the mountain.
A flank actually by EG, knowing that Dyrus isn't there. They would have needed the binding to land. Maybe right here, Turtle's a little bit vulnerable.
Attempt. Wild Turtle half HP. Helios is on him. He's going to get the kill. Maybe the shield comes into CC as well. Inox finds 1 kill. And look at that Wild Turtle staying alive so far. 1 for 1 in the fight. Make that 2 for 1. More kills for Wild Turtle. And the TSM health bar is so low, but they stay up. Inox and Altec, amazing looking to seek down the AD carry. Dyrus in a 1v2. Knocked back, but still looks for Crepo. 300 health left on him. Down goes Kog'Maw. Amazing. I believe he's going to survive that and just barely does. Dyrus rooted up, but it's not going to mean anything. 3-1 in that fight.
Wow. That was such a clean start to the fight for EG. And it could have very well been a way to get back in the game. If they win that, they take the dragon, the goal gets incredibly close. It just didn't go as planned. Wild Turtle had some slippery moves, and honestly, it was all about EG's inability to kill Wild Turtle at the start of this one. That's the big reason that fight it didn't go their way. He seemed completely dead to rights.
Oh, yeah. But, you know, Glebe did a great job peeling for him. Face the mountain shield came on, did everything else he could. It was just Evelyn for damage.
Yeah, because look, they only have 4 people here, and just based on the open of the fight, Altec getting so much on a Turtle, and a great ultimate by Crepo, it seemed like it was destined to happen, but...
Altec stopped hitting him. He had ulti available still.
Jeez, look at that. And then Pobelter can't get to him either because of the stunning. Turtle ends up, after taking way too much damage at the start of the fight, ends himself up with a double kill.
Yeah. Altec as well dives so hard to look for that one. He ended up being on top of Dyrus.
Yeah.
And he got soloed out actually by Amazing, the TSM jungler. So mixed results there for the AD carry versus jungle matchup. TSM just get farther and farther ahead, winning by 2 kills and a dragon in that fight. So 50,000 to 40,000. TSM right now tied for 3rd actually, 2 games behind 1st place. They've actually started stretching the top versus bottom segments a little bit here. TSM will be back to 1.5 games away if they get this one.
That last fight is actually a pretty promising sign for EG. The fact that they were down so many kills and still had such a close fight. Losing a fight like that obviously makes the next one even more unlikely. But they really did show that the Evelyn plus Morgana combo at the start of the fight is very potent. Now with the Aegis on the Glebe though, that burst of upfront magic damage will be significantly diminished. Don't think EG gets another opportunity like that.
Pobelter might not get another opportunity to walk back to the base. Dyrus still on the chase right here. Gold card back up. No, he's going to be okay.
You can keep pulling him. He's got a whole deck of those things.
Dyrus is chilling. All right, mid is going to go down. Keeping pressure on this bottom side of the map. We've seen Dyrus win games by just going for that bottom inhibitor and people not respecting that. Could do it with Renekton. Also, still the full tank build.
Yeah.
His Shyvana's been full tank, his Renekton's full tank, no Tiamat. Altec has the red buff, though. He's got friends. Oh, the binding won't hit, and Dyrus gets away. Nice moves there. Slice and dice.
Still took him down pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
little
thing
bit
to keep in mind.
Yeah, you go full tank with the nerf Rand with Omen and all. Kog'Maw can still clearly shred through quite quickly. That's without a Last Whisper.
Yeah, he's going for one now. Longsword now in his inventory as well. The burst comes out, will hit Krepo there for that one. Gleeve gonna tank for the team. No binding will hit a champion. This turret down to half HP here. But Amazing's gotta be careful. Out he goes.
Oh, he's got nothing to jump to, actually.
Oh, no, just kidding. Not out he goes, but Altec pretty far out for this one. Black Shield is on, and the snipe on to Krepo goes through. Now Gleeve forced to run away. Inox will land the slow here, shields himself. Burst comes back through. Gragas gonna bully flop away from this one. TSM's looking 1 for 0 to get out.
What a strange push there by TSM. They do not get the turret. They get one more kill on a turtle. Bjergsen doesn't use his ultimate amongst all of that because they were mainly just trying to disengage. They snuck the kill with a nice sniper from Wild Turtle. So not the greatest siege by TSM, quite honestly.
You're seeing how respectful they have to be of Altec, actually. Yeah. It feels like Inox and Pobelter have just enough wave clear to slow the push down. And if someone wants to face check, Altec does a good job of dissuading them from this. So just maybe there's that glimmer of hope and EG can find a late game victory. So far, TSM haven't pushed in any farther in some time. 30 minutes, still faster than a normal game. Earlier than games are normally end anyway, so you can't really discredit them too much for it being 30 minutes without being over. And they hold on to that 10,000 gold. They certainly haven't made any big, major mistakes. I mean, think back to, say, Complexity CLG. Complexity
TSM is
held a lead
playing
for a long time.
very well throughout this game. One of their pink wards was actually killed, so they had to place it with the normal one. I have to kind of wonder a little bit where TSM goes from here, because they have the full tank. They're giving so much respect to the Kog'Maw as far as not diving in. But at some point, they either need to commit to that mid turret or just commit to the Baron and get ready to peel for a fight. Because doing what they're doing now is just giving that Kog'Maw more time. Here we go.
Krepo does get away for this one. Chompers might not have hit anyway, but the mid turret does go down. TSM find number 6. And out they go. Dragon up in a minute, but they look at Baron.
Yep, EG got caught doing some wave management. Top and bottom lane, so they only had 3 in the middle. That's where TSM has gotten most of their advantages, just outnumbering EG, honestly.
I'm also surprised to see that it's Pobelter the one holding up against Dyrus. They're sending Inox on a low mission in enemy territory here.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have TP, he can't go bottom lane right now without giving up Baron control. But it's not the matchup I think they would have sought.
It is a little interesting. I mean, Pobelter, he's playing a really interesting game with Dyrus down there. He runs past him often to clear waves, and then would just gold card him on or red card him on the way back. Like, he is so far from home right now. But he doesn't really care because he doesn't think Dyrus can catch him. It looks suicidal, but he's been doing this for a while.
Well,
He gets stunned, he'll pull a gold card.
Got Brandwins already as well. There's the gold card.
Away. The Mercury Treads make it not as effective. But
oh my gosh, that one is though. Altec goes
no.
down right away. A couple ultis burned for that one, but it does mean mid inhibitor turret's under fire. The rest of EG not going to come back in time to defend the turret. The inhibitor also likely to fall. Helios.
No Kog'Maw. This fight, I don't know if they have damage.
He's going to flank anyway, and here they go. Ulti does almost nothing there for Inox, and now Helios going to go down as well. They tried to fight the 4v5. They lose another one. Krepo also dead. EG giving him some more kills. Pobelter in a bad spot as well. Dyrus, couple hits for the kill. Can't quite find it, but even still, inhibitor goes down.
Yeah, the Syndra stun, which we did miss, but I imagine it was just cleaned through, is what really started this, and that's the break that TSM needed. It's really on either not having a black shield and also the build path Krepo went, more teamfight presence, but no Michaela's Crucible, which meant that after it's a strange looking maneuver right there, it looked like a Syndra stun, I imagine.
He like walked in, I thought.
Yeah, it might just be because the replay was so recent, it was a bit of a spectator thing. But even so, all of that happening, and then the flank afterwards from EG. No damage, right? Twisted Fate's off with Renekton. They got a Roa Gragas, jungler who is far behind, and a support. They can't take on a 3v4 regardless of if ultimates are down or not.
Very greedy re-engagement there, and so TSM pick up Baron and their 5th Dragon plus the middle inhibitor on the back of all that fight. TSM are so far in control right now. 34 minutes about into this game. And they've just looked clean the whole way through. They've found the picks, they've killed off the back lines. Only given up 2 kills all game. And I haven't seen a single move where it's like, ooh, that was a risky push. They haven't, there's no chance for a Baron steal, no chances for Dragon steals. Every invade they go for was warded up or they knew people weren't around. A lot of measured advantage taking.
Good bounce back game. They had that disappointing defeat to Dignitas earlier today. TSM really wanted to go 4-0 this week and try and plant themselves at the top of the standings. But currently, they're in that 3-way tie for 3rd. This win will put them half a game ahead, since they will have played 1 more game than Cloud9 and LMQ, but it will still put them ahead of those teams temporarily in the standings.
Meanwhile, that first way tie, we'll see that break apart a little bit. CLG plays 1 more game later today, so we'll see the standings move around just a bit more. Before we're all said and done, right now we are focusing on TSM. 2nd place team, 2 splits running. 1st place team in the very first split. The first time they've been so far down. So they're trying again to run away from Dyrus, who realized he won't win that trade.
Yeah, not much he's doing to him with those gold cards. Uh-oh, another stun.
Backs off.
Trigger.
The wave clear still coming out for this Kog'Maw. Altek doing what he can to keep his team afloat, but unfortunately now has 3 deaths for himself. All the magic resist that Krepo's trying to give the team can't quite keep them alive because there's just so much damage coming out from Bjergsen Syndra. They try again in the next wave. Barak is coming out. Wild Turtle putting some damage down, but they're being very reserved with this pushing.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of tankiness that Dyrus has, you'd think they would more willingly go in, but they are just waiting for Bjergsen to land a stun, or Elise for that matter, and they're going in from there. Amazing is 607. His Elise is fantastic.
One more time. Voidooz comes down. The attack's coming as well, but no one is actually pressuring Wild Turtle, who gets a number of attacks down. Pobelter losing some of his health bar as well. Baron gives him 2 more waves of this kind of push, and at this rate of progress, they're going to break the inhibitor before Baron comes down.
Yeah, you can actually see Helios making the long run around. They're going to try and flank by the time the next push comes in. That will most likely be the final fight. It's good of EG to try and preempt this, but it's going to be tough.
Here we go. They know they don't have Helios. They back up plenty far. Amazing taking the route up in the air. He goes. Inok getting locked down, but so far it's just Krepo dying. There's the stun coming across. 2 kills picked up. Helios into the fight late. Altek now forced away as well. Heavily outnumbered. EG don't have much of a fight left in them. Helios flashing away. Amazing. The shield's going to end. Cocoon won't hit either, but they're inside the base. Who really cares? Mid inhibitor going to be hit 1 more time by Dyrus. Top inhibitor also down. 2 versus 5. TSM in the base.
Yeah, TSM looking absolutely in control of this game. Yes, it was 37 minutes, but it was because EG had the Kog'Maw that was keeping so much respect as far as lanes are being pushed down. Clean, decisive win by TSM. Great way of bouncing back from it.
Nicely done by these guys. Second turret goes down. Onto the Nexus they go. 37 minutes, about 20 seconds in. 20-2 in kills, and TSM have a very nicely controlled game. A lot of it starting from Bjergsen there. Picking up the lane advantage, making his way around the map. TSM took a lot of very good advantages.
Yeah, there's not too much more to say about that for TSM because they look good. That's about all there was to it. Some fantastic mid-day adjustments, quite honestly. The Dignitas game, they gave up early dragons and did not show initiative with their map movements, almost never outnumbering their opponents. This game, it was just a montage of more TSM people on top of dead EG members at that point because they just got kill after kill.
And I also got to worry for EG a little bit now because they've had multiple games in a row where they come out swinging. Their early game looks fantastic. Helios makes all the right plays. Their bot lane does well. Everyone does well. And then, okay, late game's been hard for them. This time around, it seemed like they were stagnant early game. They couldn't find their way in. They had the one good move mid lane by Helios. He burned a flash from Bjergsen. that wasn't a tip to lane. Amazing brought it back out. We didn't see another, basically any other involvement from Helios that game. It's like, EG needs that early game pressure. That's been the best way they've gotten into games.
Yeah, I do feel like EG did not recover very well from their 65-minute game. And let's be honest, 65-minute games are really grueling to play.
Yes.
At home, in solo queue, in normal games, they're super grueling. To do them on an LCS stage, I can't imagine how much worse it is. As far as the mental fatigue you go under.
Oh, sure.
And then to have to then face a better opponent that is undefeated against the bottom 3 teams this split. And TSM hit them with all they had. And EG really just could not stand up to it.
No, it was a just great dominating performance. The TSM you kind of expect to see, like, those are the games the fans would have like hoped to see out of TSM the entire way through.
Yeah.
And to be fair, TSM does remain consistent in the fact that, you know, they're now 8-0 against the teams below them in the standings. Well, I suppose if they're above LMQ and Cloud9, now that doesn't count anymore. But as far as the bottom 3 or bottom 4 goes, that is true for these guys. And yeah, you hope that for the TSM fans out there and the TSM players out there, they keep playing games that look like that. With the confidence, with the motivation to say, we can make these plays properly. This dive's going to work. This rotation's going to work. We're going to outnumber them there. And it was all just smart. It wasn't like EG just sort of like randomly wasn't at blue for no reason. It was these advantages taken properly by TSM.
Yeah, good ward control throughout. Good laning presence from the mid lane. Most importantly. The bottom lane for TSM still has some shoring up to do in the laning phase. When Glebe and Turtle transition into team fights, they're really smooth. I mean, Glebe was 1-0-16 that game. Participated in 17 of the 20 kills.
Yeah.
But they're losing in CS almost every single game in that laning phase. And that's something they definitely want to improve because of the talent they have down there.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen stronger teams punish these guys. You got to make sure that you don't give your opponents a leg up in the matchup. So guys, be sure to share your highlights from the day by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. There's a bunch of great moves, of course, throughout the week. 16 games, lots of awesome players. They're going to send it over to the guys at the analyst desk for an insider's perspective on that game.
Thanks, Freak. We're joined by TSM's Amazing, fresh off a win against EG. Now, I want to ask you something straight off the bat, which is that you got Elise now. That's 7 wins now on Elise with no losses, and this is not to knock your Lee Sin play, but you're 3-2 on Lee Sin. Why do you think it is that teams are letting you have Elise and banning the Lee Sin instead?
It seems to me that overall Lee Sin is regarded as a stronger jungler. Like overall, he has better early game. He has more playmaker ability. So, and people are usually scared of like good Lee Sin, so they will more usually ban it than the Elise, because Elise is just such a standard pick that it always works. Like it's always like somewhat good, but not like dominant good. So people just let it open, and we've seen that in the past. Like even Dexter, like is another jungler that prioritizes it, and like we all just like get Elise basically 24/7 whenever we want to get it.
Okay, and going back to Champion Select here, where you saw the Twisted Fate as well as the Evelynn locked in. Now, this is a composition as a jungler that can have about 4 people show up in a lane very quickly. How does that change your style, and what were you thinking coming into the game?
It really depends. Like, if you shut down TF early, like he won't be able to roam properly. If he can't leave his lane, if his turret gets pushed down, or overall he can just be one-shot by the Syndra, he's not going to be able to roam. And if you control Evelynn early, the same thing occurs. So basically my mindset was shut him down early, win the game off of that, especially due to our comp strength. And Renekton could, for example, never be ganked, and our bot lane played quite safe in comparison to other bot lanes, so it was pretty good.
All right, well, working off that idea of safety, right, and not knowing where everyone is or where everyone can be at every moment, that resulted in no kills for about the first 10, 11 minutes of the game. So we're actually going to pull up a replay. 11:30 into the game. It's where you guys are at the mid turret and you end up catching a couple out. So kind of walk me through the decision that brought you to this point.
So basically, we're somewhat desperate to just make something happen because we have the mid pressure. We just want to force a play, and Crapple walks in as he saw us rotating, and he gets caught out. So we kill him. Helios basically gets the same fate, and we basically dive people as they are basically outmaneuvered on the map, and that's how it is. Like, we're fast on the rotation. We just want to make a play happen, and it happened due to them mispositioning and us out-rotating them.
All right, great. And you actually managed to pick the turret up off of that as well.
Yep.
So that's a large amount of gold that's going into your pockets at that time. What I want to know is immediately, what are the calls being made for snowballing that lead?
So basically, first of all, vision control is like the most important thing that is like existing in the game. So if you want to snowball, you have to control their buffs, you have to control drakes, like etc. pp. So what our call was like reset, get the items that you need, get the wards that you need, ward the map up, light it up, and basically make place of the vision that we have and of the items that we have.
And speaking of the items that you had, your build. Talk to me about your build, Amazing.
Okay.
Obi boots, Sightstone.
So basically, I was really done for ahead of Eve. So I just thought like, well, I should probably like be mobile on the map. I don't really want to buy any more wards, so I just invested in the side zone. And overall, it seems to me that side zone at least is like, in my opinion, a really good build, whereas others differ from that. But I think like overall, if you just like get that early side stone or after the ancient golem item, you can basically make plays off of the cocoons that you can land due to the vision that you have, and due to the mob builds that I had, I could get ganks off everywhere and basically auto-rotate the enemy jungler.
Fantastic. I mean, there were a bunch of amazing team fights. That was totally unintentional.
Really?
It really was. Okay, there was a bunch of team fights that went in your guys' favor following that, which just increased the lead. And what I want to know is what were the steps to close out the game? Because it seemed very methodical.
It was not as methodical as it seemed. Like we were kind of lost because like the thing is that they still were kind of good in team fights. Surprisingly, Kotma did a ton of damage, so we couldn't really push up mid, even though we had Braum like who would cover waves or something like that. But like overall, we just wanted to, in the end, like basically decided to get Nash pressure by warding it up, pink warding it, getting wards in their jungle, like try to catch them out. That did not really work out that well. So in the end, we just like got some lucky plays on. We got the mid turret at some point, and that's how it is. Like, it was not that methodical as we wanted it to be, but it still worked out to some extent.
And you guys are looking better and better every week on TSM. And I'm going to attribute some of this to Loco Doco. We had him here earlier on the desk. He described his coaching style as very personal. What has Loco Doco done for you, Amazing?
The difference now between me before Loco Doco arrived and me now is that I'm more open-minded, try to listen to more advice and not be as stubborn as I used to be. So that's basically something that he helped me with. And I feel like I'm actually having a more open mind, not just like overall, but also in-game, where I'm trying to force plays at certain times where in the beginning of the split, I was really just farming a lot, just try to carry off of that, which is not the right mentality in this meta, nor is it the right mentality for TSM.
Yeah, and you guys had a very supportive role for your team there. And now you guys have one more game coming up. It's going to be against Complexity. How are you preparing for that?
We can watch. We'll probably rewatch the games. I think they already played 2 or 3. I'm not quite sure. So we'll just go through those, watch our own replays, just like go through those and really try to figure out what we could have done better, what we could have exceeded more. And basically, the Dignitas game is a big thing for us because we felt like we could have done many things differently. That's like a big game for us that we lost. And if we go through that and prepare for tomorrow, we'll come in strong.
All right, one last question. Bit of a macro question. We're taking a step back. You guys are 8-0 against the bottom 3 teams in the LCS, which means that you only have 2 wins against the teams in the rest of the standings. Now, it's clear that you can beat these lower teams. The question is, what do you need to do in order to step up your game and start taking wins off of the top tier teams?
We just have to be more confident in our play overall. I feel like, especially coming into the Dignitas game, we're kind of confused to some extent in some of the situations that we're forced into. It was kind of surprising to us what they did to us, whereas we can calculate the lower teams way better, in my opinion. So what we have to do, prepare way better, and through the preparation that we have, and we'll try to exceed that, we can basically expect more what is coming out of the top teams and basically counter that properly, instead of just coming into the game, maybe not as confident as we should be, and not be prepared in the right manner.
All right, well, it was a good win for you guys to close out the day. Thank you for joining us here on the desk. Now, we've got to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll jump into our 5th game of the day, Cloud9 versus Cursed. The NALCS continues in 3.5.
But Cloggis in here, it's pretty big.
Okay, we can get it.
Okay, Gragas is missing.
I can E him, maybe. Here?
Sun? Nice.
Good job.
Good job.
Yeah, kill Helios. Wing Helios. I'm igniting.
Gragas marking him. He's out.
No.
I'm
Tower, Gragas. I have stun.
Gragas.
Okay. Good.
Get tower. We can still take it.
Champion Select's pretty important against every team. Against Curse specifically, they have an interesting champion pool through their top and mid lane, I'd say. They play some interesting champions and unorthodox, and they prioritize it differently from us. So we have to get a better draft than them.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for more North American Super Week action. We're rolling into our next rumble, Cloud9 versus Team Curse. Now, Jack, yesterday, Cloud9 tied in one split all their losses from all their previous LCS splits combined. It's clearly stormy weather here for Cloud9.
Yeah, and honestly, Freak, High looked a little bit on tilt yesterday. After their first game of losing Syndra versus TF, or TF versus Syndra, he kind of joked that he just has to make sure he doesn't feed in the next game. And then he struggled against CLG as well. And honestly, if we're looking at Cloud9 as a whole with them equaling their loss total, I think the communication within the team still seems strong. They're still incredibly skilled mechanically, but their champion pools overall are kind of what's hurting them, which is very unexpected from Cloud9 because it is a team that is normally at the forefront of strong champion picks. High, for instance, has actually played 11 unique champions this split alone, the most in the LCS, but he hasn't found that champion that he can main and then crush on, unlike his champion pool from 2013, which was smaller but much more potent. Then you look at Meteos, he spent a lot of time training Rengar in the jungle, only to see him disabled this week. So there's some luck going against Cloud9, and just some unfortunate events.
Yeah, and even some of High's like best games like Nidalee, we're like, oh my gosh, he's doing so well.
Rework.
Yeah, rework disabled until
changed heavily.
Right, exactly. Some teams still getting success with Kha'Zix, to be fair, but not one that these guys seem picking up right now. Now, of course, Curse started off their Super Week with a loss to TSM, where they looked like they were playing honestly too scared. But today they turned it around with a huge win over LMQ.
Right, and if we look back to yesterday, Kopp in particular did not look happy to be playing Lucian in Champion Select, and then he accidentally built that double Infinity Edge. He tweeted actually after the game, oops, as the only thing he tweeted. But today was a new day. Kopp had a big game against LMQ. He only died twice. He got 12 kills, and it was mainly because of X Special in that game. X Special stepped up huge. You could tell he put a lot of work and got those 4 early kills, which they then carried on later. Plus, he got that 1,000th career assist for himself. So everyone in the bot lane was a winner.
Yeah, worked out really well for these guys, and we'll see if they can keep that one going up throughout this. They're now actually, staying above the other bottom two for now. Let's check out the starting lineups, of course. On the blue side is Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in the mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and Elimination supporting.
And the red side, it is Curse with Quas in the top lane. I will dominate in the jungle. Voyboy in mid, Kopp on AD carry, and X Special on support.
So as these guys filter into the game, I got to kind of pay attention to the bottom lane here. I know I talked about this with CLG versus C9, but I still feel like C9's bot lane is one of the most respected here.
Yes.
And Curse, I think, is one that's gotten some of the most flack. They've had, I think, the most roster changes in support of any team I can think of in the LCS, trying to find a combo that works here. We've had, honestly, like sparse success for those two for Kopp and X Special here.
Yeah, Kopp has played with 7 different supports in his LCS career. And last game was the best that Kopp and X Special have looked in lane together.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, their synergy definitely seemed to be coming around. If we think back to the beginning of the split even, they had a lot of games because we were doing all those 2v0, 2v1s, just kind of weird lane swaps, where X Special wasn't even laning with Kopp in the games. He was laning with Quas, the other one-syllable player on Curse. And it just didn't work out very well for them as far as building synergy between Kopp and X Special.
And actually, interesting to note, there's an interview with Afremu yesterday after the show that Travis posted up, and he said, yeah, basically he said there's only 3 other duo lanes that I see play solo queue together a lot, and Curse was not among them. It was basically he propped Sneaky Elimination, as well as TSM's duo and Dignitas's. He says he doesn't really see everyone else play, even though he's up there in the challenger scene. And so, maybe there's still some time to go for Kopp and X Special, but picks and bans are coming through. Voyboy pretty much never going to get Yasuo again. I feel like they never let him get that one. Braum also removed away. And High, we're going to see how deep his champion pool goes. He's already got 2 champions gone so far.
Right. Bans, not too surprising. Braum isn't generally high enough tier 2 first pick, so Cloud9 decides to ban it away because Curse would have taken it on the rebound. Actually, coming into this week, X Special had played Braum something crazy like 6 games in a row, playing it. So it was would have been a no hesitation pick for him. But his Thresh game was fantastic, so
yeah,
I feel like Curse would be very willing to take that on the way back as well. Lee Sin is up if they want as a first pick.
I'm surprised actually they removed Kale. Cloud9 has not shown results in the champion so far, but it's actually Kog'Maw they go for here. So Sneaky going to be set up to carry this game.
Yeah, you know what? The not banning Lee Sin, not first picking Lee Sin for Cloud9 was really smart because I Will Dominate hasn't played it to success. Well, many teams would first pick the Lee Sin, including Cloud9, against a different opponent.
And in fact, with all the champions available for the
Thresh
jungle, Will Dominate. Yeah, sure. I mean, they're great, of course. Special, a wonderful player in that one, but no, Ziggs comes through for Voyboy instead.
Wow.
And you're right, Lee Sin freely available to C9 whenever they want it.
Yep. Plus, High could pick his mid laner of choice because he knows what his main adversaries are going to be. Ziggs in the mid lane and Lee Sin in the jungle. Ziggs isn't exactly the type of mid laner that you say, oh, he picked Ziggs. I'm going to counter it with this.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he picked Ziggs. I'm going to get pushed in. very heavily.
Sure, but it's more the fact that 6 mid laners are gone from the pools right now. If you count Lulu as still an occasional mid right here. So I know he's played 11 unique ones, but if he's settled on something, he might not be getting it right now. Lee Sin does come through for Meteos. They're happy to wait on their top lane picks right now. It's going to be the Nami support to hold up against pretty much any matchup, and she's good against both the other 2 conventional big supports here.
Really trying to limit Curse's laning options. Would be very surprised if we didn't see a Thresh from X Special. With the success on it last game. And they should probably save the last pick. Oh, wow. I'm about to be very surprised.
Really?
Yeah.
I am also surprised.
It's against Kog'Maw, generally.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reason here. They want to be able to get the Solar Flare on Kog'Maw to lock him down very well.
It's pretty hard for Nami to stop Leona engages. No Black Shields, no Flays to stop the Zenith Blade. So you can bubble late, but the stun's going to land basically by that time. So I do want to see how this matchup goes up. Speaking of Aphromoo again, actually, he said that basically supports outside of the ones that are banned and picked recently, like Leona is pretty much outside there. Like they're situational at best. Maybe you can play them. Special says, you know what? This is the situation for Leona. Maybe get his opinions on the champion afterwards.
X Special was a big-time Leona player during last split. He had a lot of really big Leona plays.
Yeah.
He kept his support pool very small back then, but still effective.
Speaking of effective, though, Orianna's going to come through, and the Renekton top lane. So some early game pressure is here for Cloud9, and Hai is also able to keep Sneaky alive. So a lot of abilities to just make the AD carry big.
Very CLG-esque comp, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Not current CLG.
No.
We should probably stop calling it a CLG-esque comp,
2013
because they don't do it
CLG.
anymore. Yeah. 2013 CLG comp. Maybe a Gragas out of Curse right here. Match their next in the top lane. Quas did play it last match, but there is heavy discussion going from X Special right now.
Yeah. He did say a couple games ago, he's like, you know, my Shockland needs to step up a little bit. He's the guy, he's the voice. Here for Curse. Try to bring them up into those playoff spots. He wants to go to Worlds. Make it his 4th consecutive Worlds appearance, I believe. Would he can bring the team.
That would be a tall task. Speaking of tall tasks, Jax against Renekton. Not easy at all, especially when you consider they don't have any enhance the Jax metrics on their team right now. No shields or speed ups for him to have better success. They're really just going for a stall split push in that case.
They're gonna hope Dominic can maybe set him up. We have seen a couple of Jax's hold up. Dyrus did it just yesterday on Jax. Quas can hope for something similar here against Balls, who we've known as a very great Renekton player. And we know like the coordination between Balls and Meteos, setting up those dives with advantageous lanes, typically goes C9's way. Quas, up against some heavy opposition here. We'll see if he can do it. While we're in the calm before the storm, let's see who you guys voted to win. According to LOLesports.com, 83% of you are giving this game to Cloud9.
Definitely seems like they had a strong drafting phase. You can update the vote throughout the game, though, tweeting at LOLesports. Use that hashtag, C9win or CRSwin. Or if you forget that, just look at the team tri-codes at the top of the screen. Call them tri-codes, even though some of them only have 2 letters, because the most letters they have is 3.
True.
And yeah, just hashtag whatever it is at the top of the screen.
On average.
Yeah. It's what on average?
Probably like 2.75 in the North American LCS.
I think we have two syllable teams.
And then there's
EG, Cloud9.
Oh yeah, EG C9, so that's 75%. And then we got SK, what? Is there only one in Europe? Copenhagen Wolves. All right, 75% all around the LCS. No, they're GMB. Don't give me that.
Oh!
They were GG actually back in spring 2013. We made them change it. Decided that GMG looked cooler. Now, guys, of course, getting ourselves into the game with this one. TSM. What? Not TSM. Sorry, we just started talking about names and I got confused. Cloud9, of course, still 2 games behind first right now. They have the chance with the rest of the games still in the schedule to catch their way back up, actually, in the first place time if they want to go for it. Start of the week, 1 game back. Here's a chance to close that gap a little bit here. Curse, they are in playoff position. As long as they keep at least 6th place, then they've still got that chance for the run, but I know they're not happy with the record right now.
Unfortunately, 4-0 the dream for Superweek is not possible for either of these teams.
Nor is 0-4 the dream.
That helps as well.
That's good.
Maybe everyone 2-2 the dream. Is that still possible?
I believe so.
Well, North American LCS has had its only 2 1-1 all across the board weeks the past 2 weeks. Could we have our first ever everyone 2-2?
That'd be awesome. A lot of streaks to go. Okay, we're going to see Curse start with a couple of line of scrimmage wards there, but they're all hovering towards the top side of the map right here. Not everyone's showing, though.
Yeah, this could be a big splattering. But Meteos gets out of there. I was just informed EG cannot go 2-2. Worst birthday ever for Inox, unfortunately.
All right, early invades don't turn into too much, just some deep wards. Curse win as a group of 5. Big Special also looking for a ward to look for lane matches, but Balls is already well past that spot. We'll get his way up into that solo lane up there to start things out. Cloud9 gonna go for the default setup. Looks like Curse, the same situation, so 2-on-2 lane's gonna happen. Corki Leona, very dangerous lane. I think this is actually a matchup that you can win up against Cognami. By the way, Cognami, one of the scariest duo lanes. I think she's probably the best support for Kog'Maw.
Yeah, just abusing that range of Kog'Maw with the Nami attack damage and slow boost. Incredibly dangerous. But at the same time, I think all the way back to Season 2, Leona Corki was one of the most devastating kill lanes possible.
Actually got scarier. Corki's Q has more range now and has an AD ratio.
Yeah.
There's actually more damage in that lane now.
You know who's been around that long? X Special and Cop.
Yup. We fought each other actually in the Season 2 regionals.
Way back now.
Yep.
But that does not do much to help them.
Not necessarily.
Special getting taken half means they're pretty much trapped at their turret until level 2 or 3. It'll be about keeping health up now.
One thing I noticed, actually, you speak about them being at half HP. Cloud9 does have the early lane push. You actually saw Sneaky leave the leash towards the blue buff really early on. And so Cop and Special were actually later to lane, and it let them get the early push, let them get the level advantage. And it made Cloud9 look very good. So Dominate going to try to get a second buff as well. He started blue buff. He's safe for this one. Jungler's going to be okay. But already you've got the dual lane advantage there. The Kog'Maw starting out nicely. That's never a good thing to fight against.
No, you can see an interesting trend in the bottom lanes. I mean, it's been like this for quite some time, but it is the early pushing in the bottom lane, having a lot of say on how the early lane goes. And that is a team-wide thing, because that push can be delayed if you're defending your jungler longer, if your jungler wants a better pull, if you're warding against late invades, and there is a little bit of a mini mind game amongst all that. Of course, with the range support versus melee support, it's much easier for Elimination and Sneaky to shove that lane.
Yes.
Early on in the game, which is, just a credit to their champion select. Obviously, the Corki Leona has that throwback power of knowing that it's a devastating kill lane in the past, but it's definitely not one of those devastating early pushing lanes.
Yeah, it works if you get there first, because Relic Shield gives you 2, basically half HP executes. If the melee is basically at half HP, basically it'll die to a Leona auto attack. You can get the first push. You can either save the charge for sustain, or you can use it to push the wave in to get the push in your favor. But as we said, they were there late. Of course, you can see on the scoreboard down there, Special has no CS, so he'll help Cop last hit under turret, but definitely not going to have the push lead on this one. And yes, as we see, it does help C9 there in the beginning. Top lane, actually, you got to point out as well, Quas right now holding up against Balls in that top lane.
Yeah, the early shove.
Sure.
Is the main differentiators in these laning things. It looks like Dominate's just going through a quick client restart.
Yeah, particle bug for him. Restarting the game. He'll be back up in a second there. And game will resume in a second. Actually, it's the interesting thing about the Jax matchup, though. You said the early push. I watched a video about a month ago of top 50 challenger Korean solo queue player, mains Jax. And he's like, Jax can actually sometimes win the Renekton matchup. The most important part of a Jax matchup is level 1.
Right.
You learn Counter-Strike. If you find a good trade by pulling minion aggro and doing 100 damage on Counter-Strike, you can bully around for a while. You can make him burn the potion and get a lead back in.
Yeah, and the big thing is stopping Renekton from building up his 50 rage before he can trade with you.
Yeah,
is absolutely critical.
Yep, it's a couple small things you can abuse in your favor and try to keep the matchup going, and see if these guys can do it. 3 minutes in, no big lead on either side here. Voyboy holding up against High, who's had pretty mixed results for himself. Wants to be as lightweight as possible for his team there. Sneaky still doing nicely. Level 2 on him. Lemon puts the ward down. But Dominate actually wants to go for his first gank top lane here. Can pretty much take whatever route he wants. There's no vision at all.
It almost feels like he's hoping for a counter gank. Now I'm even more surprised because he's just showing immediately with very little harass on the balls. It looks like Quas might just want an early recall.
Yeah, it's the 3-minute, basically push the 3rd or 4th wave in and then go for the item advantage. This should allow him another item here. So.
Exactly. He was sitting on 660 gold, so he get the item and the ward. Also that bottom lane we talked about, hitting level 3 is a good time to go in. And there it is.
There it is, half HP elimination, taking even more damage. This one, Bubble's gonna hit the 80 carry though. Forcing Cop away on this one. 7-minion lead from the early pushing, but the lane's back to close to equal. Lemon slinks back into the brush.
Yeah, but even so, the amount of CS they lost to turret was pretty high.
Absolutely.
Leona not the best at helping keep CS at turret. It's a very swingy support matchup. That's why a lot of pro supports have swayed away from Leona, because while she does have tremendous engage potential, she doesn't have nearly the flexibility that the other supports have to really swing with the dynamicness of games if you're not ahead. Leona kind of needs to be ahead.
Very true. And fighting under turret as well, one of the difficulties about this is even if you do go in, even if they're under your turret, you're going to pull minion aggro. As soon as you go in, you're going to take a whole bunch of extra damage from your opponent's minion waves. Makes it hard sometimes if you're getting pushed in. Dominate does get around the wards, looking for this flank on high, who's on the very opposite side of the lane. Voyboy goes in, pops the ghost, the W there as well. Cocoon's gonna hit, High doesn't flash it. Apparently does now, but they're diving out of the turret anyway. First blood goes through. Nicely done, Dominate and Voyboy.
Nice little bounce back, and the double speed summoners really gaining popularity. A lot of Twisted Fates doing it, and speaking of which, bottom lane.
Now damage comes through, Sneaky down about 400 health. Bubble always goes for Cop there. Notice the choices there for elimination, but damage does come through, forced to be healed up by this Nami.
The mid lane gank is very, very important. Burning the flash heal and still getting a kill is not something you get that often. Only one summoner burned on Void, meaning he still has his flash.
Right.
Punishing lane.
Looks like Balls did get to recall himself, though, to match that top lane. Double Dorns on both these guys. And that lane's actually going Quas' way as well. So I gotta give a lot of props to Curse so far, or I guess both their solo lanes doing exceptionally here. Dominate's really made himself known on the map. Meteos, we haven't even seen him yet.
Meteos does generally like to get up to his Spirit of the Other Lizard as quickly and reliably as possible and then go aggressive on Lee Sin, so he's in the process of doing that. But yeah, I absolutely agree. Dominate has had a lot of ganking pressure. And because of his successful gank, has more gold than Meteos.
Right, of course. Spirit Stone done is going to actually increase his jungle speed as well, but it won't make him a good duelist. Meteos on double longsword is going to have a lot of damage available to him. If he can find something to do. Almost level 6 right here, before 7 minutes. That is a quick clip. He's been just farming, not hiding by any lanes at all.
And once he is level 6, if he were to stay in his jungle, his experience curve would diminish greatly. But being level 6 now kind of means that after he hands off this blue buff to High, it's gank presence time for Meteos. And if he's not doing that, he's really not playing efficiently.
And we'll see if they can play for that second round of buffs then. He's going to be a bit more powerful than Dominate at that stage of the game. Ruby Crystal now coming in for the Elise. And we'll see if Cloud9 can do something now, because this would be the time I would think Meteos would get to make a play here. Has his ultimate, has the item advantage, do something with this. That was kind of the old Cloud9 way in 2013.
Yeah.
Was get a bunch of farm, be ahead of them in levels, use that to make plays in these guys. Whereas other junglers would look really hard to find ganks, link into lanes, get themselves shown a whole bunch. And that's going to be the test right here. High is holding up, did die, keeps with him 2 CS here.
Yeah, another quick particle bug for High here. So that's just another client restart, should be a pretty quick move. And yeah, to get back to Meteos, the big thing that was enabling him to do that back in the day, though, was that generally High was always pushed up in lane. He was picking those big-time wave clear, scary people. Like he played Kennen sometimes. Zed was very, very strong. Ryze was strong. These guys that were really hard to duel. Jace could clear the waves very well.
Yeah.
But now on Orianna against Ziggs, it's not like he has this wave clear advantage. So when Meteos goes to make a big play, the first respondent to the chaos in the enemy jungle is the enemy. And that's not exactly what Meteos needs if he's trying to make plays.
That's true, actually. And you're seeing these players get better and better and better over time. I mean, you got to imagine the level of skill has gone up so substantially over the last year. And, you know, trying to stay ahead of the curve as well, you know, being able to just push your lanes all the time, be the dominant players no matter what, and not get punished for it. That's not an easy possibility for these guys. I mean, there's so much parity in the North American LCS among all these teams, right? Anyone can beat anyone. We see that all the time. And so, yeah, Cloud9 kind of needs their new, like a new fallback pattern. Like now, what is the way in which you win games? Because it's not just win lane, snowball ahead, okay, close, because you've got more gold than the guys. And so far, it still looks like they're playing a lot of that sort of passive style. Oh, we'll win in the laning phase. We'll just kind of team fight later on. Whereas a lot of teams that are very successful, we saw TSM just 20 minutes ago, kept forcing the issue, kept finding the advantages, making them happen.
Yeah, the biggest point, and I saw Skara talking about this earlier as well, is it's not that everyone in the North American LCS is just amazing and that's why it's so close. Teams have very defined strengths and weaknesses right now. And Cloud9's, some of their weaknesses is their champion pools aren't meshing with the type of play that they like to embody. And it's something that they still have time to work on. Very clearly, though, High's champions are not there for this Super Week. You look at his solo queue rank, he's still incredibly high. He's in the top 20 of Challenger very easily, playing all these different champions. But as far as mastery over certain champions, he's got some work.
Absolutely. I mean, the game just plays differently in a competitive situation compared to just solo queue. You've got to pay much more attention to, oh, it's 7 minutes. What kind of things can my champion do right now?
Speaking of 7 minutes, that's a lot of people in Dragon Pit, but Lemonation did not have level 6 to swipe the tidal wave over top of them.
So Curse just walk right out, special dodges the bubble, and they are safe. They even got to recall Cop to buy an item, and he's still holding up in CS down here in the lane. So all down the line, Curse making great plays around the map. Quas still holding in this Renekton versus Jax matchup. All Dominant had to do was push a wave one time, and Quas is holding the lane.
We've seen a remarkable amount of uncontested 7 to 8 minute dragons with standard lanes this week in the North American LCS.
Yes.
I don't actually think that's a trend that's going to stick through many weeks, but it's something the teams are definitely able to pull off this week.
Well, Cloud9 looking for their play right here. Smite is back up both these guys. Meteos grabs the red, gets out. There is the buff steal that they were looking for in this one. And it's going to be successful. Meteos, Sneaky and Lemon still trying to play aggressively down here. They're taking some time before that first cog item comes through.
We haven't looked at the top lane, but Quas is at 71 CS, Balls is 71 CS, which is great for the Jax matchup. That does have a little bit to do with Dominate helping the shove early so he could get that early item advantage, and Quas is trying to maintain that ever so small edge.
Everybody gets a turn. Who wants their own particles to look flashy and pretty? So, Curse right now, 1,100 gold up. Dragon.
Because of the dragon.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Dragon's like 90% of that right there. But the top lane kill, of course, mid lane kill, the gank early on was great. They got the summoners burned as well. Interestingly, didn't see Dominate revisit that lane against a zero summoner Orianna. I found that kind of interesting.
Right.
But High managed to stay safe. They did play around the 8-minute dragon successfully. I believe they got that after their blue buff, if I remember properly, on the respawn there. So overall, I mean, Curse are making very good choices as a team. You did see C9 look for something aggressive, right? They went for that red buff steal. It didn't turn into a fight, so it didn't look aggressive for long. But you've seen both these teams say, this is something that we can go for. We can contest. We're stronger on this side of the map. And just very quickly, it got seeded. Problem is, when Curse makes those choices, they're dragons, not red buffs.
Yeah. It is at least a response to a move, which is something Cloud9 needs to make sure they're doing when they've been getting in trouble a lot this year, kind of in their loss against Complexity. Complexity was just doing a bunch of stuff, and they weren't necessarily responding. At least they're making slight responses. You do enough Dragon for red buff trades, though, and you are going to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, 1,000 gold is the loss here for C9. High still to hold the mid lane there. Quick recall back for everybody else involved. And the first set of items come through for Sneaky, also going for Triforce first. So the same build for these AD carries. Meteos, higher level jungler here, level 7 for himself, is just chain farming. It's a very interesting choice for a champ like Lee Sin. You think it'd be, you know, oh, I'll be a Master Yi, I'll be a Pharaoh Flare jungler. I can go ahead and farm the camps all the time. Lee Sin, normally one of those early bullies who gets to do things early on, make all the flashy plays. You heard Amazing talk about that.
Yeah.
Lee Sin's so respected because he can play make, whereas, you know, in Elise just sort of standard, she's kind of always pretty good. The Meteos hasn't gone for those flashy plays.
Yeah, he's still going to be able to, though. You can see now with his Lizard Elder completed and his Pink Ward. That's kind of the next move that he should hopefully make. If he fails to make plays beyond this point, he's lost a lot of the potential. He's already lost a decent part of it. That's the Leona, though.
A lot of stuns. Sneaky's going to flash, but it might not be enough. One more attack, and that is it. Nicely done there. Special landing the ultimate and everything else. Sneaky's now out of summoners.
That just comes from tons and tons of Leona experience from X Special. Flanking around the side and just max ranging that ultimate.
Special did not see Meteos being there, though. Look at the counterattack, kicks him back in. The tidal wave as well. Look at the damage output. Is Ignite going to be enough now? Special walks away alive. Would you believe it?
Drinking the health potion all the merry way. That is a big moment right there. Just have to note X Special's ultimate is actually on cooldown. It's just not displaying properly on the screen. So he had just used it for the previous kill. Nice move.
Absolutely phenomenal. So, Curse, 1,500 gold lead now. This is a number that keeps growing for these guys. They've not suckered themselves into any bad plays at all. I mean, a smart play by Meteos to guess the Tri-Brush ward. Know that, oh, you got rid of the guy in the bottom lane. It should be easy time to go ward. The jungler being there, a surprise definitely. But you see Cop, how far back he plays, respecting the fact that he's outnumbered in the lane.
Oh, they
There's
get him
the chimp
again?
in onto Sneaky tidal wave. The bubble's going to hit Cop, but there's nowhere for Kog'Maw to go. And once again, X Special locks down the AD carry.
X Special and Cop are having a great day as a bottom lane. X Special making the plays, Cop playing really safe, but then having enough peace of mind to follow the aggression of X Special.
Cop was such a good actor there. He played like there was no support in the lane. If you saw that, he was so far back, so afraid of Kog'Maw's damage. I actually called, oh, X Special must be gone. He's actually waiting the brush on the other side. That was excellent by Cop.
Yeah, they got presence in that bottom lane now. It's going to be tricky for Sneaky on Kog'Maw. Not the greatest protection mechanisms in the lane, at least, for Nami. Hyde not having too much ability power yet either. Should prove to be a very interesting match now.
I want to see the decision-making continue, though, for these guys. Dragon 115 away. C9 actually could freeze this for a short time and only push when Dragon comes up. They have a reasonable expectation of the timer there. But right now, not the case for these guys. Dominant getting the second round above. Blue coming back up here. Looks like that actually was taken after the Dragon. Correct that one here. Blue buff going towards high as well. So now looks like the inner jungles are safe for both teams, but yeah, it's been Curse who's controlled neutrals really well.
What a turnaround today so far from Curse as well. You know, losing that game to TSM yesterday where they really didn't seem to do anything versus the action that X Special has been able to take today in laning phase against two very good teams in LMQ and Cloud9.
Such a great adaptation too. Like, let's find something that has to play aggressively, kind of conditioning yourself to look to make the plays. Especially the fact that you can lock down a Kog'Maw so easily. It's honestly quite amazing by these guys. 2,000 gold lead, Dragon up in 13 seconds here. Cloud9 ready to defend it, but Curse, you know they're going to want this as well. Teleport up for Quas, but not for balls. That's a big advantage that Curse can use.
Quas fighting pretty well against balls right here. W max second, which is usual for Jax against melee versus melee matchups.
Yep.
Oftentimes against range matchups, we see Jax go with a Q max first. Not today.
So there's the pink ward for Dominate. Doesn't spot the ward just to the left, but
I mean, with the teleport advantage.
Oh, sure.
You would expect them to go very early. They just have to be careful that Meteos doesn't get an opportunity to steal this. Looks like they're not even going for it.
They know they're going to get outnumbered. Ball still has a minute to go on his own teleport there. Dragon even levels up for him in time, so a little bit more gold goes through, and there's the smite. Dominate, making that 2 Dragons now in a row, 14 minutes in. This is eerily similar to TSM's game. They got their second Dragon around the same time, actually. Seems like they've absorbed the powers they combined as one. And it's this aggressive team making a lot of plays.
Yeah, I gotta see how Dominate transitions this as well. He has the 2 early kills. Oftentimes we'll see Elises with 2 early kills go for the full penetration build there.
Yeah.
If he goes Haunting Guys next, or if he transitions more to a tanky ban as a fear of the Kog'Maw's damage. But quite honestly, against the Kog'Maw, the Haunting Guys would probably be more effective because they need to kill him first and foremost. And with the types of leads they're accumulating, looks like they're going to be in a position to. This is one of these curse games where instead of them being behind, making good play, and then kind of being even, they just didn't fall behind in the first place, made the good play, and now they have a real lead.
And I do like what all their champions can do for them. Every single one of them good at diving in some way. Leona, ludicrously tanky, gonna be getting Face the Mountain before too long as well. You can see actually that might be his very next item here for a special. You've got Quas, who's got plenty of stats as well, doing great in lane still. 143 minions, 60 minutes is a great score for a top laner. Fighting Renekton, even more phenomenal there. Of course, we talked about the 2-0 Elise. Ziggs can help as well. Quas still pushing balls around.
Whoa.
Curse have all the elements they need to win this.
Final pick Jax into a Renekton really shows, like, Quas is in on a secret that no one else is in on.
Yeah.
Right? Because everyone has been losing this matchup. How is Quas doing this? Is it him doing well, or is it the fact that Balls has had a very lackluster split, going from the best top laner unquestionably of North America to someone who's not even winning the Renekton Jax matchup 1v1?
I do want to give some credit to Dominate for that one, though.
Yep.
Like, top lane is so isolated sometimes. Just that little bit of intervention sometimes does make all the difference. I do want to credit that one push just for the earlier recall to get some extra pressure there. And speaking of him, he's there again if his lane pushes out, but Balls, so we're going to recall off that one. Meteos will hold the lane instead. And you realize that Balls has gone back to the lane, so Dominate recalls on top.
Yep. More minions for Quas. Gobble them up.
The Curse is ready to gobble up more. They've just warded. You see Xpecial has been pulled around the map to ward up by the blue buff. One on one of the Andersons by the mid lane, one on the buff itself. And Curse are planning their next offensive move right now. In about a minute, that blue buff comes back up.
I think we're going to get to see a little bit of a 2v2. Level 11 on Balls makes him a very hard person to take down. It's all about when Dominate wants to show, because Meteos will be in tow very quickly. There's tanky people here for this fight.
Balls' dash still down. He was hoping to bait that one.
That was a really good trade for Balls, though.
Cocoon's gonna hit. Look at that one. Counter-strike as well. No! Gets away from that one. Balls loses the flash and some health bars.
Yeah, and Meteos had actually fainted back down, not thinking the Quas was going to go in. Then the exact moment happened, so a step behind there.
Yeah.
By Cloud9, actually. Ends up having to burn Balls' flash.
It's a flash for about a minute of the jungler's time, so Dominate.
Minute of both junglers' time is important, because Meteos spends so much time up there as well. Obviously, it was unbeknownst to them exactly where Meteos was, but we still have to keep that in mind.
Very good point there. Blue buff back up now for Curse. Voidboy gonna grab that one for too long, and High, despite the ward on top of that one, it's not gonna get counter jungled here. So these guys have once again held their own jungles just safe. Cop went mid lane to clear the wave as Voidboy left for a short time. Quas again battling up against Balls, but this matchup that just eventually flips over as more items come through. You gotta wonder how scary it's gonna be for Cloud9 if they can't deal with that champion.
Some of them might be scary for Curse, though, is the way this Kog'Maw lane is developing. It's been pushed to Cloud9's side for a while, and Sneaky is picking up a lot of uncontested farm. Yet Cop and Xpecial haven't been able to make roam plays, either in the mid lane or the top lane. And Kog'Maw is just getting more and more powerful.
That is a scary thing. You definitely gotta keep that one in mind. And so Curse are holding around the mid lane. Cop back to mid one more time. Dragon in a minute 20. That can pay off about 1 or 2 waves of farm on the AD carry. It's pretty similar, actually. The gold you'll get from a Dragon kill, if that ends up being the play here for Curse. Look at this move, though. You've got Renekton waiting around the wings. They gotta want this one. Quas gets stunned up. The slows come in as well. Mid lane turret does finally go down, though. And Quas walks away.
Jeez. But teleport down, actually. We had a mismatch of teleports last time, where Curse was able to take the dragon because Quas had his teleport up.
There's the recall for Meteos, 45 seconds in advance. Gets himself the items. Giant's Belt comes in. Pink Ward in the inventory of him and Sneaky. 40 seconds till Dragon. And right now, the recall for Balls as well, so he'll have items in time for the Dragon fight. 30 seconds in advance. Quas still just pushing in. Will he come across the map or not?
This is the thing here. At this point in the game, knowing where Jax has made it to, even though Curse does have an edge, if Cloud9 devoted 5 people to Dragon, Curse easily takes that trade for Quas pressing the second tier turret. So Curse, even though they don't have the teleport, still have a pretty good option of what to do.
That is a scary thing. If Balls can't push this lane out, actually, there is really no good fallback pattern. So Balls trying to freeze the lane right in front of his own turret to keep...
He would want to teleport in now. Like, he really wants to, but he would lose the second tier turret.
So Curse is going to play against that buff, or that bluff, rather. 4-on-4, C9, you can see they, I mean, they can sweep away wards. They could try to pressure mid, but Voidboy's already there to push that wave out. Curse's red buff's up, doesn't matter too much. Cloud9 once again sweep wards away. They are going for this one. They're looking for this right now.
Curse right now is respecting the teleport. Balls is out of range, so they're kind of giving it up. I really feel like Curse could have played this one much more aggressively, but they end up giving the Dragon just because of the teleport cooldowns.
I think they respect the fact that Meteos High could force a kill. Like, yeah, maybe you trade Dragon for turret, but if you get forced from a 4v5, life is even more painful for you.
Yeah.
So.
Curse has some bad memories of this happening.
Yeah.
Where they contested 4v5 Dragons. There is a way to do it right, but it's very difficult.
And so instead they just poked with some Ziggs bombs and said, you know what, all right, well earned, you guys had teleport instead of us. Top lane outer still did go down earlier, so it's not like Curse really lost out super hard on Global Gold. 3,700 still separating the two teams. Cop, I believe, is actually going... No, never mind. That's going to be Infinity Edge. Thought it was Bloodthirster for a second, but...
Yeah. I'm waiting for Corky's to go Bloodthirster. Trinity Force plus Bloodthirster would give a lot of survivability to a Corky.
Close to 700 health, basically, by endgame. So Cop's gonna actually move himself top lane now instead. Looks like they'll send Quas to split push the bottom lane there. They know Baron is a very real possibility with the Blade of the Ruin King Jax and Elise. Corky's got some pretty good damage as well. So the standard gameplay of split push or teleport bot lane, try to set up Baron. Curse playing this pretty much by the book. Not a lot of kills, but they've still done a good job of wresting advantages across the map. All 3 outer turrets are gone. And once again, Renekton will be trying to face Jax, but now 20 minions down. And a Phage here for Quas. This matchup's only getting better.
Yeah. Cloud9 had the experience against LMQ with a Cog Mundo in the late game. They eventually got strong enough. But I don't know if the same is true with this guy in the bottom lane.
Wow, look at the damage. Quas could maybe dive this one. 500 health on Balls, has to flash the wall, and Quas just goes for it. Look at that, the 1v1 Quas taking control of the matchup.
Wow. That is really bad news for Cloud9 when their Renekton cannot even stall off a Jax. Getting the red buff really messed with Balls' ability to analyze that fight, but geez, he got completely destroyed. And at this point, they're just kind of waiting for him to teleport back. If Cloud9 sends someone down, they would forfeit the Baron, so they just have to let him go free.
Look at that, bottom tier 2 goes down, so everything really going Curse's way. He even stole the white over there a second ago.
Yeah, and honestly, what was Balls doing out there? Quas had a red buff and full attack speed stacks. The Baron game is real.
Ooh, good flash by Sneaky, but now can he get out? Ziggs bomb hits, but not too much. Eldritch Special actually gets exploded on the backside as W missed, so the buff timed out. And that's a lot of damage you can put through when Leona's Eclipse is gone.
Ouch.
Yeah.
The fear of Kog'Maw, just a Trinity Force and a Bilgewater Cutlass. You can see why Kog'Maw gets banned so much in Korea and why he is getting picked so much here in North America.
When you've only bought health so far.
Yeah, Ruby Sightstone.
Yep. Targon's Brace as well, a couple hundred, so it's a bunch of damage that comes through for these guys. Cop gonna keep pressure on this top lane right here. The battle against Sneaky has got to be one. I don't feel like either person wants to fight hardcore. It's just, hey, I can sometimes outrange you, so I'm gonna poke you.
Yeah.
But Cop to give up map control in a game like this would be really potentially the beginning of disaster for Curse. Yeah. And Cloud9, of course, don't want to snowball the game any worse than it is.
Yeah,
they got to figure they can still hold on.
Immediately, X Special built that chain vest as well because he knows what his job's going to be. Frozen Heart being completed by I Will Dominate will help them even more as far as diving on to Sneaky. One thing that they've kind of lost track of because they killed him early is High's Orianna. Being at nearly 300 CS 25 minutes in with the death cap is a threat they cannot underestimate since they're so tunneled onto the power of Kog'Maw right now. Last thing they want is the team to get ripped apart by a Shockwave.
Sure. Yeah, we haven't gotten to see much from Voyboy and High. Like, there was a 6-minute gank in the mid lane, and that was it. They've just been steadily farming 300 CS. First one to 300 is High. For what it's worth, the Orianna, one of the champs actually that Link said was still in his pool yesterday, is doing all right for the guy. And Kerr's going to continue to respect that champion here. What they don't respect, though, is this red buff here. Going to go in. Quas looks to clear that one away. Almost. Sneaky got a little one. Dominate. The Q's going to land. Actually, they could get some damage here. Slows come out from Meteos. But back out they go. Dragon 1 minute away, and already Kerr's getting control.
Quas was thinking about trying to do something sneaky there. He was behind Cloud9. The team could not funnel through for a fight. And it's a tricky situation here for Curse because they did have those early game advantages, but this is one of those situations where they don't necessarily have the crispness of closing. But they probably had this pink board thinking for a while. It's exactly where you go next. Sneaky's backing. It does not look like Cloud9 is stopping this one. That is a Baron gone.
Wow, Cloud9 unable to make any plays to contest much of anything except for a Dragon the one time, and Curse claimed themselves the 3-man Baron with Quas in base and Voyboy in mid. Before 27 minutes, no one even gave him a second look.
Such perfect timing too because the Dragon's coming up in 10 seconds, Freak. So they can take both these objectives, get the huge spike in gold, go back and shop, and then really start attacking Cloud9. This is exactly the way Curse wants the game to progress.
Yeah, there's no way if you're C9 right now, you fight the Baroned up Curse with a gold lead for a Dragon 27 minutes in. So more gold coming through. These guys trying to make their way up the standings. They always knew they could do it. The start of the season, Curse had so many close games with the top teams. Nearly won games, and they would keep making that one dumb mistake, throwing it away and failing to recover. Curse, a couple weeks ago, had a dumb mistake but pulled it back in, and it was like, this is the glimmer of hope. Curse can finally close things out late.
They beat CLG.
Game. Yeah, right? And now they're in complete control against Cloud9, who got almost every champion they ever wanted. Kog'Maw for Sneaky, Meteos on Lee Sin, High on Orianna, and Curse control it every step of the way.
The sound of Jax. Yep. That's one of the big things. 2 big damage items here and another red buff. So Curse has the opportunity here to try another bit of a split push escapade. If they Baron up push for the top lane with 5 or with 4 and then have Quas in the bottom lane with his teleport up, or because they have the Baron buff and the Frozen Heart completed, plus the big damage onto Quas, this might be the time where they say, all right, let's go in hard with the Leona ult and try and end this thing. Because if they got a clean enough team fight, they would be able to push through for a win.
Yeah, and I like this style from Curse as well. I like the fact that they have the ability to just go hard, right? To dive on in. It's interesting, there was an interview with Xpecial recently where he was like, there's a term that everyone uses here in Curse, and it's go hyphy. You just go for the kills all the time. He's like, I gotta teach these guys not to go hard too often.
Yeah.
You gotta play for the objectives. You gotta do it smart. But right now, they've got the objectives.
Yeah.
Hyphy's the next word in the dictionary for these guys.
Honestly, from the way Curse has played so far this split, they need to go hyphy way more often.
Sure.
They've honestly looked generally scared about things to do and to not do in most of their defeats. Even in their victories, sometimes they're a little bit slower than they should be.
It's actually a great quote from Aframu about that. He says, you can teach an aggressive player to be more passive, because if it fails, they'll just stop doing it. And Curse tempering their aggression properly might be what's happening right here. 30 minutes in, looking to break the second tier of turrets. 1 for 3 so far.
It also, that quote also sounds like a great excuse to die turret down all the time. Be
Sure.
like, I was just playing aggressive. I'll know
testing
not
my
to do it
limits.
when it matters. Don't worry.
That's my main excuse.
Then you do it when it matters. Like, whoopsie.
Yep. Well, we've seen LMQ fall victim to that, I think, more than any other team. The most willing to be aggressive sometimes doesn't quite work out. Curse trying to do the right balance here.
Yeah, they're a little bit out of sync here. I mean, they're trying to get all 3 waves pushing at the same time, but this is ticking their Baron buff off. I will dominate as your guy you send to go split push a wave. Not ideal. He can come from a flank attack, potentially. Voyboy at least has his ultimate up again.
Well, they are wearing down the mana bar of elimination, the health bars of Cloud9, though. So many poke rockets come out from the Yordle combo, Ziggs and Corki. They're slowly pushing C9 back and away. Blue buff plus Baron buff. Voyboy does not have mana issues. There's round number 5 for the tier 2 turret. Very tempered in their aggression, but this should be going down right now.
Yep, getting the outers. At this rate, since they're not getting team fights, you would think that the Baron buff would expire and they'd go for the inhibitor turrets on the next cycle of the Baron buff. But they do have a lot of dive potential with X special. And Baron buff is up. No longer there. As if Baron buff is expired.
Yep, Baron buff has timed out. 2 minutes 40-ish until the respawn there. Sneaky had to give up tier 2 top turret. He was out of mana, had to go back to the base, and that was part of the resources that Cloud9 was slowly losing. Wave clear from Kog'Maw is fairly expensive. It's not hyper efficient. You can clear for some time, but if you lose all your blues, if you lose out of the Baron buff, all this stuff, you get out sieged. You run out of resources. Literally how sieges work. And Curse played that one exactly right. So that Baron buff got them some more turrets down. Push the gold lead farther. Dragon up in 145. Baron soon to follow. And down the line, gold leads for every single player in the team.
Yeah. And a huge gold lead in the game. They're 10,000 gold up on Cloud9.
Curse have never beaten C9 in my recollection. That was the pregame interview we said. Special was like, we've never taken these guys out ever in the history of competitive League of Legends. Wow. And they're looking to do that. I mean, Superweek's a big week of firsts. Double to 500 kills, Special 1,000 assists.
5-man push up the mid lane by Cloud9 though. This is easily going to give them a turret.
Well, the first turret of the game for Cloud9 at 32 minutes. Another rare sight for these guys. There's Quas in the bottom lane pushing up, and the major objectives coming up. We see a lot of teams. Baron number 1 means get control, make sure the turrets are gone. Set up for the next one. Baron number 2 is the death knell a lot of the time.
Checklist. Things to be able to do during the game. Also, as far as teams that are behind in games, we've definitely seeing longer games this week.
True.
4.10 patch may have a fairly large impact on this, and kind of here's why. AD carries being much stronger late game gives a lot of these teams an idea that if we just stall it out and play passively, Kog'Maw will get strong enough and we can make things happen. It might be what Cloud9 is thinking right now. Whereas sometimes that just lulls you into this false sense of just giving things up. Whereas previously when Cloud9 was behind, when they're a team that was behind, they would just keep coming at you because they would realize, hey, if we don't do something, the other team's just going to starve us out. And right now, Cloud9 is the team kind of getting starved out because they think they have this Kog'Maw as their late game insurance. But based on the dive potential of Curse, that is putting a lot of weight on Sneaky's shoulders.
Yeah, and there's honestly so much weight coming in from the Frozen Heart Elise. The steal not going to happen. Dragon goes in, and by the way, Baron's up in 13 seconds. Now the spite's down. Maybe they wait a little bit for this one. As Hypner's trying to give gold to Sneaky, he's still got a lot of room to go. Only just now starting on Infinity Edge, while Cop's already got 3 completed items. High clears his blue buff on top of a ward. Voyboy does not get the steal. High walks out. But you can see, they're on top of pink wards. They know vision control's already there for Curse.
He didn't want to waste auto attacks on the pink ward because he knew we needed the blue buff down as soon as possible. Actually, a really smart move there by High.
Limited amount of time till they show up and try to kill you. Quas, look at that, getting his own ward control over this bottom jungle. He will now know if someone tries to stop him here. He can easily split safely. Dominant, though, losing a lot of HP right now. 1/3 health. Sneaky has to flash away.
That's huge. And heal. If they try and team fight, he is just a sitting duck for X Special to pin down. He can't even look near X Special without getting killed. This is pretty bad for Cloud9, Freak.
Yeah, it is. And that's the thing, you know? An aggressive team, X Special playing One of his best days of League of Legends we've seen in quite some time. Cop as well, to be completely fair on this one. Curse looking to make this a 2-0 day for the guys. Need some good competition. Another recall for high. They know, though, Baron on the table. Everyone's got to keep in mind that top side of the river. There's a lot of gold waiting to be picked up in a buff that could mean multiple turrets. If someone can get this, maybe Cloud9 gets that miracle team fight. They're holding the disadvantage at 10,000 flat. It's just staying 10K. The later that goes, the less 10K matters as builds fill out and get completed. There's still some time to go. Cop going for lifesteal item next.
Yeah.
Not a big deal anyway. At this point, he's hit the cap.
Probably.
Yeah, most likely. BT would still work pretty well, to be fair. Both could work. I'm actually surprised not to see Zerkgreaves done on him, though. A little bit of a low value on attack speed. Help him kill off a Renekton, maybe, but whatever. Top lane actually outer will go Cloud9's way, so Curse, maybe you just gotta be a little bit concerned about not being too scared. You talk about late game insurance. Oh, don't worry, we've got a Kog'Maw. Maybe do the same for Jax, right? Don't worry, Quas is winning. Just eventually the split push will work. Make sure that's not the case here for these guys. Boy, by putting huge damage. Wow, look at that turret down to half HP right now. Quas not gonna be dissuaded at all. Balls goes in though, pretty much by himself. Here comes Meteos, here comes Tidal Wave. Can they get enough? Boy's gotta be real careful. Flashing away, now Quas getting chased. Bubble misses, Shockwave. Flashed away safely. Meteos takes Quas back in though, in the middle of the team, but Baron's being hit by the way. Quas goes down, but so does Baron. Worth it, types Quas in all chat.
Yep. 1 kill for a Baron. And now the answer for Cloud9 has got to be, what can we do while Quas is dead? They're pushing as quickly as possible up the mid lane, trying desperately to get some of this gold back.
5v4, full health. Kog'Maw is there. Summoner spells halfway back up. Tier 2 is going to go down. Can they make that inhibitor as well? 35 seconds. They have a cannon minion, but Boy has wave clear, so maybe not so much. The trade went equal in gold. We're still at a 10,000 gold difference. The difference, though, is a 4-person Baron buff worth about 5,000 in combat stats.
Yeah. So Curse has Baron on 4 people. Quas the only person without it, but Cloud9's going to get 2 whole turrets out of this exchange. Quas can actually teleport in to help out this mid lane push if Curse got there in time. I don't think it's going to happen, though. They're going to get back pretty quick.
Maybe the case. The red buff also up in the southern jungle. Curse still going to look forward. This turret's very low on HP. Special is going to tank it, and Cop's going to deal the damage there. Dominant waits around. He can toss out stuns. 1 hit, and they do get it. Cop in the last possible second gets away. Valkyrie even proccing Trinity Force for him to make sure it went down nicely. And now the inhibitor's available.
Quas is getting very large as well. 383 CS on Jax. And counting. Curse. 15,000 gold or more on 2 people.
I can't believe the 4,000 gold lead in the top lane. They have the same kill score, but global gold plus minions is more than a full item advantage.
Yeah, this is definitely not been Balls' day.
No.
Or week, no. His Kale game, he got heavily punished. His Mundo game was great.
Yes.
Against LMQ. But outside of that, not a matchup he should have lost early on.
Curse go back to the 1-3-1 though. It was Zig sent to the bottom lane. But they realize again, mid inhibitor, there's no turret there anymore. They can just apply pressure and likely get their way in. Quas split push makes plenty of sense. He's still got TP. He can walk across the map as well. Randuin's and soon to be a Banshee's Veil done on him, so he's tanky enough to make plays and not get punished too much. Cloud9 stuck inside their base. Wards over the wall to watch for the rotations of Curse, who also try to get some vision across and see where Cloud9 goes. Here's the wave. There's the blue buff steal one more time. Voyboy, plenty of mana to spend.
So we kind of got to answer the question as well, why is this game going so long? And a lot of it just has to do with Cloud9 banking on the fact that Kog'Maw can make it late, but also the respect that Curse has to give Kog'Maw because he does so much damage, almost regardless of how tanky you become. If you're not getting your business done very quickly while you're diving that base, Kog'Maw would be able to clean up as far behind as he is. So Curse needs to be very certain that they land the right type of lockdown before engaging. With the Baron buff, now is as good a time as ever to go in, but that's why it's taking so long.
still trying. Rocket's gonna hit Sneaky, who lifesteals it back up pretty easily. Zig's ulti doesn't do much for this one.
And that makes things much more dangerous. You know, they've thrown the Zig's ult not on top of some Leona lockdown. The summoner spells are alive on Sneaky, so even if they do try a solar flare, he can flash to the side of it and then kill X Special again like he did for one of the few kills that Cloud9 picked up this game.
Wow. And they gotta be careful not to give any more. You got a game like this. If you lose that next fight, the momentum just completely shifts, and Curse unwilling to have that happen. They've actually grown their gold lead, though. It's 11,500. They've taken away everything. Dragon back up as well, and they can keep pushing that one forward. Cop now at 4 items. He will not have any more offensive advantage over Sneaky the rest of this game. Sneaky will only catch up from here on out.
Yeah. Corki not the late game monster. Jax is very good late game, but if somehow Sneaky can avoid the crowd control of Leona and all the damage coming out from Ziggs, he is that monster. All right.
Ward's going away. Dominate. Get rid of the dragon. It's more of like a neutral ward. Watches champions all the time. And go down.
Taking his time.
Yeah. I don't know. Curse is
got it.
Scaring me a little bit here.
Yeah, honestly.
Xpecial criticized his own shot calling after their previous game.
I mean, we even just compared to the TSM game we just saw where TSM was all
and it just closed it out.
Yep.
It just fought people and away their opponents went.
Yeah, with the 14,000 gold lead, I mean, things have been going somewhat smoothly, but slower than they should be.
Definitely.
If we're looking at Curse trying to make their entrance into the conversation for top teams in North America. They beat LMQ earlier in a good game.
I mean, think about teams in a similar predicament. Evil Geniuses have had a historically horrible time trying to close games out. And almost every single time, it actually slips away from them. Something happens horribly wrong, and they lose a game they had in their hands. And it's these small failures that keep them from being in that top team conversation. This is somewhere that Curse wants to be. They want to say, hey, we're really top 4. We can make that rush for the playoffs. You've got to respect us. And this is not the way you earn it right now. They get the win, that's good, but 3 Barons in?
Yep. Hey, at the same time, Gold Lead is increasing. The 6-item thresholds are not quite reached. They're getting very close, which is dangerous. Mainly the mid lanes and 80 carries is where you have to be comparing the itemization. And it's not very advantageous for Curse right now in those 2 positions. Where they hold their edge is in the Jax, the third big threat that will need to make the difference.
At least Xpecial has a lot of room to grow. They've actually done a pretty good job of allowing him to get those stacks through on his face of the mountain.
Yeah.
Like Dignitas, I think, does a horrible job of letting Kiwi Kid get the gold. I see him like get wave cleared in front of, and he's like, guys.
Speaking of which, using that support item, I have seen so many supports that I've even played with just use it whenever they can in lane, so they'll use it on the ranged minions.
Man.
They're sharing only 15 gold most of the time. Use it on the melee minions, but most importantly, use it on the cannon minions.
Yep.
You pretty much never want to proc it on a ranged minion, because it's the worst thing you can do, efficiency-wise.
Quick pro tip. Your first 4 minions should be 2 melees and then 2 cannons. Don't use your 4th charge when it comes back up. A cannon comes up before your 5th charge would
First
be there.
2 melees of the wave if you can.
Sure. Or the second wave if it's a second wave push you need. Some actually will save
would that make it so you can't get the next cannon?
No, because as soon as you do the first charge, it starts going. So you've got a minute to use your second charge.
As long as you use the first charge on the first wave.
Yes, absolutely the first charge on the first wave. I see some guys save it for sustain. Some will save it to get level 2 on the second wave sooner, because you have to wait until the second wave to get it. There's a lot of little tricks you can do, but 2 melees, 2 cannons, keep that in mind. Baron, number 3 here, complete control once again for Curse. So then have a few wards in the western jungle, but not enough for the Baron pit. The 44-minute Baron, all the Curse fantasy team owners gonna be happy.
Yeah. How many points can a team actually score?
11 plus turrets.
19 dragons, and 7 Barons.
That'd be a lot.
The way Curse is playing, we're headed in that direction. Yes, their gold lead is still increasing, but their aggressiveness has really been non-existent. Obviously, Cloud9 hasn't given them many opportunities to be aggressive.
They've turtled very successfully. Orianna, one of the hardest teams to push against. To be completely fair, very difficult to go in on her. Cop is on a short-range AD carry. It is actually extremely hard to outplay Orianna on Corki. Valkyrie moves so slowly and so deliberately, you can catch him with a shockwave. You have no way of hitting a turret outside of 550 range.
Yeah.
Voyboy is actually, he just left their best sieger, and he has Lich Bane to that effect. He's got Distortion as well to flash out of shockwaves more frequently. There are ways for Curse to get in on this. I'm actually surprised they haven't
done more
bullied
split
past.
to me.
Yeah, that for one, and also just bullying past the fact that the mid turret's down. You just walk forward and eventually you get in.
Yeah, well, Quas has got a full item build now. So they got max items pretty much on 3 people. It is go time. We know Quas can beat Balls heavily in duels. Maybe not with the Thornmail now, but it seems like he should be able to. He's wearing all 3 buffs and a GA.
You got a Trinity Force box.
He can ignore him and kill this turret.
And he goes, he did pull aggro though. The counter strike hit Balls, but he's going to go for it anyway. Does not take much damage from the mostly tank Renekton. Ward hops away from high, but that's Orianna on the wrong side of the map, meaning Curse could go in on a 4v3 top side. That doesn't happen. They're still pensive. No engage there, despite the fact that, to be honest, Flash with an ulti would work there.
Yeah, they can wait this one out though to wait until Quas wins.
And there we go. Turret goes down. Now does he try to face up against Balls? Not so much here. Still respecting the Thornmail on this one. And slowly Quas continues to work his way in. Meteos poking out what he can, but now 2 inhibitors are open. Quas continues now to actually take one down.
I don't know what Balls has left to do. His ultimate's already been burned. If they don't send backup, the inhibitor's going down.
Quas regenerating rather rapidly as well from the Baron buff. Balls at a 1,000 health. Randu has popped as well. Balls' ulti is down as well. Sneaky will join the fight, and that does push him away. But that's no AD carry. That's another way that Curse could go in on this.
Yeah, I mean, Cop is respecting heavily the Orianna Shockwave right now. Very surprised while there was a missing Kog'Maw that Curse didn't just walk up with X Special to tank that.
Wow.
Slowly but surely.
Really respecting Season's moves.
With the inhibitor.
There we go. Inhibitor's going to go down. That's number 1 of the game. 47 minutes in. Quas finally pushing into the base. Goes for the opening as well onto Balls. Takes a shield. Look at that. That's a lot of health.
See, every time Orianna peels away, I would expect Curse on the other side to tank the turret a little bit, but they're still getting it slowly.
All right, this is their way in. This one, I think they can get there. Poke in from Sneaky, gonna miss a little bit.
What
Half
Lich Bane hit.
Wow! That turret, or inhibitor rather, is dropping rapidly. Minion still floating in. Quas gotta be a bit careful. Puts the dodge on, and away he goes. Mid inhib actually stays alive, and actually, Curse forced back to heal. Quas is too low to keep fighting. Does not necessarily want to burn his teleport for that. Dragon's back up anyway. They can get more gold. Quas will indeed walk
more
back.
gold right now.
No, I don't think they need
they're
it.
good.
This is the risk. This is the 4v5 that Curse are potentially
he's just got a Lich Bane hit. And
down it goes.
All right, 2 inhibitors. That should be enough. And that basically means Cloud9 has lost at this point without really doing much.
2 kills on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
The one pick they got on Quas in response for Baron got them 2 more turrets. It brought them to that 4 turret score that you see right here for these guys. They had the one good mid-game play. Quas's TP was down. They postured for Dragon, and Curse respected their engage. Those have been the only ins I've seen for Cloud9 so far.
Yeah, this is the classic. It's been very much Curse waiting. At this point, Cloud9, they can either try fight now, which they're most likely lose, or wait until they have 1 or 2 people trying to kill those monstrous waves of super minions at their nexus, while losing super minion number 3. A very similar situation happened in our 65-minute game earlier today. And there's not much Cloud9 can do here. Quas will just kill their nexus turrets.
Yeah, he's going for number 1 right now. In fact, it's going pretty rapidly. Quas does get some minion aggro, but he's got super minions in there as well, so hey, Balls can only do so much. Yeah, he can easily. Dodge comes back up. Trinity Force damage comes through. Corki doing what damage he can at the top side. Dominate takes a shockwave. No, not just damage actually. And the top lane inhib turret down to half health right now. Quas going one more time. There's the first turret picked up. Balls and Sneaky doing what they can to defend this. But the base is still slowly but surely falling. Meteos can't quite find the way in. Dominate low on health and mana. Curse might be forced to heal up one more time and try again later. The inhibs come up in about 2 minutes at this point. But they made their way in for 2 turrets over the last 3 minutes or so. Blue buff steal one more time for Void, but he's out of mana though. It's actually time for Curse to get all the resources back actually. Quas steals the red. Cloud9 actually take this time to try to get Baron control. Maybe they can stall out Curse for even longer. At this point, the gold lead stops mattering as much. Balls is half an item away. Meteos 1 item away. High is done. Sneaky is only 1 item away.
Yeah. However, Cloud9's base is in complete shambles.
True.
It feels like if you were to put a percentage on this at this point, I give a 2% chance to Cloud9 for winning this game.
2%.
2%.
I would go as high as 90. Well, sorry, 90-10, 90 for Curse.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't going to go for that one.
Like, damn, you got a lot of faith in that late game Kog'Maw. At this point, Curse can I feel like they can win without even really fighting Cloud9 head on, as they have done so far in this 50-minute game. They'll secure the Baron. They're going to do the same song and dance with Quas against Balls. Balls cannot stick with them late game unless they send a second primary damage dealer, which would leave Cloud9 with just 1, and then they'll lose their turret to Lichbrain Pox from Ziggs.
So Baron number 4 for Curse coming through right now. They
Quas,
have...
get out of there!
Oh gosh,
Quas, run!
He's going to run. Tidal Wave won't matter because there is a Banshee's Veil. Jumps to the minion. Meteos, not a very good Q. Melee minion tanks it for Quas. And now the rest of Curse go to the top lane. C9 has to respect that right now. They're beelining over, and Quas going to start pressuring the bottom lane as the inhibs come back up. And there's the push in. Turrets going down rather fast. There we go. 10 turrets in. Quas finds the inhibitor one more time. Balls wouldn't even try stopping him here.
What a demoralizing game for Cloud9. 52 minutes of farming and never putting up a fight.
Cannot find their way in. Quas does take some damage on the way out. Actually, Quas down to half health from Kog'Maw. He's forced to flash away from that one. Mid inhib comes back up, but top inhib under fire right now. Nobody stopping Cop in time. Ulti from Special. Doesn't find too much. There's a tidal wave though. And there's a kick in. Meteos looks for a shockwave. Misses though. High gets nothing. And out Curse goes with 2 inhibs down. Quas hitting the middle inhibitor at the same time. Balls forces him out. But there's no regen for Curse. They will whittle this down. The minions will come in.
Pretty low.
I don't know though. Balls forced to run away from
the inhibitor.
Is around. 3rd inhibitor likely to fall right now. Dominic gets some healing. There's Meteos taking a bunch of damage. 3 inhibs now gone. 52.5 minutes in. Cloud9 still not able to push Curse out of their base.
Definitely not. 20,000 gold lead. Question now, does Curse try to reset things or just wait for the minions to arrive? 2 monster minions will be in each wave, meaning 6 to 12 can meet at the final Nexus turrets. That is a lot of meat to cut through in Cloud9.
Yeah, there is a lot here, and Curse happy to stay in the base regenerating. Moving on forward, these super minions do die very fast, but the next wave will have the extra magic resist aura on them. Kog'Maw's going to get significantly worse at killing those things. You know, percent health damage is capped against monsters, not against minions. So Cog destroys super minions. They have negative magic resist.
Oh no.
Oh no, another shockwave does not catch Boy.
That's icing on the cake.
His flash was down, and there's the push on in. 1 Nexus turret left. Baron buff still there for a minute and a half. Push on in. There's the ulti. High push back. Leona's going to catch him. Turret goes down. Here comes the fight on the Nexus. 44 minutes in. Curse closes out the game versus Cloud9.
Definitely one of the lowest kill games we have seen in the North American LCS this split. Curse was involved in the other one in their very low kill loss to CLG last split.
Yeah.
But man, 54 minutes.
6 kills.
And thousands of minions were destroyed, I would have to say.
Those poor minions.
Those poor guys, they really played their heart out this game. What a demoralizing loss for Cloud9 and Cloud9 fans alike, because they did not do a thing that game. 2 kills and only 4 deaths, meaning their opposition was a very, very weak wall that would just get pushed back at any moment and never quite defend what they needed it to.
I wonder, last death compared to game ending, the time there.
This is probably a record.
Probably.
Yeah. I'm willing to say right now that is absolutely a record for the LCS.
Death compared to time
I haven't
end.
even checked, but I've seen all the LCS games, so it is a fact now.
It is now a fact. Chat has said it. The crystal
I don't
ball.
even know how many minutes it is, but it's
a lot.
Yeah, it's many minutes.
Yeah, and that is very troubling. Cloud9 this split have been a team that I've looked so much more passive than I'm used to.
Yeah.
They wanted to reinvent themselves. Beginning of 2014, spring split. Had a slightly weak start to the season and said, yeah, you know what? We're trying to play more aggressively. It's a bit of a reinvention of the style. It'll take us some time. But by the middle of 2014 spring, they were on point. They were crushing games. They were closing them out. And they went to a 4-loss season and a freaking great record.
Yep.
First place in the playoffs, not dropping a game. And now they've gone all the way back.
Yeah, you could
to
see
this
right at the
flow
end
style.
there, we had it on screen. Jack, the owner and manager of Cloud9, went over and patted Hai on the back. He knows the difficulty that Hai has been having this week, both hard on himself, criticism from the fans, because of his lackluster performance, right? And a lot of blame is probably falling on his shoulders right now, and they have to keep their heads up because this is a team that outside of the All-Star game, obviously, has been the same 5 people for a year and a half. They have went through a lot together. However, they went through a lot of victory together.
True.
Their defeats have often been short-lived on the international stage. They get over it because they get back to North America and they start crushing again.
Yeah. They beat up TSM a few times. They feel good about themselves again. Right. Unfortunately.
True.
Yeah.
The dynamic of a team, it's all fun and games until you start losing them.
True.
Right? And that is beginning to happen for Cloud9. Absolutely. And they haven't bounced back the way that they expected themselves to at all.
No, not at all.
No.
And they're still looking for the way they get themselves back in. A team that prides themselves on adaptation. That was one of the things we saw from those guys. 4.10 came out. They didn't seem to find something new that worked for them. They played COG like everyone else, and Sneaky's been great, I think, by and large. You think he's the best individual performer on that team. And you think, oh, 4.10, 80 carries got better, Sneaky can do it. And that's not enough for these guys right now.
No.
So they're still looking for what it's going to be. Now, Curse on the other side, though, I got to say, slow, and that's still a criticism. But, hey, you still beat Cloud9. You're still 2-1 so far in Superweek.
Yeah.
Right? Way better than your standings would indicate. Looking good as a team. At least better. Making good plays, controlling the map at the very least.
Yeah, every event in the LCS always has two sides to it, right?
Sure.
So it's like we have the Cloud9 team that has been struggling, and now we have this Curse team that is reaching the level that the other guys are being on. And
yeah.
They won 2 slow games today, but they were still victories. Other teams haven't been closing out games. Even though Curse is taking their time with it, they still get the wins.
Curse are 1 game behind 5th now. They've, I think they're 1 game behind 5th. They're closing that gap now between the bottom and top here. So we'll see if these guys can make their way in. I mean, the joke with Curse is forever 4th. They're closing in on that mark right now.
Yeah.
LMQ on an 0-2 week. Cloud9 on a 1-2 week. Maybe they can get themselves back into that conversation. Certainly going to be the attempt for these Curse guys. They're going to throw it over to Dash and Zyrene at the analyst desk for a post-game interview with the winners.
Thanks, Freak. And don't worry, I got your back. It's been 17 minutes and 30 seconds from the last kill to the end of the game. Now, I want to welcome 2 guys to the desk who had a very good day on the Rift, Quas and Dominate. Congratulations, first of all, on 2 victories. That puts you to 2-1 on Superweek, on what some people would argue is the toughest schedule, playing 4 of the top 5 teams. How does that feel, Quas?
Yeah, we knew it was a really, really tough schedule for this weekend. So we're just prepared to play our game, focused every single game, and it's going well so far. And we still have stuff to work on, but it's going better than usual, I guess.
And just to follow up with you, Dominate, what does that do momentum-wise for a team when you are performing so well against tough teams in a Super Week?
It definitely makes us feel like we can pull out the 3-1 for Super Week, and really the whole goal is getting into that playoff spot and trying to perform well in playoffs because that's where everything's on the line. So we were just really looking forward towards that.
All right, and now we're going to go back into the game. Champion select here. Dominate. You guys ended up banning the Kayle versus Cloud9, who typically do blue side ban, and Balls played Kayle for the first time yesterday and didn't have a good performance on that. What was the reasoning behind banning Kayle against Cloud9?
We just wanted to ban Kayle against Cloud9 because it's one of the only OPs left at that point. There's really nothing else up that they could pick that could win the game, and even though Balls didn't have a particularly good performance on it yesterday, it's still a champion that you have to just fear, and you have to respect intervention. It's just such an overpowered ultimate, and it can really swing the course of a game. And with our last ban, they hadn't banned it so far, so we figured that they might be looking for it for a first pick because they most likely practiced it coming into Superweek, considering that they played it yesterday. So we just thought that it would be a solid ban and just kind of even out all the picks.
And you guys did end up going up against Meteos' Lee Sin, which was 7-1 until today, and now you guys made it 7-2. So you think that could have been a ban instead, but you guys actually took it out.
I personally wanted to play against it coming into the game. I wanted to play Lee Sin to Lee Sin. That was kind of what we discussed, and that's a matchup that I just feel comfortable in, and I like playing that matchup. So we just knew going into it that we wanted them to pick Lee Sin. We thought they would first pick it. We actually wanted, I think, probably the Kog'Maw, but they ended up first picking it. Everyone just knows that Kog'Maw is a super highly contested pick. So they first picked Kog'Maw, and we just went with Elise so that I could get that matchup.
All right, further on in Champ Select, we saw Balls pull out the Renekton, and then you quickly responded with the Jax pick. Is that just because you're comfortable in that matchup, or what's the reasoning behind that?
I'm not that comfortable in the matchup, but it's the reason that we knew we could have pressured top. So Dom helped me a lot in top lane. He made sure that Renekton couldn't freeze in front of his turret. So we shoved the waves out and make sure I keep going my farms because Renekton can't really stop the Jax 1v1 all that easily. It's very mainly influenced through jungle pressure. So we were able to pressure it earlier on, and then I was able to farm and then outscale him.
All right, well, kind of trailing off of that, Dom, having a top laner playing Jax who's doing very well in that Renekton matchup, what does that do for the team in terms of map pressure and control when he's going even pre-6?
It just really means that you're going to have a split push pressure all game. You're going to have that TP advantage because once Jax gets to that point, Renekton can't hold in 1v1. So you couldn't really see it in the mid game because I don't think we were exactly sieging the right places. But in the late game, you could really tell that Renekton could not hold the Jax. The Jax can walk up to the turret, start autoing the turret in front of the Jax, or in front of the Renekton, and the Renekton can't do anything about it. He can literally just has to have someone else come and help him with it. So they kept on having to send Orianna and Kog'Maw just to try to aid that Renekton in defending against this Jax. So you just have a lot of TP pressure at that point. We got a couple free Barons because we had so much pressure on the bot side of the map. They needed to respond to that, and if they tried to contest the Baron, they would have just ended up losing an inhibitor.
All right, and you talked about how Jax just walks up to the turret, starts slamming on it. We're actually going to get a replay here. Quas, this feeling isn't unfamiliar to you, where you just walk up to the turret as a big beast and you start smacking on it while somebody else is trying to take you down. Describe to me while this replay rolls what it feels like to just be that powerful in the game.
Okay. So I started in the turret. I noticed the Renekton tries to tickle me here, so I ignored it completely. I just actually I'm getting chunked. What am I talking about? I tanked the other turret, which I shouldn't have, but I still keep pressure up. He can't do anything at this point. They have to move people towards me. So I use my E here, and I just wait for the next wave to come in, and just keep welling on the turret. He can't do anything right now. It's just how it goes. Jax late game is fear for a reason. This is the reason.
And Dominate, off the back of that, what is it like watching your teammate just do that and be this big beast, this baby that you raised? You're like, oh, I cleared some waves from him. Now he's all grown up, beating Nexus turrets.
Yeah, well, I wasn't actually looking at what he was doing because I didn't want to have another incident like yesterday where I just wasn't watching my champion and ended up dying the dumbest way possible. So we're just pretty much communicating, oh, I'm getting this turret, and then I'm just trying to call when the Kog'Maw and the Orianna are rotating to him so that he doesn't get 2v1 and killed.
One last thing that I want to talk about, specifically about this game, is the fact that it was relatively low kill. Right? It was 2 to 4 at the end of the game. What does that do to the speed of a game or the way that you want to play it? And what was the problem with finding fights that you wanted?
I would say that we knew we had everything going for us. We knew we had split push pressure. We knew they had better late game. So we knew that the only reason we could lose that game is if they get a really good shockwave and then they follow up with that and clean us up. So we didn't want to take any risk. Maybe we played a little bit more passive than we should have, but we just played textbook split push style and it worked out for us. We don't need kills to win the game. We just have to destroy the Nexus.
Yeah, you guys were about 20,000 gold up. Why did it take so long to close this game out?
Like I said, we just knew we had everything going for us, so we just played as safe as possible and just took all the buffs we could, made sure we were 6 items, and then just slowly waiting for all the minions to come in and just ended the game.
All right, final question. You guys play CLG tomorrow. They're tied for first currently, so it's definitely a tough matchup. What are you looking to do tomorrow to make sure you come out with the win? Dominate?
I think we're just going to go with our game plan, stick with the champions that we practice. We haven't shown them all, but just pretty much go with our strategy coming into Super Week. All the teams are really tough, and all of them have similarities. So we've kind of just prepped for every team, and it's going well so far, so I don't think we should change anything.
Okay. Well, it seems to be working for you so far. Thanks for joining us on the desk, and best of luck tomorrow in your game.
All right, thank you.
All right, we've got to flash away, but when we come back, we'll kick off our final LCS game of the day, CLG versus LMQ. The action continues after this.
Yeah, are we allowed to sit like hotshot during the games with like our knees up?
Can we sit like him?
We should all do that.
Yeah. Let's all do it. This is our Trinity hot shot.
Respecting the fact that he's outnumbered in lane.
Oh, they
There's
get
the
him
chip in
again.
onto sneaky tidal wave. The bubble's gonna hit Cop, but there's nowhere for Kog'Maw to go. Now Quas getting chased. Bubble misses Shockwave. Flashed away safely. Mito takes Quas back in though. In the middle of the team, but Baron's being hit by the way. Quas goes down, but so does Baron. Push on
Baron
in.
East.
There's the ulti. High push back. Leona's gonna catch him. Turret goes down. Here comes the fight on Nexus.
LMQ is a team that tries to closely copy Korea's meta the most. And sometimes I feel like they don't replicate it that well, but in Korea, a lot of people are more open to try out and experiment new things. For the most part, they always pick really strong and open champions, so it's really important that we're on top of our game.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American LCS and our final game of the day, Counter Logic Gaming versus LMQ. Now, CLG started the day in first with a 1-game buffer, but Dig has closed that gap with their win over TSM today, so those guys are tied for first. So for CLG, every game is a must-win if they want to hold on to that top spot.
And they really want that 4-0 Super Week. And now CLG has a couple advantages coming into this game. It's the first game of the day for them, which means they've only had to focus on this one, whereas LMQ is playing their second. And they will also feel very good after their big win yesterday. Something else that's important to point out, though, is CLG is the only team right now to have beaten every other team in the North American LCS to this point. So they can beat anyone.
They have, and of course we're going to see that here in this one. CLG is actually 2-0 for the week, whereas LMQ is 0-2, so also very different starts to everything. It's a very different Super Week for LMQ they had. They went 4-0 in their very first week, and it's been much worse since.
Yeah, and LMQ, they're an incredibly organized team, and they make strong movements around the map looking for big plays, but the question will be with them, where is the line of where they get too aggressive? Right? They've played 2 games versus CLG, and they're actually currently 1-1. The first game, LMQ, they were losing until they made a good play. And the second game, they lost pretty badly. And quite honestly, CLG has the least respect for LMQ compared to the other teams in the LCS. So we really have to see how LMQ responds to that this game. Whether they start to play more conservatively, or if it really just drives them to dive harder and farther in.
I mean, maybe. CLG definitely did sound confident in interviews leading up to this matchup, so maybe they're ready for everything. We're going to check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side is Counter Logic Gaming, Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in the mid lane, Double Lift on AD carry, and Afromu at support.
And on the red side, it is LMQ. Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiao Xiao, the all-star mid lane, Vasily on AD, and more on support.
So here we go, guys. CLG looking to finally break away from the pack. If they do win here, they ended yesterday in first place, half a game up on Dig.
Stay in first place if they win.
Stay in first place, stay half a game up there as well. And I mean, CLG definitely looking better and better as the season goes on. I do want to talk about LMQ actually starting to fall down a little bit though.
Yeah.
They came into the split with, I think, the longest undisturbed roster of any of the teams there. Of course, C9 had players subbed out for a short time. That was Link. LMQ kind of had the cohesion advantage from week 1. And you saw, again, 4-0 Super Week, right? Started the league in first place. But ever since then, every team's been catching up to them. LMQ feels like they've sort of been at their ceiling for a while, whereas other teams are catching up to them.
Well, we also have to remember, when LMQ was entering the LCS, and we were asking all the other established teams, where do you think LMQ is going to be in the standings? They're probably like a 4th or 5th place team, and then they jumped out of the gates. First place team. Right now, they're tied for 3rd or 4th or 5th.
Sure.
Right? Like, are they just kind of falling back to what they have been all along, and the schedule is balancing itself out? Or do they just start really hot and get cold? I'm not sure.
I mean, it's been really interesting as well, just the prediction game when you think about it, right? LMQ, they'll be top 4, top 5. I don't think anyone predicted Dignitas's roster to work so well right at the start. Yeah, Dig number 1 with a new roster, and they just pulled it in. CLG holding on to first place, of course, that was some people's expectations. C9 doing so poorly, though, definitely not among most people's predictions to start this one out. But we are here. LMQ looking to make their comeback. CLG looking for 4-0 the dream. Maybe every team goes 2-2. Syndra and Yasuo now removed away from LMQ. That might free up Link to play TF as a first pick here. Got to keep that in mind.
Exactly what that Syndra ban is targeted at. Obviously, Xiao Xiao plays a lot of champions, but this is almost lowering the number of flex bans a team has if they're banning Syndra right off the bat. It almost forces LMQ to ban TF or just have to play immediately into it.
Well, what else do you leave up though? You can. It's actually interesting. Whoa. CLG bans the kill for LMQ. They want so badly the first pick TF. They'll leave everything else up and remove what else they can. LMQ ban TF. You ban Lee Sin. Dexter's Elise. There's actually a video someone posted. Hotshot was doing all his reactions to CLG's last game of the week.
Loved Dexter's Elise.
And he was like, Dexter's never getting Elise again, like ever in the LCS. But it's Double Lift's Kog'Maw removed instead. Lulu. Whoa. Not even TF. I'm all kinds around.
Well, this is definitely a pick and ban phase where they're going to be trading a lot of power picks. Kog'Maw being banned away is the final thing. And the Twisted Fate picked away. Oh, that is clever.
Lee Sin goes to the no-name, though Dexter is happy to play Elise anyway. Doublelift happy to play Twitch. Maybe Lucian. Second string for him there.
It's just so funny how the ban phase played out there.
I wanted the mind games.
I just think it was absolutely back and forth, right? I think the Kog'Maw ban right at the end threw COG for a bit of a loop. Because some of TF's power would be taken away in a sense if you can't just port onto a Kog'Maw and kill him in one sense.
Sure.
And also, Seraph has been having such a good week, giving him something like Lulu and taking it away from Ackerman is arguably more valuable than the Twisted Fate in the first place.
We've seen Lulu tops do exceptionally well. I believe she's undefeated today. Fought Jax's both times. And heck, maybe we see that one more time here, actually.
Yeah.
Half the games, Lulu versus Jax.
What was Seraph's tweet yesterday? It was something like,
no
die today, many fantasy point.
Yeah, something close to that. Dexter does get Elise. Hotshot GG is wrong. Dexter gets it anyway. Thresh here for Afromoo. Goes for that with everything else up.
Team. They were just loaded with utility in those first 3 picks.
Oh, yeah.
They are primed for a Twitch pick later. And I'm not entirely sure. I mean, they could still do a mid laner. Xiao having some slight issues. There's a chance we'll drop out a champ select here. But for now, he's just cycling every champion in League of Legends.
A mouse still works, that's for sure.
Yeah.
See what that ends up being if
the size of the mouse pad.
Yep.
Damn.
I don't think he plays with that low sensitivity, though.
No.
It's just good to know. I like how meta it is, too. It's a mouse on top of a mouse on a mouse pad.
So a quick little drop out of champs. Like there was a problem with Xiao's machine.
Yeah.
Or something else. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. Well,
same result, though.
Sure. 5 picks in so far for these guys either way. And, of course, the big thing to keep in mind is then, so what do the adaptations go for? So, okay. So champs like definitely started out not in a way I was definitely expecting. It's like, oh, man, the Cinder Band. TF. Link's TF is so good. We've seen so far. A lot of people giving him respect for it right off the bat. I wonder how much of that is actually mind game then for CLG. Like, I know you guys can respect this. So, like, we'll leave it up. We got a counter pick ready, the first ban.
Yeah.
Trying to make him play it. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting thoughts to keep in mind.
Yeah. One other thing I do want to touch on before this game is we did mention in the pregame how COG only has the 1 game today, but I wonder if fatigue is going to be a factor. Interesting thing they did this morning. The team went to Anime Expo this morning.
Yeah.
Last chance they would have been able to go to it, obviously. They really wanted to go. However, they made it back to watch the LMQ game, right? They obviously would have done their preparation last night. But honestly, waiting in line, going around to all this stuff, then sitting through this incredibly long day of LCS, right? We're 6 hours and 45 minutes into the broadcast or something like that after 5 games, right? So they expected to play much earlier than this. You got to wonder if they're going to be a little bit tired. Obviously, they were playing League in the green rooms beforehand, trying to warm up. It will be a factor whether the trip in the morning makes them more relaxed and ready to play, kind of refreshed because they got to do something fun before the game, a little break of the monotony of playing every single week in the LCS, or if it shows us a bit of a lack of preparation. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing is Super Weeks, you kind of just, it's all about how well do you prepare before anyway, right? 4 games across 3 days, definitely a lot of effort and time to do that. And a lot of times, and again, talking about the Loco Doco point, for example, it's like, yeah, we come into a week with strats prepared. Once Super Week starts, it's like, well, whatever was there at the time, we got to run with that because there's no time to make any more audibles.
Yeah.
I know one of the weaknesses of CLG earlier on was that they would come into the game with a plan and then do something else when the game started. And they wanted to, maybe they hope that doesn't happen to them again. They actually follow through with their early game plans, but their prep for Super Week going to be an important part of that anyway. So heck, if they did their preparation, if they did warm up in the green room beforehand, maybe that is enough for them.
Yeah, they definitely have. Because like I said, they were here for LMQ's first game, which was game 3 of the day. And we had a couple long games as well after that, so they've had plenty of time to get acclimated to the settings.
Now we go through this one, and LMQ back into the picks and bans. Their choices were going to be Renekton and Nami, by the way, here. So Renekton versus Lulu, the likely top lane matchup. Still going to take some time to decide on the support pick. Morgana would be good as well of the commonly picked supports here. But Nami it is.
It's a very low damage team.
Yeah.
I mean, really, both of these teams have been low damage so far. It's a very utility-based team comp on both sides right now. So a lot of lockdown for Xiao to maybe go around and make some big gank plays. But honestly, a lot of dodging mechanisms for CLG. Thresh, one of the best supports you can have against Twisted Fate. You just throw the Lantern on your AD carry and walk away, and TF has to decide. Either basically goes into your turret or he gets nothing.
So what is the thing that's going to get Lantern then for Doublelift? Twitch Lucian, the top 2 contenders normally.
He's had so much success on Twitch.
And that is the case. And actually, it's mid lane Lulu, by the way. Seraph goes back to the Shyvana here. So Shyvana versus Renekton, old school matchup. The interesting thing is, CLG was like, you know, we don't want to keep playing this passive Seraph by himself Shyvana top lane, but they're going back to it anyway.
It brings a lot more damage into their team overall.
Yeah.
Having the Shyvana in the top lane, one of the highest damage potentials from that lane. Also, there had been a Tristana ban by CLG against Complexity. When we asked them after the game, it said because Doublelift and Afro actually aren't that comfortable playing against Tristan lane. That was yesterday. Vasily locks it in this time with the Nami. Should be some supporting, harassment in the lane.
I actually like Trist a lot here for a variety of reasons. So one, there's only sort of moderate threat against her in terms of team fights. You can Buster Shot Shyvana away and then she can no longer reach you anymore. And the fact that she's so good up to about level 6, there's so many easy ways to dive this bot lane with Twisted Fate. Rocket jump in, Buster Shot him into a wall, all the fun stuff. You've even got built-in Grievous Wounds with Explosive Shot. It could be a really volatile bottom lane. It's going to be a fun one to watch here. We're going to see where the vote stands on LOLesports.com. Right now, CLG leads LMQ with 73%.
Pretty big percentage. 2-0 and 0-2 coming into the week as well. But keep sending your real-time predictions. Tweet it at LOL Esports. Then use the hashtag CLG win or the hashtag LMQ win. Also, Vasily is much taller than the rest of LMQ.
He's not even standing up.
Yeah.
He's taller everywhere. That was a weird comment.
Yeah.
He's got a tall torso is what I was going for with that
All
one.
right.
There we go. Made it around. I got the point out that I wanted to. Meanwhile, our chairs are level. You could actually be like 3 feet taller than me. We wouldn't know.
It's true. My torso is not that tall.
Where's mine?
I'm taller than all the casters, but my seat is generally higher than theirs.
Yep.
Did you know?
I'm more leg than torso myself, so gonna be all right with this one. CLG LMQ getting themselves into the game. Again, going for 4-0 the Dream. Both teams having the fan outpouring here. I like the LMQ fan next, or the LMQ sign next to the CLG sign.
Yeah.
They don't push themselves away. They're just like, we'll just hold them both up. It'll be all right. But here we go. Counterlogic Gaming, the ability to retain control of first place with this win. Dignitas would have to 2-0 tomorrow to wrest control of that. Doublelift is watching for No Name.
0 for 1 on those Lee Sin Qs.
Oh!
All right.
Follow it. Oh, he could have followed it.
That would have been foolish.
But cool. Early wards coming out. Both teams fairly defensive with this. They actually already have Vasilis down in the bottom river to watch for those late invades. And he's going to stand here and just stay as bait for a short time. Dexter with the early sweeper. We've seen a couple of teams do this now. Early sweeper on the jungler. Dexter gets 10 gold for his troubles. Early gold lead CLG. Will they keep it?
1 CS on Dexter. Some should say junglers should give farm to their solo laners.
Could have given 5 gold to Link or something.
No, they might be thinking of a late invade here. They got a ward actually on Dexter. Hoping to make some early plays onto No Name's Lee Sin actually. They're actually in position for a lane swap as well. Haven't seen a lane swap from CLG in a real long time.
Afro Xiao see each other. Here's the rest of CLG. They didn't actually show their AD carry, but they did show the support. So these guys know about the matchup. Moore gonna go early, put a ward down on the other team's red buff. He knows that this game is played. CLG will get their own red. No Name not too far behind in his quest for the blue.
Yeah, Serap's got a TP down in the bottom lane now, and it's the lane swap. So first lane swap of the day.
Mm-hmm. One of very few we see in this patch as well. Dragon was normally enough to keep teams from doing it.
Yeah, I mean, the Nami Tristana matchup, as far as the amount of harassment it can put out early on in the game, is most likely too much for Doublelift and Aframu to handle in that lane. Twitch, shorter range, lower base damage with the nerf. Afro move as well, no sustain. It is for the best, actually, that COG does this. And now they can play with their...
Afro predicts the juke. Xiao doesn't do it. The mind games. One level ahead, Xiao. And the lanes are getting frozen, by the way. Vasily has not learned a skill point yet. Nothing in explosive shot, nothing in anything.
I wouldn't expect him to put points in his explosive shot for a while.
Yeah.
Explosive shot is a great harassment tool in lane, which is why you end up skilling it, but it's literally just farm lanes. When we saw Kopp in a 1v2 with Tristana, he didn't buy explosive shot until, I think it was level 5 or level 7. Took him a while.
Yeah. No real need for it. Rapid fire, really worth maxing by around level 10, I think. You can start getting into fights by then, and the damage you get from that spell is quite nice. Ackerman and NoName looking for their play on the mid lane here. They each take separate routes around.
Just in case one side wasn't warded.
There we go, Link. Gold card's gonna hit him. And just a little bit of damage, and out goes Ackerman. Actually, it's Xiao getting hit up by Dexter now. A little bit of damage back and forth. 3-on-3 down to the mid lane. Jungler's top lane is now actually Aftermoo there as well. And here comes more. The 4v4 brawl. Seraph has to get away. Two-man play there from Afro. The gold card hits Dexter. 100 health on him. Can they get a flash Q? They look for it, and he finds it. NoName picks up first blood, and now Link is cut off. The bubble hits. Another kill goes to Ackerman. Beautiful play, LMQ.
What a start for LMQ, and boy do they need that after starting Superweek 0-2. Not only are they the team with the AD carry in the bottom lane and is more likely to get Dragon control, they also get the 2 kills out of the 4v4 in the mid lane. And this was a very long engagement, but if we're thinking about early game power of champions, the utility and crowd control goes to LMQ. The repetitive stuns from Xiao's gold cards is what really decided this one. The unreliability necessarily of the Afro hooks, even though he did get a good one on Ackerman, there was a whole bunch of other people still chasing him down. Great shot by NoName there to close it in, and then he got the slow on Link just because he closed the range with his resonating strike. Could not have went better.
That was beautiful stuff. I even like the fact that all the Spiderlings had been killed by AoE, so Dexter's Spiderlings couldn't block the flash Q. Like, all these little things actually came into effect on this one, and LMQ set a 1,200 gold ahead because of all this. Beautiful stuff by these guys. Double longsword already out for NoName. That's the kind of early game Lee Sin aggression you like to see.
And multi-wards as well.
Oh yeah.
That might even be the more important thing because of the roaming we're going to be seeing in these 2v0 lanes.
After rejoining his lane mate now of Double Lift. Uses his charge. No longer has the ability to get rid of the cannon minion. But he goes in just to make sure the gold comes in before he upgrades items afterwards. Almost got them all.
Yeah, he has 1 point in his explosive shot now.
Ackerman level 3 looking to make his way down to the bot lane alongside Vasily and everyone else. He has actually not shown up top lane yet. Whereas Seraph had shown bottom for a short time to soak up some XP. You see Seraph is a level ahead despite being in a losing fight, whereas Ackerman was in a winning one. And now LMQ use their early game laning advantage on the correct side of the map to go for the dragon 6 minutes in.
Yeah, huge potential for LMQ early on in this game. Not perfect dragon auto attack damage, but more doesn't take much damage out of all that.
Great stuff. LMQ making all the right choices so far. That mid lane fight was great. The dragon, exactly what you're supposed to do in this kind of a situation.
The dragon was going to LMQ was kind of opted into by CLG when they decided to send Double Lift and Afro move top in the first place. But when you consider the fact that they had the 2 deaths in the mid lane, it just becomes much worse because now that 1,000 gold swing, which was more recoverable, becomes a 2,000 gold swing, which really starts hampering COD's ability to keep up in items.
It's true. I wonder when the first recalls come through. Can they get a situation where it's BF sword versus nothing good? Whee! That fish went flying. Did you know there's a fish at the end of the W?
I do now.
I think it's only for that skin though. Really? Only for Koinami. Yeah, I think the base skin does not have a fish on the ebb and flow. I could be correct, I just don't use the base skins. Because I have them all. Haha. Perks of working at Riot. I have every skin in the game.
At least you're humble about it.
Have I told you that I earned Victorious Rise? Oh, Xiao ghosting. Ulti goes in. Can he find what he's looking for? Dexter looks to be the target of that. Lands the gold card in the brush, but it's going to be enough for them. Nicely done. Vasily claims the kill. Ulti to claim it. Nicely done, LMQ. 3-0 now.
Yeah, they were really trying to go all in on Vasily right there. But it was not to be. Dexter getting punished now. 0-2. At least not working out exactly the way he wants it to. That's for sure.
I guess in a way, LMQ isn't letting him play Elise. He's getting kind of stopped at every turn. Really good play by these guys. I mean, the early aggression's working out for them quite well. These dives have worked. Before mid lane again, just a big point in this. The first TF ulti also something I like to track, and that one turned into a champion kill and turret pressure. That turned into that going down as well. LMQ controlling everything.
They really are. Level 4 Dexter, 8 minutes into the game. Oof. He was really the MVP of CLG in their victory yesterday.
Yeah.
Has been one small step behind LMQ here today. Vasily is going to be a bit of a force as well. Been to the edge first, actually. We've seen a lot of different Tristana build options.
Yeah, basically the lifesteal builds are the ones you opt into if you're going to fight the 2v2s, if it's going to be a close fight, but actually hold on, Ackerman gets the slice and dice, that's going to get him out of that one. But if you don't need the lifesteal to fight a 2v2 lane, whether you've got a Nami as a support or you're just in a lane swap situation, IH is way, way better. IEPD significantly beats Ruin King Infinity Edge in DPS. So 2-item Vasily is going to be really scary when most AD carries aren't.
Yeah, and the question will become whether CLG can pressure him before that point. But based on the complexion of this game right now, it doesn't look like they'll be able to. Being down 2,500 gold and trading a turret.
Yeah, so CLG, how can they get themselves back in? And we actually know them as a team who does manage to squeak victories off of making great team-wide plays. They might give up kills occasionally, but they find their ways back in. Their game against Complexity earlier this week looked even bleaker to start this out, and they found their way back in. LMQ looking to make that not a repeat. Vasily going to keep hitting this turret. Now, everyone knows that the team's right there. They were on top of a war, but Seraph waits around because TP doesn't come in from Link. Instead, Seraph getting chased down. A little bit of slow the kick. Oh, nice flash. Ward hop not going to get him far enough away. Seraph stays up.
Wow. So the feint teleport stops them from wanting to even 2v3 because they knew the level 6 Lulu versus the support and the jungler and an AD carry, which wouldn't have had that much immediate power. A really clever job of dodging that death by Seraph and Link combined. Still, Seraph deathless in Superweek.
Yep, that's true. He's holding up the best he can. And 39 CS is also a reasonably good mark compared to Ackerman at only 23 right here. So that's good stuff, but unfortunately it's still at the price of Vasily having plenty of minions and his team holding a 2,400 gold lead. We are equal on turrets, to be fair, though. Bottom lane did go down to the dual lane of CLG. We're not watching necessarily their turret pressure as much, but turrets are equal.
Yeah, and we're beginning to see the reason why CLG wanted this lane swap. They are good at finding CS for their team, better than LMQ at it. It's just the fact that they had that little disaster in the mid lane that is making this not work out as clean as it should. But top lane, AD carry, they're getting the CS they need.
Yeah, CLG are playing the sort of measured, it's weird, like they're kind of being measured and defensive, but they're doing it really smartly. Like we're watching LMQ's high number of players because they're looking for these dives that CLG aren't giving them, but the guys off screen are completely succeeding here. And Doublelift is highest CS in the game. Oh yeah, of course it is. 4 points in rapid fire. Again, Vasily didn't need explosive shot for the laning phase. Got to max rapid fire first, and he crushes turrets with 75, actually 82 bonus AD and items.
That is a lot of turret pressure that I think caught CLG off guard there.
Yeah. Doublelift had to use his escape to get that kind of attack speed. It's not even as good as rapid fire.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Dexter clears away a pink ward, trying to get control.
That move, too, hurts so much of what CLG wants to accomplish. They were hoping Seraph would be able to hold down there against Vasily and Moore for a while so that CLG could hopefully get Dragon number 2 because they had just been over the Dragon about 30 seconds ago, cleaning that out. But because Vasily and Moore did work on the turrets so quickly, they now get to move to the mid lane and have the advantage in this next Dragon.
Uh-oh. Ackerman does have flash, but is it enough? No! Certainly not. Doublelift finds the kill. Good hook by Afro, to be fair.
Well, that could just be the move they need. Seraph with his teleport up. Dragon live right now. No, Ackerman did not use his ultimate, though. That's very critical. And his teleport is just coming off of cooldown right now.
And the respawn coming up 2-1, and there was a crocodile back on the map.
Yeah. That's
Bayou.
not a Dragon CLG can necessarily force, but they do have some map pressure established because of that kill.
I mean, they do know that they are the team that's down in gold right now, the team that's a little bit behind. They can play these catches, Elise and Thresh, even the double teleport of Lulu and Shyvana. They have the room to make plays. Link's got to be a bit careful. Here's like on top of the enemy team. Stun, bubble, good damage comes through, but Moore now has to be careful. Flash hook! Nice dodge by Moore. Close one.
Yeah, because he didn't necessarily do a sideways flash there. He flashed directly pretty much at the line of the hook, really close to still getting hit by Afro.
Yeah. Just far down enough, so nicely done there.
This next moment is so critical for CLG, whether or not the early misstep turns into a snowball or whether it's just a minor misstep for CLG. It's going to be all be about how they play around this Dragon.
Okay, it is up. You've got to respect the damage output of Vasily, though. Maxed out rapid fire and an Infinity Edge for this fight is a big threat when no one's got any real armor. There's the teleport in for Renekton.
I imagine they're going to be peeling. Renekton is coming in right now.
Okay, he has joined the team. Dragon, very low. Dexter in the air, not a good thing. Takes a tidal wave in. He's going to get dodged away, but it gives room for the smite. Gets picked up. Oh, Vasily has to jump on in, and down he goes. Kill picked up. Now Nonin goes down as well. CLG still pushing in. 2-0 so far. Can they find more? Seraph still chasing in. Nami trying to run away. Looks like he'll get back to the turret, but 2 kills for a Dragon.
Because the Dragon went to LMQ, the game is still in their advantage, but it will depend on whether they can hold this turn or not, since CLG suffered no casualties during that engagement.
Problem is, Xiao Weixiao's got a blue buff and an Athenes from his great laning phase. He wave clears so easily. CLG get 2 kills and walk back to their own lanes. Seraph cannot steal his red buff away. Well, he's going to try.
Wants to.
This is a large risk. He does not have flash. He has a lantern. Does get away with the red buff, actually. That worked out.
Oh, wow.
Double if, take notes.
Whoa. They really wanted that red buff, and Seraph gets it. Still deathless in Superweek, although he's playing quite loose right now, which is good to see.
If it works, it works.
It is really good to see him making aggressive moves like that. As we unfortunately get a pause, Vasily just doing a quick client restart. Because Seraph has been playing so timid up until Superweek. But the fact that he has a deathless Superweek and he is taking a lot of risks shows immense improvement. For Seraph.
And the risks are paying off is the important thing. There are teams that take all kinds of risks and they blow up in their faces. We saw LMQ lose their game to Cloud9 from something like that. We've seen Curse make those kind of mistakes earlier on in the split, but right now it's the correct amount of aggression. Red buff for Dragon. Afromu's there to get him out. Works out. Hey, you know, the game's holding a little bit closer there. CLG take the fight, even though they know they're down in gold, but they think they have positioning. That works out. The risks taken by CLG, aside from, again, that mid lane 4v4, these ones are paying out.
I mean, I'm thinking about that last Dragon fight we saw. It looked like Vasily jumped in.
He did.
Yeah.
So he got hooked by Thresh either way. So, I mean, kind of no matter what, he was probably going to die.
Could have jumped out.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, sure, you're not wrong about that at all. To be fair, yeah, he actually could have gotten a couple hundred units away before the hook kind of interrupted his rocket jump.
I see, I see.
But no, you're right. He definitely could have gotten out. For some reason, he felt, and this is how he plays Risk, by the way, is he jumps in most of the time.
Yeah.
So that was a little crazy. I will give you that one. That was a little bit crazy.
He's losing in CS a fair bit to Doublelift right now, too.
That's true.
It's going to be really critical to see how much that Infinity Edge matters. We know it's the Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer, but probably until he gets Last Whisper that does he have some serious effectiveness. And even when he does that, he's not going to have lifesteal.
Yeah.
So Doublelift has this large portion of the game where he's going to be stronger than Vasily.
And it depends what he's fighting up against, right? Is it going to be Cutlass or even Ruin King here for Shyvana? How much into, you know, an Aegis or Sork shoes does Dexter go on Elise? Like, if he's not fighting more than 100 armor, Phantom Dancer's the power spike. He's good to go. And if he's at 700 range, who needs lifesteal if you don't get hit?
Yep.
Like, there's the chance Vasily gets to go and carry this game. It's kind of on how CLG plays and itemizes. Seraph is going tanky. Dexter is going to be able to add some more items to himself, but that's one of the races to keep in mind. If CLG gets good global gold, the tank line's big enough to deal with this. Mid lane still holding equal right here. Athene's basically for both these guys. Link's got plenty of cash. There's the recall back. We've seen every TF go Zhonya second to allow themselves to initiate fights at will, basically.
I mean, based on the Twitch being in this game, I expect no different from Xiao Weixiao.
Yeah. Well, needless large rod for now. You never know. Could just be death cap. You just go hard for it.
Yeah, this will be tricky for Doublelift, actually. Afromoo and Thresh in general is not the type of support that can get him a kill super easily. But they're kind of going to need it when Xiao Xiao gets that hourglass.
Yeah, Doublelift forces a ward out. Yeah, how well can they force these plays? Doublelift on one item at the start of a second. Vasily might just go Ruin King anyway. Gets the lifesteal right now on the Vamp Staff. Their mid lane being under fire. No Name is too low to fight back. They'll get a bit of damage through. Only down 1 turret so far, the team. Down 2 dragons, though. Equal in kills.
Map control is swinging back in CLG's direction, though. Especially with the surprises that Doublelift has made to No Name to get him low right there. I mean, not having the Sightstone jungler on the map for extended periods of time is really, really hurting LMQ's ward control.
But they are trying to get it back. 2 pink cords in inventories right now. Vasily, No Name both helping out. And maybe they can rest themselves back in. Dexter just misses the cocoon.
Right in between a couple of squishy targets, too.
Seraph going to head up against Ackerman top lane, and Seraph's winning this fight. That red buff steal actually still around on him.
Yeah.
Ackerman forced back. No Name playing a little bit of defense as well up there. But Link is the split pusher who's doing quite nicely. Teleport is still up. The TP mid lane, definitely something to be pointing out here.
That is also true.
There are only 2 combat summoners that aren't flash on CLG.
Yeah, we definitely should have touched on Link's teleport on Lulu to try and neutralize the Twisted Fate ganks. We saw a bit more of that in the past with people bringing teleport to counter Shen in top lanes and trying to match his movements. Why not just try it with Twisted Fate and Lulu?
It's going to be the goal for him here. Pulling a page out of Sharu's book. TP even on Twisted Fate in the mid lane.
Yeah.
He would do.
Sharu, the old mid laner, Meacher makers.
Yep. Now plays in a challenger team. Unfortunately, they haven't been doing very well, but he's around. Still trying. CLG, though, they definitely look pretty undaunted by this game, despite about a 10% gold deficit in this game, but Doublelift's still going to hold the mid lane, trying to create the pressure here. Xiao Xiao doing the best he can to push them back. After killing caster minions.
Yeah. One thing that's really evident in a lot of CLG's games, they pretty much always have a game plan of what to do next. Even when things are going a little bit wrong, they still have plans of where they're going. You can see now they're trying this 1-3-1 split push because they know they have teleport up on both of their side lanes. Meaning if any fight were to break out in the mid lane, they would have the numbers advantage, as well as them having this slow siege in the mid lane, which is guaranteeing Doublelift's farm and should eventually give them that mid lane turret. Little bits every time they push in a bit more.
And you can see the gold trying to take it back in here, but LMQ really not letting any turret damage come through. So that's just holding. They're just getting items back and forth. Vasily going to the bottom lane. Yordle combat here. Link, there's a TP in for Seraph. Can they make this fight happen anyway, though? There comes Ackerman. Link forced to flash away. Pops the ulti. Couple more hits. Gold card. And there's the one picked up. Seraph definitely can't be part of this fight at all. There's the kill picked up. Uh-oh. Shyvana, the kick. Gonna knock him back. Still has dragon form, though. And there he goes.
And the big fish jumps over the wall again. Plus, they get the mid lane turret.
Yeah.
So Seraph, very hard man to kill this game. We knew that LMQ had a low damage team overall, so if they're not using their lockdown as Seraph's trying to jump away, they're not going to get him. No Name was hoping to use the Dragon's Rage on the Dragon's Descent or the Lee Sin kick on the Shyvana jump.
Yeah.
But Seraph held it past the expected time. And now Link still does have teleport, so they could theoretically defend this.
They've got more globals on the map right now. Dragon is up, and there it's going to be started right away. Seraph is still mid lane, though. Looks like CLG not going to try, but they can go for the steal with Lantern. He tries it.
Whoa. That was a really clean attempt.
Flash Q smite, better smite for No Name.
Yeah. That was sweet.
That was well coordinated.
Yeah. But again, 3 dragons to LMQ.
Yep.
Meaning the gold lead extends.
For what it's worth, CLG did get mid-outer with Doublelift during that whole big trade in the bot lane.
Yeah.
That trade actually went to CLG's favor. Problem is they just couldn't get enough for it. And the Dragon once again, LMQ. So 4,000 gold lead is a nice number to be at 20 minutes in. Pretty reasonable one. Link not really losing his jungle very much. LMQ, they're not playing into the enemy jungle very much. They're playing a much more reserved game, saying, look, when TF ulti's up, we'll play around that. We'll pick you off because All of the outer turrets are gone right now. There's a lot of blank space to work with. Or, sorry, I guess 5 of the 6 are gone. And that's where they're playing aggressively. Is they're playing around ulti cooldowns, not about jumping into the jungle every single time, playing around every single bomb.
They're trying to get Ackerman here. I feel like Seraph tipped his hand a little bit early.
And out Ackerman goes, so nothing grabbed there. Link does get some work. Well, CLG actually the first team to really play in the enemy jungle this far into the game. LMQ with defensive pink wards now, one of which is already dead.
This is going to be another one of those games where CLG wants to manufacture a bit of a win with superior map movements. The early game didn't exactly go their way, but they're still maintaining a really strong presence on the map. Ghostblade being completed by Doublelift as well is a huge increase in power right now. But Xiao has a Zhonya's Hourglass, so he can shut down Doublelift just as quickly. It'll depend on the ability of Link and Aphromoo to shield him appropriately.
Well, Link's going for an interesting build, though. He's not going for that hyper utility build. He's going split pushy with the
They
Sheen.
missed him with the ward.
Oh man, double goes in on Vasily, half HP, out he goes. Bubble hits Doublelift, gold card goes in, the kick back, Doublelift's got to be scared. Vasily is going to pick up one and out he goes. Seraph can't catch him, and there's Seraph now getting Lulu ulted, but the chase is still on. Shyvana refuses to die, but here comes Xiao Wei Xiao, the first death of the weekend for Seraph. Yes, it is. Ackerman claims it there. 2-0 on the fight. Nicely done, LMQ.
Doublelift gets bounced around right there. Bubble to Buster Shot to Lee Sin kick, and LMQ continues the dive.
Ackerman can't quite find the stun. Kills a Spiderling anyway, but it does mean middle outer turret is gone. 5 seconds still of power play, maybe a little bit more. Couple minions still around if they want to keep this push, and they are. Mid-tier 2 now under fire.
Yeah, why not continue this push a little bit? They burned all the CLG ultimates prior. Ackerman hooked in, and a few people alive, but they do not have the power to chase.
They could have dived. Oh my gosh, that repel, he can't go anywhere. And then a jump to goes in, goes down. Xiao Wei Xiao finds another. Vasily though, burning, and he will fall out. Afro gets the kill here, but LMQ just took a bunch.
They took so many advantages, and that really just compounds on top of their earlier gold lead from the Dragons. This game just does not have breaks at this point because CLG is going right back up the mid lane to try and punish. Xiao Wei Xiao, there's going to be a Twitch nearby.
Well, Vasily's not alive, so it could be the time. Xiao Wei Xiao takes the Glitterlands, pops the Zhonya's, but he's still outnumbered. Ackerman stays around. Hook's going to land. Double gets the kill. Ackerman forced away. No one lands the Q. They can't even try to go into this one. Instead, the turret will take some damage. Seraph holding aggro. Double actually gets a shield from Afro because he pulled actually turret aggro there. And they're going to have to back out on that one. Just the kill picked up. No turret kills, just some damage.
CLG always trying to get something back. The mark of a good team often is knowing when they go in, but this is just a nice little catch, knocking him up with the tail end of the Lulu ultimate. And then the timing of Aphramoo's hook as well. Zhonya's is 1.5 seconds. Oftentimes people jump the gun on that one, but Aphramoo gets him exactly when he comes out.
Beautiful play then. And it's going to be a pretty happy place then for CLG fans just for that little fight. Problem is LMQ are still plenty far ahead. Almost 7,000 gold is a very large number, and they seem content to keep pushing the agenda. Got more kills than our last game combined.
Yes.
24 minutes in half the time, half as many teams.
Yeah, LMQ has more kills than last game combined.
Right,
on their
that's
own.
what I was saying.
But really, I thought you said the whole game.
Oh, I missed.
Sorry for you.
Made a mistake. It's okay, it's my fault.
The static shift being completed by Vasily is pretty huge as well.
Yep.
He is a big-time threat at this point. Still no Lichbane onto Link either. Surprised he's actually going Lichbane second item instead of the Death Cap, especially with how easily Doublelift was focused. You would think they need more ability power for bigger shields onto him if they're going to continue to play that strategy of Doublelift walking up next to them.
But that's CLG's new identity. It's not the two-threat team protect the Doublelift. It's we've got a game plan going in, right? TP, Lulu, a very obvious choice. They knew TF coming in. Just think about the ban phase of the first pick and letting LMQ steal that away with air quotes. They know Link is going to be this good split pusher. His dueling power very high with Lichbane second.
That is very true, and his teleport, of course.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you gotta be dangerous. You gotta be careful with your split push when you're this far down in gold.
Yeah.
Because this squad you leave behind is immensely vulnerable. And Twisted Fate Lee Sin is a combo that can close for kills very well.
It's so scary. It's ludicrously scary. Double's going to look for the attempt. Ghost actually burned by Xiao.
Still some threat, that's for sure.
Absolutely is. He's going Lich Bane now himself. Actually, it's Sheen plus part of a death cap, so splitting his build up a little bit. Sheen has great burst at this point in the game. About 70 to 80 bonus damage.
This dragon, it's going to be dicey if COD wants this one. LMQ very confidently wanting to force this, knowing they have a big 5v5 advantage.
Banshees, Veil, Ackerman plus Sunfire. He is a tanky man. They're going in for this one. They got to be careful though. Wow! What a bubble goes in. Ackerman in the front lines. He's happy. No Name grabs Dragon, and there's the fight. Dexter low. Seraph, the great knockout comes in. Ackerman forced out. Now how good's the damage output as everyone's forced to run away? The hook on Vasily. Another hook catches them. Gets the heals and gets out, but now you got to be careful in this fight. Ackerman so low. He's got a recall away. He does get to safety.
LMQ very, very low, but with another dragon, if COD can't close these, depends how crazy Doublelift has become.
It's a slow, but can't get much more than one auto attack down. Afro flash hooks! He catches Xiao. In he goes! The Zonia's though, it's a bait! Vasily finds one! Dexter's there, they answer back, but it's 2 kills! It's gonna be more Vasily with a triple kill, and out he goes! What a fight for LMQ again!
After Vasily got hooked in the previous dragon fight, you would never expect him to come back with that triple kill, but COG actually overreaches right there, trying to make too big of a play. And it's LMQ who can actually play the counter-aggression card and come out on top. Completely unexpected. Take another look at this one. I mean, LMQ just bursted down the dragon, and a couple critical things about this fight. The tidal wave was fantastic by Moore here. There was a pretty good combo by COD Seraph with the Shyvana ultimate, but he didn't get the Dragon Descent damage because the tidal wave stopped a little bit short. And then, because Doublelift had been pushed so far back, they couldn't quite finish off Vasily. With the end of that fight happening, I mean, they go straight to Baron, which is also contentious. Oh man!
Oh my gosh, they're trying! Red team picks up Baron, that is Vasily, who can't do anything wrong this game. The kickback, Afro goes down, Vasily on a rampage, the team's still in Baron pit, and CLG want this fight. Problem is, Double's ulti, not yet up. There it is. Can they re-engage? Xiao finds Seraph, Double getting locked up, does what damage he can. He's still trying to kite away, but he's already died here, and CLG forced to run 3-2 in that fight.
Wow. LMQ making all their shots this game. Vasily 7-2 after that chaos, going straight for the Baron. A very risky move, as we saw with how low they became. It was actually Vasily's auto attack that ended up picking up this Baron because it was just a burst of damage. So most likely LMQ were the ones to get it. But man, just look at this. They pull off the combo again with Seraph. But then, it was just a 5-on-3, right? Doublelift had died in the previous fight. He was so far behind. LMQ just kind of waiting it out, remembering that the Baron will regen them up ever so slightly, waiting for the right moment and the right cooldowns. Flashing into stun Doublelift and just never giving him a chance to open up fire on the LMQ team. A really well-played fight by LMQ.
Yeah. CLG was so close to winning that anyway, though. And I attribute actually a good part of that to the difference in item builds, actually. The fact that Moore had his Mikhail's Crucible in the prior fight, the Dragon fight that he got hooked in, and saved Vasily there, kept him kind of afloat. Afro still without that item. If he had it, if he had the ability to give like one more cleanse or one more shield to Doublelift, he was spray and praying the entire team, life-stealing them with Ruin King.
Right.
He was buying time until Rat-a-tat-tat was up. Doublelift actually almost won that, despite everything. It was actually closer than it looked. It was, oh my gosh, Ackerman. What? All right, Yomu's up, gonna dash around. Breaks the Banshee's Veil, now the slow. Saves that one, but here comes Xiao to turn it around, but the rest of CLG is there. LMQ opt into basically a 2 versus 5, but they find a kill anyway, and the team is now rejoining them. Dexter forced to run, Bubble won't quite land. Seraph over the wall, here's the kick back, and they find Dexter with that one, and the chase in for Vasily. Tidal Wave, forcing Aframu away. He's gonna hook to a minion or something, can't quite find it. Another kill now goes to Vasily, another 3-1 fight.
And whatever item advantage Doublelift had gotten early with the Blade of the Ruin King Ghostblade build is long gone because Vasily is on a rampage right now with that Infinity Edge build. But added to the fact that Xiao has powered up and Doublelift is just exploding.
Yeah, it is hard for him to get into these fights. The Rat-a-tat-tat not meaning much when you're dead. It's the best form of CC, and even Mikhail's won't save you from that one. Bottom inhibitor now under fire, surely to fall down. Respawns are coming though. LMQ has to back out pretty soon, but they won't get chased out.
No.
Well, maybe Doublelift will.
The advantage has ballooned here for LMQ. But I do give CLG credit in the fact that they are still trying to find fights. They're not just letting LMQ starve them out and let Tristana reach a late game paradigm of power. Sure, the late game is being accelerated because they're getting so many fights, but a lot of those engagements in the middle of the game, CLG was very close to winning and turning the game around. When it's gotten to this point, though, it's looking a little bit ugly.
It's harder and harder. Right now, CLG have failed to grab their way back into this one. Link gonna get himself the blue buff, at least that'll give him some more utility. He'll stay safe on that one, plenty of mana and CDR now for the guy. Working on his third item, whereas that's already done for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's almost at 4 items. Well ahead of Link's pacing right now.
Yeah, and with the Lich Bane coming next, it'll be death to whoever he teleports to, most likely Doublelift.
And LMQ now to the top lane. Vasily adds Bloodthirster 4th, helping him.
I like that.
I do too.
Really
I love
like that on Tristana because of the shield. It's a really undervalued thing at this point. At level 18, 440 extra health from him as long as he can remain in combat. Especially for how aggressive he plays. They might be going here.
Yeah, it's like made for Vasily here. Uh-oh, lot of health going away. Takes the Mikhail's heal just in case. Locket's still up for the guy. Double Randuin's there for the front line as well, but LMQ forced away by Doublelift's ultimate there. Yeah, that won't be up for the next fight.
Ghost played a very low cooldown, 45 seconds.
Yep.
About a minion wave and a half. But the Rat-a-Tat's on a much longer cooldown.
76 still to go.
Does not seem like LMQ was a team to shy away from a fight. They want another one.
Afro pretty low on health actually. Only about 3/4. And not the tankiest guy. His only tank item faced the mountain there, and he's gonna use that on someone else.
Yeah.
Another attempted bubble actually hits Dexter this time around. No ulti coming through just yet. Hook on Akron, but he's okay with taking that damage. Seraph down to 1,000 health. He's gonna back out of this one. Doublelift now well too far forward. Has to back. Seraph low on top of that one. Block of shield means that LMQ will push in. Inhibitor turret number 2 is dead, and the inhibitor's just open.
Just straight up powering through. You can see the power of Vasily's Tristana right there, and even the gold cards, making any type of counterattack by CLG very, very difficult. Great inhibitor take by LMQ. And a Nexus turret died during that.
Oh my gosh, everything going so well for these guys now. Maybe ready to close it out in the next couple right here. Just one last recall, get the items in. Xiao Xiao making sure he's got enough, keeps the minion waves in order. But I gotta expect he's got Lich Bane by this point. Lich Banes destroy structures.
Yeah. It'll be Ridley.
Oh yeah, 1,600 gold, he's got plenty.
Oh dear.
He'll win eventually. There you go. See, not a problem. Link had this under control. Okay. Double it 4, 4, and 5. To be fair, like the score lines aren't bad for the CLG members. Like they're all putting in individual contributions. Difficult is just that they haven't been able to win the fights that matter. I believe undefeated on Dragons right now. Yeah, 5 of 5. And of course the 6 turrets as well. Global Gold really the main hero for LMQ right now. The fact that Vasily he's reckless enough that it works. It's always a question for LMQ. Did you try a little bit too hard for that fight? Twice it was. 9 times it wasn't.
In this game for sure. And even the fights they lost, they barely lost.
Yep.
And they weren't disastrous fights for them. They've maintained objective control throughout all of this, which is probably one of the most critical things. Just waiting on that Baron respawn. Any type of catch will be instant demise for CLG.
There's the ulti.
Might just go right here. They're not ones to hesitate.
Look on no name. Fish comes out, doesn't mean much. CLG back out. TF ultis in towards the Baron pit.
All right.
Still plenty of ward control. They can see all of CLG right now. They're waiting right over the wall. A couple of wards come out. They see him back off towards the red buff.
Whoa, ghosted.
There's the ghost in. Will they catch Afro? Yes, they will. He dodged the hook as well, but Afro's surely going to die. Then Vasily finds one. He is legendary. Double him, not in the right spot. And in goes Tristana. He's chasing him down. Bunny hopping back and forth. Goomba stomping everybody. Vasily taking on the role of Mario, and down goes Link as well. A triple kill for the Tristana. Seraph left alive. Xiao Xiao wants to take him out, but this is going to be surely the game there. Gold card, wild card. Seraph's got to run away on that one. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, he had that. That was the kill. But you know what? That's okay. 20 kills And 35.5 minutes in, LMQ taking one of the most convincing games of the week.
Yep.
Stopping that 0-2 slide of the week so far, breaking CLG's record as well.
Bouncing back as well from their defeat earlier to Curse. Taking a lot of decisive actions here against CLG. Big plays across the board for them. The dream of 4-0 this Super Week is gone as well. CLG falling, they're now 2-1 on the week. Hoping to bounce back tomorrow. It was a close game. This was a really, really well-played game. Do not let the 20 kills to 9 at the end fool you into saying this was a LMQ stomp, because there were very, very close fights in the middle of the game. And knowing the way CLG can play if they were to have gotten the lead.
They could have controlled that. Double
could have controlled that game as well.
Double nearly took those fights down. You saw how hard he was trying to make those plays. He would stealth, get whimsied and help picks by the Lulu. He's like, go, catch somebody out. And LMQ managed to play together enough. The double teleport on both sides. TF plus summoners, or just 2 summoners there. You gotta play so careful around the map to not get caught out. Generally speaking, these teams played that quite well, but LMQ is just so tenacious. They just looked for the fights, and they were tempered enough in the aggression. Again, Vasily would jump in maybe one too many times, but you saw in that very last fight, the TF ulti came out. Do we want to catch them? No, back out, go for Baron instead. Right? Xiao didn't dive in the middle of 5 people. They decided to wait around, play the objectives a bit more, and they found the correct fight there. So LMQ tempers the aggression properly, and they look this scary all the time.
Yeah, and potentially the parity continues, right?
Sure.
CLG had a chance to end another day in sole possession of first place. And now, if you go by the lost column as a tiebreaker, it would be Dignitas that's ahead of them. Obviously, they haven't won their next game yet because Dignitas will play 2 games tomorrow.
Yeah.
But boy, we thought this Super Week was going to be a time for teams to start pulling away from each other.
A little bit.
May not be time yet.
At this time,
yeah,
you've got sole possession first place, Dignitas, sole possession second place, CLG. I believe LMQ is the only team in third as well, who are now ahead of TSM and Cloud9. I think those guys are tied. We're down to only 1 tie now in the North American LCS.
True. EG would be in 8th place, and Curse is actually solidly in 6th.
Yeah, they're within 2 games of catching up now and making their way a little bit farther up. We're going to send it now over to Dash, though, who's Rift side for an interview.
Thanks, Freak. I'm standing here Rift side with Vasily and our translator, Bao Shen, after a victory against CLG. Congratulations. My first question for you is, starting the week 0-2, what do you do as a team, or how important was that win?
他第一个问题就是你们在 Superweek 第1周里面连着输掉2场比赛，然后这场比赛你们取得胜利，然后你感觉是怎么样的？
我感觉很好，我们回去做了很多调整，所以我们回去做了调整之后，然后调整自己的心态之类的，然后拿下这场比赛。
I feel really good. After those 2 games, we went back and we adjust our mindset for this game, and finally we win the game. I feel like really great right now.
All right, so a little bit of a follow-up. When you do have those rough patches where you lose a few games in a row, how do you stay positive as a team and make sure that you refocus and come in ready for the next game?
就是在这个新的补丁里面，然后相对来说你经常用的英雄被削弱了，然后呢你又连着输掉了比赛，然后你觉得作为一个队伍，你们要怎么来调整这样的心态呢？才能让你们就是在后来比赛中打得更好？
没有，我觉得这个版本对我来说影响不是很大，因为我会基本所有 ADC， 所以比如说这些飞机啊、男枪啊什么，我全都会，因为我从 S1 玩到现在，所以应用词很深。
Like personally, I feel I have like a very good champion pool. I can play Tristina, I can play Corki, I can play Graves. So I've been practicing like ADC since season 1, and for me it's okay. This patch doesn't affect me too much, and that's all.
Well, so then let's talk a little bit about that champion pool. You decided to play Tristana this game. What were the factors that went into that? Why did you choose her?
就是你今天决定选小炮是吧？然后你是怎么想的？为什么你要选择小炮呢？
因为我们的队伍需要我选这个东西，我们队伍缺少输出， 如果我还继续玩飞机的话，因为飞机的手很短，我没有足够输出空间去输出，所以我必须去选一些手特别长的 ADC， 然后去 carry 这支队伍。
Because our team combo is basically lacking of damage, and I have to choose Tristina because she is long range and she has like really good scaling at the end game. So that's why I choose her.
And my final question is just that you have EG tomorrow. What are you guys doing to prepare for that, and how important is it that you end your Super Week at least 2-2?
就是明天你们要对EG，然后呢，你们是怎么准备的？然后呢，就是在 Super Week 中间，你们怎么就是至少要打一个2-2，这对你们很重要，对吧？
对，这下一场比赛对我们很重要，因为我们这连输了2盘比赛，现在是这周是1-2，所以明天对我们就是前几名的名次很重要。明天那场比赛。
So tomorrow's game is very crucial for us because we lost 2 games and now it's 1-2, and tomorrow is very crucial for us to stay at the top tier of the LCS.
All right, well, best of luck to you tomorrow in that game. Boshen, I'd like to thank you for helping us out in this interview. And we're going to send it right back up to Freak and Jat at the desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Dash. Now, guys, it's been a full day of action and a couple of upsets to shake up the standings here.
Yeah, and it's actually an interesting fact here. The average game time in Week 7 is the longest it has ever been in the NALCS, clocking at 43 minutes and 51 seconds on average this week. So thanks for sticking with us if you've been here the whole time.
It's been a whole bunch of fun for us as well, of course. Now let's check out how the teams are lined up. First place, Sole Possession, Dignitas, 11-5.
Yeah, and a half game back in second, it is CLG. LMQ and TSM share third as well with 10 wins and 7 losses, with Cloud9 actually being in sole possession of 5th.
Wow, then in 6th place, it's Curse, who is starting to pull away from Complexity in 7th. And in last place, it's Evil Geniuses here with 4 wins. For the first time in a while, we have more ties in the caster desk than in the standings finally. We're going to be back here tomorrow with another big day of 5 games, starting with Curse versus CLG.
Yeah, and after that, Complexity will battle it out with Dignitas, followed by LMQ taking on Evil Geniuses. And then it's TSM versus Complexity.
And of course, we'll conclude our day with Dignitas squaring off against Cloud9. A whole bunch of fun and more shakeups in the standings to be coming up in the future. The action gets underway Sunday, noon Pacific time, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Now for myself, Jat, Riv, Kobe, Dash, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you mañana.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American League Championship Series Summer Split. We've got an action-packed day of games coming your way.
Now we're gearing up for a huge first match.
One last game for Skarner.
The last initiation, TSM wants to throw in. They're going for broke. A great ultimate by Crumbs. They're able to lock down Amazing. He goes down. Bjergsen's going gold for just a few before he goes into the coffin as well.
Probably. I am looking for probably.
Lot of flashes to re-engage there, at least one. Helios died! There's too many minions! He gets the Dragon's Rage! He goes in for another one! Helios with the planes into the Dragon Pit! Complexity is gonna shut down Evil Geniuses!
Trying to negotiate a free win with Jamage, yeah.
Alright, good. Tell me if you get it.
I said I need to win this game for my promotion.
The AD carries are shredding from the outside. Vasily's got himself on the other side of the wall and can't return, as now Curse is restrung.
Prediction!
Wave to camera. Wave.
X.
Yeah, exactly.
Gremlo really not in the right spot, and down he goes through. Oh no, and Helios knocked up as well by Throm. Second kill comes through. Not the right position to be in. Now Inox also in the wrong spot.
Yeah, are we allowed to sit like hotshot during the games with like our knees up?
Can we sit like him?
We should all do that.
Yeah. Let's all do it. This is actually a hot shot.
Now Quas getting chased. Bubble misses Shockwave. Flashed away safely. Mito takes Quas back in though. In the middle of the team, but Baron's being hit by the way. Quas goes down, but so does Baron.
CAG!
老鼠
进来了，
虚了了，
一波了，
GG。
来森，
小心啊，3杀，来我在你屁股后面了，5杀，
他在哪里？他的队友